I mean, whether it is the fighters who took on, the Ethiopians during the 30-Year War, all the way through to the young men and women who make their way across the Sahara and the Mediterranean, who die in hundreds, sadly, along the way, but still make it through to Europe and the Americas, and then make a new life for themselves in extremely difficult circumstances. I think that people do not understand how hard it must be for people to arrive in a new country with that bitter past in their background, and yet they do, and they succeed and go on to become all sorts of things, from architects to civil servants. They work in British industry. They work in our social services. I mean, they're an absolutely vital part, I know, of British life, and will be so for many years to come. I'm absolutely certain of that. The fact that they have to make a life abroad for themselves to really get on is, of course, an absolute tragedy, because many of the skills that they have are exactly those ones which you need to build and rebuild your own country. And I've not forgotten the enormous success that and optimism that there was in 1991 and in 1993, when it looked as if there was nothing that Eritrea couldn't achieve, and the huge hopes for a democratic future and a successful country. People even talked about Eritrea being the Singapore of the Horn of Africa. I still think that is not a crazy idea. Instead, we have a situation where not only is it chucked and mired in probably the most repressive regime that we've seen since the Stasi ruled East Germany, or the Koreans' situation, but one in which it has been perfected and maintained over the years, and that is the great success of President Isaias, has been the structure that he has erected, which not only, of course, exists in Eritrea itself, but, as you all well know, exists right around the world. And although Eritrea hasn't been the economic success that, of course, everybody hoped that it would be when independence arrived, and President Isaias. Oh, it's I'm getting that. Mute them. I'll continue. Is that's better? Because unless other people mute themselves, they get feedback. Okay, it now seems to have stopped. Okay, I would. So you had I remember President Isaias a couple of years ago saying, "What economy? We don't have an economy. We just have peasant agriculture and a few mines." Well, and he's absolutely right. There is nothing else. And he said it as if it wasn't as if he had nothing to do with it. So you have this strange situation where he has created a state which traps its own people, which doesn't give them any say in what they're doing, and all of that. And he has created this web, not only in Eritrea, where of course there are spies in every village, in every town, and even inside families, making the situation exceptionally difficult for people to mount any kind of resistance or opposition. And certainly by the time I've ever heard of attempts to bring about change in Eritrea, of course, President Isaias has heard about it before. And the same kind of structure is then being constructed, not just in neighboring countries like Sudan, South Sudan, Kenya, and of course in Ethiopia, where it has its agents across the countries and infiltrating as deep as they can into the neighboring governments and into their systems of government. I mean, I remember somebody telling me at Tigray and saying, when we were trying to leave um, at its airport, we were actually interviewed by people who were Eritrean. And you kind of think, how on earth can that happen? How is it that a small country like Eritrea can extend its influence across the globe in that kind of way and maintain a hold on people? But in a sense, that is only half of the issue. We also know that the systems that he has constructed use the same techniques that he used throughout the liberation struggle, where he was able to deploy both the systems, what was it, '03 and '09, I think they were called, where you spread rumors against people, and this is used both internally and externally. And then you had systems of intimidation, and of course, inside Eritrea itself, you have, of course, the security systems, which are extremely well developed, and which end up in prison. So it's a very, very formidable obstacle. But the other thing that we know so well is that these systems have been used to divide and undermine the opposition time and again in the diaspora, and organizations which looked hopeful, as if they had the opportunity to bring real change to the situation and to bring people together, with like Yaku, which I thought was an excellent idea, and younger people with good ideas and really real skills, suddenly began to fall apart, and they were divided over. I mean, of course, everyone thought they were essential issues, but to my mind, seemed relatively small. But it is up to everybody to make up their mind why these things succeed and why they fail. But the penetration of President Isaias and his agents is one of the reasons why they are, because he has the cash, he has the influence, he has the networks, which everybody else can only look upon and be astonished by, to be honest, because they are so extensive and so entrenched. And that is one major strength of the regime and a weakness of the opposition, and it is one of the obstacles that has to be overcome if people are going to find change, a democratic change. Now, it's not for me to tell anybody, any Eritrean, what kind of country they should have. I will always support people who are fighting for the basic human rights that we all enjoy under the UN Charter and under the African Union Charter. And that is my basic position. I've supported people who are Democrats seeking to run their own countries in the best way that they can. And that is my only statement. I'm not an Eritrean, I never will be, but I wish people well, and as a human being, I, of course, want to assist people who are moving in that kind of direction. So the other thing that I would say is that the other weakness, of course, is Eritrea's own history. And of course, I don't have to tell you anything about it, because of course you know it all. The tragic consequences of the civil war between the ELF and the EPLF, which still resonates today, and the constant divisions that are replicated, which look back at those issues, are sadly still play a role in the way in which we look at Eritrea, the way in which Eritreans look at Eritrea, and the way in which they are suspicious, therefore, of all these initiatives. They wonder if somebody isn't trying to put one over them because of the past divisions, which don't just go back to that period, of course, but go back to the period, at least until the period of after the Second World War, when the British had an administration and had to then make a decision about what kind of future Eritrea would have, and ask people, and then of course you've got the difference between unionists and people who want independence. And those still play a role today. Of course, we also know that you have the various ethnic groups in Eritrea, and those must also be both respected, in my view, up to you, but I think they need to be respected, and the language groups and the religious divisions. But there is nothing, absolutely nothing in anything that I've described which you don't know about and which you know that can be overcome, because they have been overcome in the past. Both the ELF and the EPLF had people from a variety of backgrounds who worked together, who fought for Eritrea's independence with extraordinary courage. And I mean, I'm sure in the army today, you have people from different backgrounds who again work together. So it can be done. And these things can be overcome. And I have no doubt that in due course, there will be opportunities for you as Eritreans and as Eritrean Democrats to find ways to utilize your strengths, the ones that I've described, of tenacity, of intelligence, of an ability to mobilize resources. I mean, you only have to look at the money that is raised for those tragic young men and women who get trapped in Libya or in Tunisia or in Egypt. How much, I mean, we all know that Eritreans have the highest price on their heads by people who hold them to ransom. Why? Because the Eritrean community will always rally around and put up the money. Other communities don't do it, but Eritreans will, because Eritreans care about each other. They care about their families. I mean, there are not enough Eritreans for you not to know almost everybody who, at least somebody's relative, cousin, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, somebody that you went to school. You know each other, and you know the networks, and that is both your great strength and your great weakness, because equally, just as you know each other, so President Isaias and all of his networks know each other as well. And that makes it very, very difficult for you to mobilize, and he can intimidate your young people around the world. I mean, the festivals that they've been in the last few months, one in Gießen, the one that's going to be held in London now. The one in Gießen went ahead despite huge opposition, and people prepared to fight and really resist what they called a festival of doom. And the one in Harrow was cancelled because enough of a strong case was made, and eventually it was shown that this should not go ahead. So you have the resources, you know what the issues are. The question is, can you find a basis upon which to unite? And one of the great problems, of course, for Eritrea is the issue of the constitution, which has both united and divided people for many, many years. And some people say it's a good constitution, other people say no, it needs to be rewritten because it doesn't take into account various issues. And of course, both positions are, of course, correct. It is entirely up to Eritreans what they want as a constitution and how they should live by it. But the constant searching for a yet more perfect model when the need is so pressing. I mean, I understand why people demand it, but of course, it is also deeply frustrating, I'm sure to yourselves, that you can end up discussing something over which is at the moment only a dream. And in the end, you need to find a way to overcome these issues. This is not something that I can really put forward to you. The only thing I would say is that the one thing we can be absolutely certain is that Eritrea will have change. I mean, President Isaias is never going to last forever. And although there are suggestions that he is going to, he's been grooming his sons to take over from him, will that work? I have no idea. I mean, there is a long history of African tyrants putting their sons in place, and sometimes it works and sometimes it fails. I mean, look at Colonel Gaddafi, for example, when he was out, and there was nothing else behind it. And the same is true with other systems. So it may fail. President Museveni is trying to do the same in Uganda. And I'm not going to predict how these things will work out. So there certainly will be change. Can you structure yourselves and unite yourselves sufficiently to overcome your divisions and bring forward sufficient new ideas and younger people and fresh thoughts to provide an alternative that other Eritreans will find attractive, so that you can define your future? That I said it's not something that I can really comment on, but I have the greatest respect for the Eritrean people and for their resilience. I mean, nobody can doubt it. And you are a small nation, but one that is has a wonderful history of being determined to get what you want, and in the end, getting it. And I think that must surely give you hope. Because it took 30 years to get independence, but you got it. And who would have ever thought that it would have been possible? So the circumstances have to be right, unity has to be there, the determination has to be there, and then it will be done. One day there will be a change. And I will just end, if I may, by reading you a very short poem by Percy Bysshe Shelley, the English poet, which I think, it kind of explains where for certain these dictatorships are going. It's called Ozymandias. I met a traveller from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tells that its sculptor well those passions red, which yet survive, stamped on those lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed, and on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. And one day, the society constructed in Asmara will be like this wreck. Nothing more will remain, and a free and democratic Eritrea will arise. And you will celebrate together. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Does anyone have a question? No questions?
It's off.
If you have any questions, thank you, Martin.
Okay, well, thank you very much for having me. I wish you well, and I hope this conference is the beginning of something that will lead us to the situation where you can all go and enjoy a coffee in Asmara. And I promise you, one day, when you have that democracy, I will come and visit you, and I will it will be a wonderful day. And congratulations on the seminar and bringing people together. And I wish you well. And on that note, if it's all right with you, I will leave. Okay, go well.
Thank you.
It was indeed a wonderful presentation. Thank you, Martin. I'm going to invite a person here with us.
Coco will ask Coco. Someone who name is Coco. He asked a question.
Oh,
He's already
Okay.
gone now. Kaylee Maslan.
okay, Kaho. I don't see a raised
Sigab,
hand.
he's already gone now.
Yeah,
Okay.
has written the text.
Oh,
She says that. No,
Yeah, Koko is not.
I have a question. She says I have a question.
No, no.
well,
Don't worry.
she texted directly to the host, so we'll see.
Okay. right.
Thank you for your help. We appreciate you. Uh, First of all, I have two advices to everybody here and also to those in Zoom. Please mute yourselves whenever you're not speaking. And people here, please silence your phone because we don't want interruptions. Thank you so much. Everyone has been great for the most part. So I appreciate that. So I'm going to invite a person here who doesn't need so much introduction. She's an amazing woman, and she's going to give us a word of wisdom. But first, I have to read a quick small bio about her. Wetero Ababa Tesfakirkis, Backlife, Adena, is one of the first two African women writers. Her two books, Integrinya, Wayana Dekay, and Lemania Zinegro, were published in 1968 and 1974. There was also another English book that she published in 1994 by the title The Painful Season and a Stubborn Heart, The Odyssey of a Mother, which was published in 1992. She is the founding member of the YWCA and a founding member of the Relief and Rehabilitation Association in Eritrea. She was a political prisoner of the Derg during those Derg times. Mrs. Abeba has MA in International and Intercultural Management. And when she could no longer live in Eritrea, she was forced to flee and live in the United States, which is very painful for her. Without further ado, I will invite her to come here and give us some words of wisdom. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. መጀመርታ በዚ ነዚ ሪፖርት ነዚ ዝካየድኩም ብጣዕሚ ምስጋና ይግባእኩም እዩ ካልኣይ ክብሎ ዝደሊ ኣብ ሞጎና ሓደ ዓብዪ ጋሻ ኣለና ዳንካነን መጀመርያ ሰብኣይ ኣዲስ ኤርትራ ናይ ዝቐስል በሪ ናይ ቁሩብ ተስፈኒስ ናይ ቁሩብ ስልጣን ዝደልዩ ኣይኮነን ናይ ህዝቢ ቃልሲ ንዙ ንዓለም ዘፍለጦ ንሱ መቋዕ ምጣና ወልከም ኣነ ሓቂ ዘረባ ገባዕታይ ክዛረባ ሕሰብኩም ግን ኩሉ ክሳዕሮ ከዓ ሓደ ክሰኣት ዘይ ኣይተዳለኹም ግን ካብ ሓደ ዝዛረቦ ኩሉ መዓልቲ ሰለስተ ባዕተ ዘጥታት ኣለዎም ንሳተን እየ ከም ብበል እዚ እንታይ እዩ ብዙሕ ግዜ ንሕና ዝወርድና ዘሎ ተረጊምና ኢና ዝበሃል ዘረባ ኣሎ ኣብቲ ሰባት ኣይተረገምናን እዲ ጥራይና ዘይገበርናን ምን ኣለኸ ከምዚ ብኤርትራ ሓቂ ዝፈቱ ስጋይ ስጋኻ ዝብል ናይ እንስሳ መሰል ከይተረፈ ዝሕሉ ነዊሕ ዝዛንትኡ ምን ኣሎ ኣይተረገምናን እድል ኣይገበርናን እድል ካብ መፃ ዝብል ካልእ እንታይ ክብልለን ዝመስለኩም እዚ ኩሉ ነገር ወሪድና ዘሎ ህግደፍ እዩ ኩሉ መዓልቲ ንዕኦም እንድሕሪልና ሕጂ ንሕና እንታይና ንገብሮ ከም ምግቢ ፀብታ ይመሩለይ ንሕና ብዙሕ ነገር ከይንገብር መብዛሕትኡ ግዜ እዞም ሰራማት ግደፍ ጭላት ተመሲሎም ስሩሕ ኮይኖም ይኣትዉና ምስኣቶም እንታይ ይግበርልና ንዋልኦ ሓቂ ግን ዋና ሽግር ናይ ህግደፍ ዘይኮነስ ናፍስቕታ እዩ سدراويتات صحة عمبال الجلد يبلو بأسرتي مع أبو قال كونتينرات كيسرفي سدتن سب جزم شات الديمان ترافيكين نوري زي نوكلوسس كل برجرنا سيدنا يوم لو تتمسألة حجي نرسنا نحط الله نفس وكسب أبدلوكي حلف النتال له حموش يسألتي لن بيني صريحين بحال لن بيني صريحين قد بحال يكسر حزقله انتهينا إلى حجي درسنا آخر حتى انتهينا بالمسلكم أنا مني أتحسس لايك مني شكرا لكم هذا سرات مدرسات تقولوا لي ليش أخذوا صديق أنا أتحسس باي تأيو شكرا لكم خلوا مدرسات بعين ولادي وحفتي وحاول رياضي دلائل فتحي بالكل نقول تفقر عن تسليم سعيد اللي قال احنا هو ويبل الحدث كله مجدي نقول مجدي حسوب ركب دي ويسعب بلد يملو اخواتات الناس تخفلكم زرما تسبيل لكم قمنا غير اسمه يسالكم حتى تقبلنا حجي هذا حدث مدرسه لتجاجي جيجانا غبره سقبلت تشوف اوكي عبية قال ما نتمشي قال تمزيجي أيوروني لازم نتعامل للمو لمنفساون أمراون أننا أقلبهنا أبتنزل السعنايين فأمن فرحين تمسنا أبتانية حلنا أبتل كيف نتعلم لقيد أنه أمريكا حجوها أنت تقول أن أول ثلاثة بهال هم تنزل على نباخمنهم تتطور نقول لهم قرؤون أمر رحمي بزحان أمريكا خمس خوينا أبكار خلي مثمر أبوسناي نحكي لهم أبيدناي له موسى سعيد خالد نحنا نحر حبيبنا نحنا نحري بسينا ناي خالد صح مدري أكونا تجينا خالي نفسنا نزلنا متعنا صرنا كانت هاي كمدلي أبي لو تنتهي ذلنا ساعات ساعات كيسكون كمسمار تقول بكتب ساعات كلنا يو حق خلينا يو كم تراي قدم نخلي محماي يكون لك أقول له سلذي حجي عبدي بكتبهم خان قبلنا اللي يكون نزل حسب الكتب كلهم لا ينسوا عليه مودي أحد راي لكم هذا تعرفون اللي لطبقاني منجستي وشغل تقول civic organization للorganization دي أتن يمنزل الوقت بالساعة زينا برافعني تشغل بالبرافعني لا يكرسيو لا engineers لا محرس رحمياتات لا تمهارو لا يقومون لا يكون civic organization حمسة عندي طايرة حجي تايك بالجني أنا كبابات أنا يقدم نعلمهم كفوت خير نحن الفقر نسخبك حي نسخبك كل واحد نتخالق نحن نقدر يخبرك نتخالق بالبوم تزيئة حتى رأينا هذا أنت أيضا أبدي الصراحة بعد سمح بوم لكن سيحجي بقى ثالث فرع لا أجهم بلهم ذو جراسة ماني من أجهم بزي لكن سيوكو على ما يسخون يبغى تقول هذا أنت قال سوون بزي لكن سيوكو كاسي أرترا أي تعودت الذي حجي حاببنا نصرح له قواني أنا يقول لكن سيوك زيادة كما حجي كنت مرتاحة الجنة كنت على الظهر أجهم رأيي هذا انتايتو بالجري صفوك تقبل خلها نزخوني يكون سب نسبي نعخاي كمي እግዚአብሔር ዝበካ ዕና ዝበካ ሂወት ዝበካ ክስቶ ዝበካ ንኻልእ ክትገብረሉ እዩ መን ኮንካ ኢኻ ንስኻ ዝኩሉ ትረኽቦ እቲ ካልእ ከ ኩሉ ናይ እግዚአብሔር ፍጡር ዘይኮነ ስለዚ ንርእስኻ ኢልካ ኢኻ ፅቡቅ ትገብር እንታይ እዩ ዝበሃል ጨው ንርእስኻ ኢልካ መቅር ሓመድ ኢሎም ይገርፉኻ ንርእስኻ ኢልካ ኢኻ ትገብሮ العالم دي أنا حتى زين مثلا مثلا لا ينبر لا يكون بأكل لا يكون زين ولا فلس نرسنا الناس فوق المبر نائفرا سجل حجي زاري بنادو لنا ناي حبيب كام صح بس أجمع كلون حدث زاري كوينا في طبعا أب 800 مليون دولار بي أو تحاول لو تكبر كبيري نحن عندنا حاجة ما أدري ولا سواتينا 7 مليون بتن مثلا أول حتى خلطات قبل الجوز كنا حدا نقدر نحدا وجيله نحدا وجيله كله قد أبنا حدا مسخر له كلها أنا حدينا في اللي أخذ 50 من كل حد 50 وما زيادة مسؤول إحنا يكون يكلتم كلنا خلونا يكلنا إلنا بدورين نبي لا إرترا سلام نعرفها ساعات لخالق لأفريقيا هجراتهم عم نكون تغني به
Thank you so much, Mama.
All right, our next speaker is Mr. Yosef Kepekiwa. Yosef Kepekiwa was brought up in high school in Mandashara. Had 2 years at Addis Ababa University and 2 years as a teacher in Assab. He has a bachelor's degree in psychology and philosophy from Long Beach State University. Now he serves as the temporary chair of Belsky, and his writings are found in usmarino.com. Without further ado,
All right, let me start with the title of the subject matter that I'm going to talk today is Eritrea fluid totalitarianism in Plaut archipelago. There are two things I want to. First of all, we have to keep in mind that the goal of this symposium is to expose the nature of the Catholic. That's the primary aim that brought our cathedral here. Now, how do we do that? Is the question. And it's based on one premise, and that premise is that the West doesn't understand the nature of the Isaias regime to the scope of the extent and depth that it is. That is basically, that's where our premise is. Now, what I'm trying to do is, why am I saying that the West doesn't understand the nature of this Isaias regime? They do understand that it's a bad government. They do know a lot of things that's happening in Eritrea, yet they have never come to distinguish it from the rest of the dictatorships that exist in Africa or in any other place. What I'm saying now is that I will try to establish two facts. First, that it's not the normal dictatorship that we found in Africa. You cannot explain the plight of the Eritrean people or the conditions in Eritrea as the absence of democratic rights. You cannot explain it that way. the moment you say that, you humanize the Ishaq regime. Because there are so many other countries that have no democratic rights, that are at least that they don't have a lot of. Okay. There are, okay, how about now? All right, okay. There are so many countries, for example, take for example Egypt. It's a dictatorship, and so many democratic rights are absent in that country, yet you would never compare Egypt with Eritrea. So what is it about Eritrea that makes it worse than any other dictatorships in Africa? I will talk about two things. The first one will be that it is totalitarianism, and the second one that it is, even among totalitarian states, there is a unique form of totalitarianism that has made the cost of the rule of the Islam regime so expensive. All right, okay, could you all right, okay. There is this, what is totalitarianism? In this one, there's nothing original about it. You could easily find it, you could easily Google it and come up with the same answer. Totalitarianism is a political concept where the state has complete control over all aspects of public and private life. The type of government is often characterized by a single party dictatorship, censorship, and propaganda. Totalitarian regimes seek to control not just political life, but also cultural, social, and economic aspects of society. In other words, all totalitarian regimes seek total control. The word totalitarianism itself comes from total, from a totality. So the thing is, they want I mean, the control should be on all aspects of life. That is probably one of the best explanations of any totalitarian system, wherever you go. Okay, there is also the totalitarian characteristics. I'm not going to dwell that much, but it's not that important. A single party, a single ruling party, a dictator known as a supreme leader, use of propaganda and state-controlled media. The state, and the same thing, the state controls all aspects of life, including economy, media, and education. Use of repression, surveillance, and threat of violence to maintain power and control. Suppress individual thoughts and promote conformity or group thinking. These are all characteristics about a totalitarian system. Now, what we have to look at is that all of these are found in the case of Eritrea. Let me give you one example. Take, for example, Warsai, the typical Warsai, who is taken out, who was uprooted from his family, taken to Sawa, and then probably live in indefinite national service for many years to come. The idea is one thing. The idea is, how do you destabilize your own people? Because unless you destabilize it, then you can't have a total control of the population or over the individual. Once Warsai is separated from all links of life, let's say from his family, from his religion, from his neighborhood, from his relatives, from his education, and then almost like a slave. A slave would be a good example. When you take a slave from some people, you take it from his community and you cut him off from his culture, from his language, from his family, and everything else that he holds it here. That is exactly the aim of the Isaiah regime, where it conceived the indefinite national service. Now, all of this is easy to see for you because there's nothing new about that. Huh? What is particularly different, though, is go ahead. Those are examples of totalitarianism there. Now, okay. Go ahead. go back, we'll come back later, down. Yeah, down. The last one. No, the last one. Very nice. Okay, let me put it this way. I have it over here. It's what makes it a unique form of totalitarianism. We have seen the similarities between other totalitarian states in Eritrea. Now we will see the difference between other totalitarian states in Eritrea. For example, think about this. When we are talking about the similarities between all these totalitarian states, we are always talking about what happened to the people and the total control that takes over the people's lives. But now, all totalitarian states, all totalitarian leaders take their nations as laboratories. Think about a laboratory setting. Now, the laboratory setting is, in this case, what should a totalitarian state be in order to succeed? That is the question. There are about 5 characteristics. One, that totalitarian state has to be big, in fact, very big. Hannah Arendt, a writer who wrote The Origins of Totalitarianism, says that small nations cannot survive for long. They cannot survive for long if they are totalitarian states. The reason is simple: the cost would be too high. That's the premise of Hannah Arendt's take on small nations. The second one is, if a totalitarian state has to succeed, it has to be entirely sealed off. It has to be entirely sealed off, which means that if it is a laboratory, then think about this. The guinea pigs have to remain inside the laboratory, and no interfering variables have to come from the outside to the inside. So no essential variables have to escape, and no interfering variables has to get into inside the laboratory if the test, the social experimentation is to succeed. In the case of Eritrea, we'll see that doesn't hold true. The third characteristic is that it has to be self-reliant. You have heard the word self-reliance, or in Tigrinya, now, why do all totalitarian states want to be self-reliant? It's not in order to excel in what they do. It's simply because self-isolation or sealing over the country cannot succeed unless they have a self-reliant economy. Because if they don't have a self-reliant economy, they have to open the country and the laboratory will fail. As a result of this, what they are doing is, in the case of Eritrea, we'll see that that too also fails. The fourth one is it has to have an ideology. An ideology, as you know, for example, communism or fascism. In the case of Germany, it was Nazism. In the case of China and Russia, it was communism. The fifth part of, in order to succeed, is it has to have, at least, it has to be able to use modern amenities. Modern amenities means, for example, they have there is no such thing as a pre-modern totalitarian, precisely because you need modern amenities in order to maintain a totalitarian state. For example, the use of telephone, the use of arms, the use of railways and stuff like that. Now, let me go to see how paradoxical is the Eritrean case. Eritrea still remains totalitarian, although it fails in all those 5 characteristics that I talked about. Eritrea is a small nation, one. a small nation that has stayed for too long. For too long, which means it has stayed totalitarian, for about 20, 25 years. Eritrean borders are porous, which means it has been impossible for Eritrea to seal off its borders. Eritrea doesn't have a self-reliant economy or trade, so it's dependent on the outside, especially on the diaspora. It's a unique form of totalitarianism, probably the only case among totalitarian states, precisely because the totalitarian system in Eritrea stands with the help of people outside Eritrea, both for economic and political or diplomatic reasons. And then Eritrea is a low-tech nation. I don't have to tell you that, you know or how low-tech Eritrea is. Yet, it has maintained its totalitarian system. And the last one is, although people talk about communism and so on and so forth, Eritrea has been devoid of ideology. There is no such thing as ideology in the Eritrean system, in the Eritrean totalitarian system. Now, why am I mentioning all of this? Because that's where I'm coming to the results of this paradox, which is fluid totalitarianism. In the case of Russia, for example, all totalitarian states cannot survive without mass mobilization. In all cases, there has to be a mass mobilization if the totalitarian system is to continue. For example, in Russia, it was collectivization, where almost 12 million people perished. In China, it was cultural revolution, between 15 and 55 million people were lost. And there was also another one, the Great Leap Forward, another 10 or 15 million people were lost at that time. In Cambodia, it was an agrarian socialist revolution, where 2 million, almost 1/4 of the population were killed. In Eritrea, the case is the indefinite national service. Now, take a look at this. In all of these are mass mobilizations. You have to destabilize your own population if the totalitarian system is to continue. Okay, now take a look at this. There is a word in the Gedli era that was used in Sharia. It was known as taqlid. Probably it comes from the Arabic word reshuffle. Yeah. So the idea of reshuffle is, for example, if there is a battalion of let's say 500 Tegabelti, then you leave them for about 2 or 3 years. They live together, they fight together, they work together. And of course, as human beings, they began to make social links among one another. There was intimate relationship among one another. That's where they become travel to the totalitarian system, because that is where they will organize against the system. So it knows the totalitarian system, every totalitarian system knows this. So it has to reshuffle them. Immediately after 2 years, it has to reshuffle the Tegabelti. The reason is, now they will have an alien person besides them, and they don't know him. It will take them another 2 years to create trust among themselves, and at that moment it has to reshuffle them again. Now it is that formula that is being used throughout Eritrea right now. What you do is you reshuffle them. It's almost like in Tigrinya, what you call it. So think about this every time, and then because the moment the moment they look alike, it makes a threat to the nation. So this is perpetual displacement, or you call it dislodgement. Perpetual, you call it displacement, dislodgement, or uprooting. So what you do is you uproot a certain people. In the case of Eritrea, mostly among the young, that's what if you could push number four. You could see in the case of Eritrea, everyone, or as I said before, every one of them have to have a reason in order to conduct that mass mobilization. In Russia, it was collectivization. In Cambodia, it was an agrarian revolution. Now, in the case of Eritrea, it is the indefinite national service. Now, through the indefinite national service, the idea is to take total control over the war side, which is a soldier that doubles as a slave. And then, of course, the destruction of the nuclear family, the militarization of the educational system, what they call it a pipeline today, a pipeline to military, the monopolization of the economy, the mass exodus, the number of wars it generated, the proliferation of prisons, 400 plus of them, the depopulation of the country. All of this is created by indefinite national service. So that indefinite national service has become like a weapon of mass destruction. It has become a weapon of mass immobilization. Destabilization. That's how it keeps destabilizing its population. Now, I will give you one, so that I can make it, I will give you one aspect of that one, the prison system of Eritrea, in order to see how a totalitarian system works. Could you have the other, the other one there? The other side, yeah. This one, the other one. In Eritrea, as you know, it has been called the largest open air prison in the world. When you talk about the largest open air prison in the world, what we are talking about is the nation itself. So, okay. Well, okay. I have explained it in one of my articles as made up of three concentric circles. The one embedded into the other. So the outermost circle is Eritrea itself, where we will find the entire population is considered as prisoners. Why? I'm not going to go and tell you all of the horrors that the Eritrean population has faced, but you could easily see that all right, okay. You see, for example, gutted out villages, no farming hands, villages mainly populated by the elderly, boarded up houses, hollowed out towns and cities, underage, overage, populated by underage, overage women, malnutrited people, degraded education, movements that are totally carteled with checkpoints, rampant prostitution, hundreds of thousands of women that are living like, that couldn't find any partners. In Asmara, there is no water, no electricity, destitution is all over the land, traveling is prohibited. You can't go from A to B without many checkpoints in between. The horror stories that we know about everything, merchants totally bankrupted, and so on and so forth. The health system, you know it. When people have serious disease, they go either to Kenya or Sudan. So all of this is in the outer circle in Eritrea itself. That's why it's called the largest open air prison in the world. You go down to the down all the way down. I'm looking at the three concentric circles.
Okay. This one?
It's fine. Okay, over here. That's it. So this is the incarceration state. Now there is Eritrea, and then the middle one is the one that I already talked about, the indefinite national service. Now in the indefinite national service, I don't want to go over it again, but we have said how the nuclear family has been destroyed. And when they approved the Wasai, it's from his family, resilience, relevant others, worshipping places, education, culture, history, and community. He's cut off from all of these places. And we know exactly what's happening to the Wasai, hundreds of thousands of them. They are trapped inside the international, inside the indefinite national service, which you find it throughout the wilderness in Eritrea. That is supposed to be a prison on its own, because people always try to escape from that prison, and the result is the mass exodus of hundreds of thousands of young people. Now, within that circle, there is the real one, the real prisons that traditionally known as prisons, which are the more than 400 prisons that we see all over the Eritrean landscape. That's why I call it the archipelago of the desert, because the entire desert and semi-desert of Eritrea, and including the remote islands where there are no people living over there, all of these have turned out to be prisons. So in these prisons, we see a lot of things, but there are supposed to be tens of thousands of them at minimum. There are different types of prisons, the brick and mortar, concentration camps, underground, replicas from the Gedli era, sewage tunnels, shipping containers, makeshift ones that move with the army, anonymous villas, deserted islands, all kinds of prisons are now to be found all over the area. And then, what kind of inmates do they have? Mostly army deserters, conscription invaders, parents of deserters and invaders, religious prisoners, random prisoners. That's Nahalei phenomena. Yesterday we were talking about that with a few friends. What kind of torture system are using? Medieval torture system, Almaz, helicopter, auto, Jesus Christ. These kind of things are always talked about by the one side. So we have these three concentric circles created by the PFDJ. And now to give you a simple example of a one side. Think about a young man who has been living in the outer circle, which is in Eritrea, but he's still hiding somewhere in Eritrea. At one point, Kufa comes, the roundups comes, and they take him to Sawa, and then they put him in the indefinite national service. After 3 or 4 years, he had enough. He tries to escape, and he is apprehended at let's say, at the border. And then where do they take him? They take him immediately to the innermost circle in a prison. So they don't keep, by the way, if they are deserters or invaders, they don't hold them for long in the prison, probably at most 2 or 3 years. Why? Because they have to recycle them. Once they stay there for about 2 or 3 years, then they come out of that, and then they put them back where the indefinite national, the middle circle. So they keep rotating all this system until one day the young man or the young woman escapes Eritrea. Now the fourth cycle is my time. Okay, I will take 2 minutes. Okay, the fourth circle is the diaspora itself. Even in diaspora, even though it's not as harsh as the ones in, people have remained here, have been self-hosted by the totalitarian system outside, inside Eritrea. It probably is Before, you remember that both Martin Plaut and probably also Michael Rubin have optimistically talked about the diaspora population, which I concur, but I'm not as optimistic as them. I also see the dark side of it, which means that they still remain, there are a lot of people that still remain hostage to the Isaiah regime inside Eritrea. So we have these four circles where you could say that it's where you could define Eritrea as an incarceration state. Now, the misery index of this Eritrean citizen is how deep does he find himself or herself inside this concentrated service. The deeper you go, the misery index grows greater. So this probably explains more than anything else the totalitarian system in Eritrea. But I haven't explained what do I mean by fluid totalitarianism. Briefly, I will put it in 1 minute. For Eritrea to remain a totalitarian state, it cannot stop its demobilization because of the disadvantages it had as a small nation, as a porous nation. For example, every time, if you see in Sawa, every year 20 or 30,000 young kids are taken to Sawa. But every year, a similar amount of young kids also live in there, which means the government cannot stop. It has to keep feeling that gap left by those who have left Eritrea. In order to do that, the mobilization inside Eritrea, the mass mobilization inside Eritrea can never stop. While in the case of China, Russia, it stopped after a few years, it stopped. But because they have managed to close the country, and whatever thing that they have done, according to them, they have succeeded, and they stopped. But in Eritrea, it cannot stop this mass mobilization. As a result of that, it has been now hollowed out, entirely hollowed out nation. At this point in time, it's believed that there are only 2 million people in Eritrea, and not only that, the central part, the 20 to 40 years population is almost entirely cut out. That's why I'm calling it a hollowed Eritrea. It's almost like a hollowed out tree that seems to, when it stands tall, that it seems to have some life, but when wind comes and then it falls down. So anyway, all that I'm saying is that not only is Eritrea a totalitarian, but a totalitarian at a disadvantage because it cannot stop its mass mobilization. And as a result of that, we are facing a nation almost as committing suicide, literally. The nation committing suicide. Sorry for taking the time. Thank you very much. Hopefully,
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
They have one question.
Does anyone have any questions?
From the Zoom, maybe.
Ask from the Zoom.
Anyone from the Zoom have any questions?
From people participating on Zoom.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Yosef Dawilwas, the chairman of FANSI. As you explained, the totalitarian government is like Isaias Afwerki, and being a small country could not survive for a long period of time.
Yeah, next. Yeah.
What do you think, or for how long do you think Isaias can survive from now without facing any challenge from inside Eritrea or outside? Thank you.
okay, I didn't have time, but probably that's the most important question, because what I was just trying to explain was that even though Eritrea is disadvantaged in the sense that as a totalitarian success story, it has the disadvantage of being small, porous, independent, devoid of ideology. Yet it has succeeded up to now for 25 years, which is unusual. For example, if you compare it with the case of Cambodia, it collapsed after 4 years. It's a small nation, and it collapsed exactly after 4 years. Now, the question is, why is Eritrea standing if it is that much disadvantaged? If it is so hollowed out, so hollowed out, as I say, demographically, economically, socially, and everything else, I think the reason is that there hasn't been anybody pushing. There hasn't been. For example, in the case of Cambodia, it's Vietnam that did the pushing, not the people inside Cambodia, not the Cambodians, but the Vietnamese that did the pushing. In the case of Eritrea, though, nobody has done the pushing. For example, the EPRDF policy was containment, not regime change. But if somebody seriously takes regime change, not only Eritreans, but also the surrounding countries, like Sudan and or Ethiopia or Tigray, and regional powers, or the West itself, then pushing Eritrea would make it collapse because it has been entirely followed out. So I cannot say which one. I mean, I cannot say when will Isaias go, but the conditions are already there. It has been totally followed out, especially after the war in Tigray. Isaias has been living in fear, has been paranoid, and the entire nation now is living in the trenches. And if the young people in Eritrea have any chance, almost everybody wants to escape the nation. So this is a very fragile nation. It's easy, it's almost ready to collapse. The problem is no one is doing the push from outside.
Yeah. That's good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf, everyone. Actually, when you were talking, I was thinking about the Eritrean president's speech. I don't even remember when or where, but he was saying how he had single-handedly destroyed industries, the country, everything, the economy, the people, and everything. The only thing he did not say, however, was change me. So maybe this is a good idea. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is going to be, hold on, Dr. Rabio Waldemariam. I think I have seen Dr. Rabio here. I'm going to welcome him, but before we have to read your bio. Okay, thank you. You want it? Okay. Hannah will read it.
Yabio Waldemariam was born in Asmara in the middle of the British administration of Eritrea. He went to school in Asmara, Adwa, and Mekelle before going on to college in Cairo, Egypt. After the completion of his first degree, he served as an assistant research office in the middle of Awash at the Ogaden in Ethiopia, and won a UN FAO scholarship to attend at Colorado State. In the interim, he got a job posting in Ghana, northern Nigeria, and then in Ethiopia. Thereafter, went to McGill University for a PhD, and upon graduation, established an agricultural consulting firm with its headquarters in Afar. And was part of the student movement in Eritrea who initiated and sustained the armed struggle that took the helm of the newly established country in 1991. And currently is an adjunct professor at CUNY, City University of New York, and a grandfather of a 12-year-old boy. Without further ado.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to express my feelings on Eritrea. But before I talk about my paper here, I would like to emphasize on what Joseph said. There got to be a push from outside to really have change in Eritrea, and there is not a taboo to request a friend to assist you in getting rid of the evil regime. So I would vote for anybody who comes and push Isaias and his clique out of Eritrea. In any case, now let me go back to my paper. APLF's anti-intellectualism explained. I have improved this paper, and so this is an old paper which I've seen here, but it's okay. If you see the title here, it's EPLF's anti-intellectualism explained. So, but now I have a quotation here, which really fits to my undertaking and this piece of paper, which I'd like to share with you. It says, the ink of a scholar is more holy than the blood of the martyr. Yes, the Hadith, that's Islamic book, not the Quran, but the Hadith. በትግርኛ ክንብሎ ከለና ድማ ናይ ምሁር ቀለም ወይ ብርዒ ካብ ደምስቡ ዝተቐደሰ እዩ. So you can see what diametrically opposed to what we believe for a long, long time in Eritrea. Actually, since we started fighting gunshot to liberate the country. So go back to my paper. Therefore, the TPLF was the core membership of TPLF was, there is no question, the educated. It's just city dwellers like me. This is the first paragraph here, and of course it also makes the peasants and the agro-pastoral to look upon differently to the educated people. In a sense, the educated town people were a little bit intimidated about how they've been looked upon. So that was the first chapter. I'm just running. I just have my things to finish, and it makes my paper is a little bit longer. Now, throughout the War of Liberation and the 30 years after, a selected cabal of city boys firmly hold tight on this particular but sizable section of the population, which is the peasantry and the agro-pastoralists. Without shame, it employed them to do its bidding, fighting against real and imaginary enemies. Later, that is, after triumphantly entered Asmara, it deliberately picked up fight with the educated natives, the NGOs, and other aid-giving foreign government agencies, all in the guise of preventing the imperialists from gaining foothold in Eritrea. Because the APLF was mildly, I shouldn't say superficially, but mildly infected with this Marxist-Leninist ideology, it founded the idea that the working class was in the lead. I don't think we have any working class as such to talk about. We have a few industries, but not the proportion where we see them in other countries, especially in the developed countries. However, sometime during the armed struggle, they come with something new, which we call the NDR, joining the rest of them, including the peasantry, including the educated, and what we call the bourgeoisie. Although we don't have any bourgeoisie, but let's say people with money, people with real estate, they said, oh, they're going to be part of the NDR. This they came to their sense, at least. This is equally true for the ELF, the Eritrean Liberation Front, that came half a decade earlier than the front that outsmarted it, which is the EPLF, of course. Relatively, though, the ELF was less concerned and, in fact, embraced educated elements as vanguards of the revolution. Rather, it was more focused on how to keep balance between the plateau dwellers and the lowland inhabitants. In other words, between the Muslims and the Christians. In plain English, of course, what I mean by here is that between those who profess Islam and the followers of Christian religion. After all, the ELF leadership did not lose sight of the fact, because of the Highlanders' irredentist stand on the question of Eritrea's statehood some 70, 80 years ago, that Eritrea was shortchanged from becoming a free, independent state like Libya and Somalia. They were in the same law, that means they were under Italy. So I think the Muslims were resentful of this. There is no question about it. Indeed, the history of Eritrea would have read differently had it not been that. But again, to quote Karl Marx here, Karl Marx said something. We cannot, we operate on what our forefathers, we carry a baggage, we have a baggage, we cannot come out from this baggage. In a short word, what it means is, men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances already given and transmitted from the past. So we are what we were. We cannot get out from that. Therefore, that's why Eritrea was federated. That's why Eritrea was not independent, right with Somalia and what's the other country? Libya, got their independence. Simply because we have that the old baggage that makes us suffer different. In particular, when the Highlanders, when the Christians were a relentless view, and then the Muslims against it, and that's why we were federated. And so this Karl Marx quotation is, quite surprising. It is true. In other words, the war of 1961-90 wouldn't have taken place had it been that the two contending forces at that time come together, thus sparing the lives of hundreds of thousands of innocent people perished in the war. It is useful to remind here that the Eritrean people, like many states in Africa, have much in common with their neighbors than with each other. We have Kunama, there is Kunama on the other side. We have Afar, they have Afars on the other side. We have the Ni'amr, another Ni'amr, or what you call the Nara or whatever, on the other side. This is not peculiar to Eritrea because other African countries are the same. In other words, this is something line drawn by Europeans a century and a half years ago. In this regard, it's more important for ELF to check the balance of power, not tilted in favor of its Christian-dominated rival front, whose kin and kith are across the border, across the Merabi. Similarly, when the EPLF negated many historical realities and the livable EPLF has been distorting history to assert the apprehension of the Muslim house, to make them comfortable. Nevertheless, it worked tirelessly to ensure the Highlanders remained dominant and the educated class subservient to the selected few who owns everything, including the life of the unborn. Before the EPLF became forced to reckon with, its formidable rival, ELF, hunted the Christians regardless of their social status. In this case, educated, not educated, it was an equal opportunity. And as far as ELF is concerned, it's not like EPLF, which was really targeting those educated and town people. It treated all the same in as long as they did threatening to its dominance in the fighting field. Hence, peasants were robbed and killed, and schoolboys who joined it in its arduous struggle fell victim to witch hunt by a string of informers from within. In contradistinction, the EPLF systematically destroyed any movement inspired by the educated in the field, and not surprisingly, did it stealthily, to avoid outcry by observers. In passing, I would like to make it clear that none of the so-called liberation fighters in Africa parallels EPLF's cruelty in dealing with educated persons. Not MPLF, not not any of the African organizations. EPLF was something that was took that step to liquidate any enlightened person. No one parallels to it. One cannot dismiss it as figment of imagination if one unequivocally asserts that the notion of EPLF's anti-educated stance has its origin in Chinese cultural revolution in the mid-1960s. As fate had it, the current high-ranking members of EPLF were in the front seat, enjoying the spectacle that reigned over China between 1966 to 76. The Eritrean petty bourgeoisie were accorded front seat as honored guests of Chairman Mao, and the elite parroting its nihilistic dictum, Mao's nihilistic dictum, were witness on how the literary intellectuals, social and physical scientists, bright students were singled out as enemies of the people and cast away and never to rise again. In other words, Isaias and his group were there, including Mr. Havas is there, I think, he's still alive. They were there when that cultural revolution occurred, and that was a havoc, especially against people who voice different voices, who wants to mend communism and make it plausible to the Chinese revolution, Chinese culture. So they learned from that's my thesis. I said, Isaias and his group learned how Mao dealt with this kind of people. It was at the height of this mass upheaval in China that Isaias Afwerki, a Christmas graduate of Haile Selassie University, conceived the idea that educated people are worth more dead than alive. Yes, they are more dead than alive. The first victim of Sharia's machination against educated rival was an active member, Musa Tesfamariam, who was the first guy, by the way, to shot because he was branded as a CIA agent, to just cut it short. He was also an outspoken person and took bad example for the cabal. So they have to make him as an example. And he really was the first victim. And nobody talks about the Meles. The thing is, his father was a colonel in the Ethiopian army also. I think that's why they suspected Meles Tesfamariam, Colonel Tesfamariam. He was branded as a CIA agent planted by America to spy on the National Liberation Front. Of course, all is bogus. This is not true. However, it helped the leadership set up a precedent that would serve it throughout its life, including when undeservingly become the government of the day. By far, the greatest challenge of EPLF leadership came in the summer of 1973, when Marxist-influenced groups, many a product of the radical student movement in Ethiopia, were suspected as agents planted to sow discord in the seemingly unified movement fighting against Ethiopian colonial, in quotation. They were accused of attempting to destroy the so-called vanguard leadership. The movement, relatively dubbed as Manka, did raise fundamental questions on how democracy and suggested on how best the organization is run. This is true. The group's demand for democracy fell into deaf ear, but not before gaining some sympathetic ear among the rank and file. That made it difficult for the emerging cabal to simply brush it away, so they dealt with them. That's what I want to say short here. The PLF being a Highland Christian-dominated organization, it used regionalism as an excuse to obliterate the nascent democratic movements started by the Menka. It's called them This was exactly what they started it. And actually they repeated it, by the way, because I was in Asmara when the G15 were Kom yom yomo, degi suwom, degi suwom, degi suwom, dega na suwom, which means 1973 we're not sure how many people were liquidated because of the Mankat movement. But we know for sure that the core leadership was summarily executed. Somewhere, my friends. Before the blood of the leftist intellectuals was dry, and the cabal began rounding up educated rightists and few Muslims deemed radical in their view for interrogation and eventual execution. The surveillance, false accusation, and arrest didn't stop even when the EPLF was in dire situation. That is, while still fighting for its survival. This thing continued. Despite its military setback in 1978, the EPLF secured its base in areas difficult to access, which is the Sahel, everybody knows about that. Although its survival was somewhat assured, yet another challenge came from mostly educated groups in North America, dissatisfied with how the front handled its foreign relations. This group completely severed ties with it, cut ties with it, depriving most needed material support. Eritreans for the Liberation in North America, FLNA, has been working as an effective propaganda arm in the front since its separation from the ELF. The guerrilla leadership, therefore, weighed in for some time and realized it cannot afford this let go without a fight. Soon, it began infiltrating its rebellious chapter in the USA and even the homes of steadfast individuals. EPLF hacks were dispatched to convince reluctant persons to return to the fold and to neutralize the recalcitrant ones. It worked. Barely 5 months after FLNA declared its disengagement, the rank and file came back, paid their allegiance again, they returned back to the EPLF and showed their loyalty to the organization. The seemingly contentious issue is nothing more than a disagreement within the ELF and its mass organization, the FLNA. In all fairness, this should not have been the cause of the rift, because this is trivia, basically. What they told them was, your relationship with Russia is, you got scared, don't talk good about Russia, the Soviet Union, whatever. That wasn't the issue for Eritrea. But that caused the split, where FLNA declared its independence, leaving them out and leaving the EPLF dry. It is recalled that the organization in its 6th Congress willfully declared 2 more minutes? Oh, okay. Anyway, these guys, they have, when they returned here, they returned back to FLF, but they become part of the mass organization again. I just want to mention something here, which is very, very important. Before FLNA declared its allegiance to EPLF, there were groups who warned them not to take that step. One of them is me, and it was here, 1975, August 15. We said, maintain your independence, and it is not to the best interest of Eritrea and the Eritrean people to be mass organization, to be part of the mass organizations. Maintain your independence, and you can criticize them if they be bad, you can praise them if they be good. But becoming part of them, that's the end of it, and that's what happened actually. As mass organization, FLNA continued pandering to the fronts within, in fact, becoming a loud megaphone for the front. But few knew it wasn't good. Who would forget the blood of the innocent and the educated spilled in the plains and valleys of Eritrea? In 1976, FLNA unashamedly became the useful tool of front when it fought tooth and nail against paper published in Europe, accusing EPLF of eliminating the educated and the Marxists. The organization denied such killings and attacked the document as false and defended EPLF's policy and demonized truth against against the accusation by that paper that came from Europe. People in Europe were writing that these people are killing educated people, these people are killing the Marxists, what are they doing? And FNA comes in support of the PLF here. We were very few here who opposed that action. The other thing, another most important thing, is that there was a period in, I think Amani can talk about it, there was a period where it was criticism, self-criticism. And unfortunately, by the way, those who were conducting that are now victims of the PLF. They are in jail, I know, big people. But what basically that thing was, to make them look small. In other words, talk about what they have done when they were in Europe, the United States. And I would rather read this for us to understand it better. In a period called criticism and self-criticism, those suspected of not immersing themselves into what they call peasant culture by her appearance, thoughts, actions, and psyche was singled out as reactionaries and compelled to confess their past transgressions, meaning what? Recount some of the bourgeois vices in him. Some who joined the struggle from Europe and the US even went as far as apologizing for not first peasantifying themselves. Peasantifying themselves, that's to borrow Joseph Gabriel's word, an educated man must be a peasant to me, to reassure his existence within the EPSF. This really did happen. And the other thing, I think I should stop it, but to cap it all, now bear with me, to cap it all, he even disinvented, I'm telling you how Ato Isaias was against people of learning. To cap it all, he even disinvited the very students he sent to South Africa for postgraduate study. Unaccustomed to normal dialogue, when they were doing dialogue with him in South Africa, he was furious with students when asked about their future and the future of their country. The Sa'luk, as the word in Arabic describes Isaias' character well, audaciously reminded them that their services, after all, is not that much indispensable. You can be wherever you are. We don't give about you. Stay there. He can hire educated Indians to fill any vacant in higher education, of learning, or the civil service. This is exactly what he called them. From this vantage point, one is left with an impression that the exodus of hundreds of thousands of would-be teachers, social and physical scientists, builders, entertainers from Eritrea as refugees, if not deliberately encouraged, is a welcome development for the Cabal, whose inherited monastic life in the Sahel still lingers in their soul. Okay, I'm almost finished. I have never been in whole or in part staunch member of the PLF, much less a gun-toting person fighting the enemy or suppressing voices of dissent within. But I was told repeatedly that it's not safe to show any kind of fondness toward books. In that case, it's rare, if at all, to find an avid book reader within the rank. Some even hint that they ever put their feet on university ground. In one of the Tigray social media, a credible person relates a story of his cousin who hid his MSc degree from public, or even talk about it with his closest friends throughout his fighting days in Eritrea. He doesn't want to look educated, yes, I think so. There is no doubt Isaiah's outlook on education is shaped by his experience in Haile Selassie University, 1966. His untimely expulsion due to his poor academic performances at the college has left a scar in his life to later averse anything connected with education. In his entire life as head of state, Isaias never visited the university, but played behind the scene to convert the university into a military recruiting ground. Soon after, he splintered the university into few colleges run by military personnel. In conclusion, I would like to leave you with a quote that the Chinese ambassador to Eritrea made in 2008. It was in WikiLeaks. You can refer to it, guys. Isaias learned all the wrong things from China. That's what the ambassador said. And all the wrong things. What the Chinese diplomat was alluding to is that he was despotic enough to embrace the 30% that they themselves, the Chinese, think is bad part of Chairman Mao's teaching and practice. Yes. Hey, last one. What more proof does one need to believe that the EPLF is indeed an anti-education against free thought and less appreciative of skills and innovations than witnessing the dismantling of a promising 7-year-old research and information center for Eritrea rights soon after Eritrea's independence. That's exactly what it is. This thing was operating here, was education, research, people presenting papers, going seminars. All of a sudden, when they enter Asmara, they make it cease. Thank you very much.
Dr. Abios. I always enjoy Dr. Abios' presentations. They're very thorough and deep. Thank you. I'm going to invite Dr. Linda Tesfayanis, but before doing that, I have an announcement. Aman Elasena had a very wonderful presentation that was entertaining as well as educational. We cut it short because of time, so we're hoping to bring him back at 6:30 after all the presentations are over. So make sure to stay. Without further ado, I'm going to invite Dr. Mengitab to introduce himself and present his work. Thank you.
What happened? سلام زي خبركم تخاتلتي يتحقوا يعريوا زلوت سيات الله بتري ولد مالتي سلام زي خبركم تخاتل سمخن تلي حدا بني بقيتا كاب حدا سنة حدا سوق ساغر سلستدلي تدلو حدا اي باوربوينت نتاو تكون زلو دايموس اللو كلمة تتسبيهم هذا قرب كل تدا سمعون تليهم سكي خاتل خبركم تخاتلتي سمعون تليهم حدا سكي كابتوم تكاتل لهم لايف تكاتلهم تيجي بس جست مرقز ذاكلي سكي سلام حدا بلو توم تكاتل لهم خبركم تخاتلتي Okay, thank you, Lula. Thank you. Yes, I can Katselina Malachi. So, Nati had a sub not had a sagar kolo, had a tea, nay powerful salon to the Salat and the cigar capsule. Hasabi use with the height how. Thank you so much. كل أحدكم سلام كتاركم بسترفه ده حرز البرنامج ودو ገለገለ ካብቶም ኣብዚ ተሳቲፎም ዘለዉ ሰባት ርእይቶታት ሓቲትና ክነቕርበልኩም ኢና ማለት እዩ ኣብዚ እውን መምህር ተመስገን ኣለዉ ካብ ዋሽንግተን ዲሲ መምህር ተመስገን ፅሑፋንካ ሰላም ክሎም ትኽእል ኢኻ
حبيبي بدي حد مينا
يا
نعم صور حد بروجرام كنا تمثال مينا
ብጣዕሚ ፅቡቅ ካብቶም ተሳቲፎም ዘለዉ ብዙ ብኣካል ማለት እዩ ናብኣቶም ሓቲትና ተወኪስና እንታይ ተማሃርዎ ነገር ከመይም ረኪቦምሞ ገለ ዝብል ተወኪስና ንኣማኻትኩም ክነቕርበልኩም ኢና ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ሎማዓንቲ ደርጋ ምሳኹም ውዒልና ኣለና ምሳኹም እውን ውሳይና እዩ ማለት እዩ ካብዚ ቅፅል ኣቢልና ናብቲ ኣብ ዙም ዘለዉ ኣትዮም ዘለውን ኣብዚ ፕሮፌሰር መንግስቲ ኣብዩ ሕጂ ከቐርብ ናብኡ ከነስክረኩም ኢና ማለት እዩ Okay, so let me see if was document on screen right. Okay, so full screen go right?
Okay. I think I don't want to waste your time, therefore I will introduce myself briefly. My name is Status by Johannes. I am working at New York State University, but I worked also in Asmara University and in South Africa, University of Witwatersrand, University of Botswana, Waterloo University in Canada. Therefore, I believe that I have some global academic experience. Now, what I would like to simply discuss with you is about the forgotten but very important topic, because the Eritrean regime to function sustainably, to survive, needs resources and capabilities. This is very important. Without resources, the desired or the required resources and capabilities, it's very difficult to run a government or a regime. Now, the biggest question here is, how can the government generate the required economic and, or let's say, monetized and non-monetized resources and capabilities to do what the regime is doing. That's why I gave a title like we can see, building an effective public financial management. Public financial management means the government resources from where, how it is generated, how it is managed, how it is used, and what the performance. What is the performance? These are the three things. Because economic resources are very, very fragile. We can use them for wrong things, we can squander them, or we can use them for productive, developmental, and advancement of the people and the country in economic, in socio-economic sense. Okay. Now, I don't want to waste again any time. The purpose of this research or this message is, first of all, we would like to get some information, financial, economic information that can help you to know the current situation of the country economically. The second one is to highlight consequences of inepticism in the government, which is very, very loud and very, everybody knows, very public. It's a public knowledge by now. And the third one is current dysfunctional public finance management. By the way, we should not consider public finance management as simply. Probably is the most important topic and the most important issue in any developmental continuum. And then briefly, I will disclose the observed weaknesses, disclose and identify the objective weaknesses, and then I will try to recommend certain things that the future Eritrea, the future democratic Eritrea can do, or those who will be in charge then can take action, strategic action, tactical action, and operational actions as well. Okay, you can see above the port of Massawa and below Singapore, the Singaporean flag. Now in the middle, can we recreate? Or probably it is a lost agenda, but could we recreate the tiger? Well, now let's see if we can. Okay, now I am just talking hindsight, 2020 hindsight. It means big. Now here is Singapore. It is the Strait of Malacca, which is very strategic and vital lane, sea lane. That's why the port of Singapore is one of the best, well organized, high tech, very expanded, accommodating, attracted throughout the world because of the strategic location. Now let's see the Eritrean location. You can see that there is Bab el down and there is Suez Canal up, which is managed and owned by Egypt. In fact, the coming 25 years, there will be a bridge from the Yemenese town all the way to Djibouti and Eritrea, but to what is called Ras Dumera. Therefore, you can see the potential of the country if it is managed and administered by able, technocratic, democratic leaders. Hopefully in the future we'll find them. Therefore, if you pass through from the Singaporean Malacca all the way to the Red Sea, from the Red Sea to Suez Canal. Now, I would like to tell you here, Suez Canal is already expanded. Previously, it is 128 kilometers long. It's only one at a time. One ship can pass through, while the other ship probably wait in the port state. And then after the other, the ship in the process is finished, and then the other ship should come back. Now it is 2 lanes. It means side by side, 2 very large cargo ships or any can pass through. They have a strategic plan for the coming 15 years to expand it into 4 lanes. It means 4 ships can move quickly. This means the Red Sea will be more vital and more important economically, strategically, and many others, ecologically, etc., than it is now. Why? Because Okay, therefore, there are expectations based on evidential validation, it means based on research and based on considerations, strategies, and so on. That almost 30% of the entire economy or the entire shipment will pass through the Red Sea. Therefore, you can imagine the importance of the port of Massawa, the port of Asad, and other smaller ports probably that will be built in the future. Now,
Give it a time.
okay, I will. Okay, therefore you can see also resource-wise, I am business management educated. Therefore, I always, you know what we do, or what we say always, any company or any country for that matter can survive if it does all its activities better, cheaper, faster, and easier. Then it will achieve a competitive advantage. It's not only a company, whether it's small, medium, or big company, like multinational corporations, countries are there. Michael Porter, a famous strategy guy from Harvard University, wrote 1993, A Competitive Advantage of Nations. He clearly explains that if a country to achieve competitive advantage, then a country should do its homework. Better, cheaper, faster, easier. That's it. Therefore, we need to consider that one also in order to. That's why the Singaporean government team under the Lee and Yu leadership. Okay. Yeah. Now, well, if you see Eritrea, it's not only the harmony, the support one another, and other. It's not only for human beings, for Eritreans. It was for animals also, these domestic animals. You can see that very 1 liter water is shared among the camel and the donkey. That's what our culture was. Let's say was. Then, if we do that, our socio-economic development will be more sustainable and fast. That's what we always. This is very regrettable. Now, here, how can we explain the unfortunate situational scenario at this time of Eritrea? Now, I will be faster because I don't have time now. You can see that extreme low level of human capital. Several speakers here told you already. I don't need to reinvent the wheel. Therefore, there is almost, I have a comparison here in my statistical report in human resource, in human capital, or we call it human development. I compared Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Kenya, and Uganda. Now, I extract this one from Mori Ibrahim Foundation, very comprehensive, and Bloomberg, as well as World Bank, African Development Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the BTI, and many others, very credible and very comprehensive reporters, or they can give you statistical index as well. Therefore, let me read a little bit. In fact, let me compare. In overall governance score, score for Eritrea is 25.9%, for Djibouti is 42%, for Ethiopia is 46%, for South Sudan is 18.5%, for Sudan is 34.5%, and for Kenya is 58.7%, and for Uganda is 37.5%. For Africa, entire sub-Saharan Africa, is 48.9. Now let me see the rank. The rank is Djibouti 39 out of 54 countries. Let's say one country was not considered here, and Eritrea is 52 out of 54 countries. Rank for Ethiopia 32 out of 54. For South Sudan 54 out of 54 graduated. For Sudan, 47 out of 54 countries. For Kenya, 13 out of 54. And for Uganda, 31 out of 54. This is in the overall governance. By the way, there are more details, sub-details as well. If you are interested, please just write MO Ibrahim Foundation Total Governance and Economic Development Index. So for just Google and Google, you'll find all the details. There are 105, 200 types of details that can show the performance of countries in Africa. And here, Economic Foundation, then I will stop that. Economic Foundation is, Eritrea is 52 out of 54 countries. And Djibouti, 42 out of, 42%, and 38 out of 54. Ethiopia, 27 out of 54 in economic opportunity and development. And South Sudan, 54 out of 54 graduated. And Sudan, 43 out of 54. And Kenya, 6 out of 54, and Uganda 15 out of 54. Now I will stop here, but if I tell you more and more, I don't want to disappoint you. Therefore, there are also many other parameters, sub-parameters, many others, so that the whole detail will be there. I just mentioned this one, just a sample. Okay. Therefore, all this, what I told you, or what I shared with you, is the unfortunate situation of the Eritrean as a nation, as a state. Because if you don't have the desired resources and capabilities, if you don't develop them, nature doesn't like vacuum. Who will fill the vacuum? The vacuum will be filled by the powerful, the rich, the educated, the professionally developed sector from anywhere it can come. In economics, we say that it is zero-sum game. There is no socialized economic rationality. There is only zero-sum game economic rationality. If you don't develop, especially the human capital, there are very high probabilities that you remain in your country, in your own country, as modern slave, probably as servant of those who have all these endowments. Okay, therefore, these are some of those I would like to share with you. The gross national income, GNI, we call it. By the way, there is a difference between, in a simple words, GNI and GDP. GNI means entirely produced in the country, locally, domestically, plus coming from outside, entering, revenue from outside, minus exporting. something. For example, in America, America has $23 trillion of GDP, but the GNI is almost similar. The reason is America's getting out from America and coming to America almost equal. America invests, and many like us, even including remittance, $4.5 trillion. But good enough to America, there are also foreign investments and foreign other American corporations are also bringing income, almost equivalent to $4.5 trillion. Therefore, it's balanced. Now we can say in America, in most developing countries, developed countries, the difference between GNI, gross national income, and the GDP, gross domestic product, are almost equal. Eritrea is quite different. Why? The domestic economy is very, very small. And then the GNI, the Eritrean GNI is partially like 30% from remittance, from development aid, from other things is coming. The domestic economy now a little bit better. Why? Because there are now mineral extraction resources. Otherwise, the national economy or the domestic economy is not like trickle-down economy. Very small in agriculture, very small from industry, very small. Okay. The same thing also, there are deficits. The deficit is covered by the Eritrean government from local borrowing and from outside also borrowing. But unfortunately, the Eritrean credit score, we call it credit history, is very low. And the Eritrean government not getting enough much from private lenders and other lenders. Therefore, the budget deficit is covered by the local borrowing or domestic banks. It means all the money that everybody saves is taken by the government to fill the gap or to fulfill or to, let's say, to cover the deficit. Therefore, this is not good thing. Why? If you take all the money that is saved in the local banks, then the entrepreneurs, the business people will not have any money, or those who have good innovative idea, entrepreneurial idea, there will be no means of getting the money for further investment. Okay. I think it's taking me time, but it only took my time, so I will again.
Thanks, reformers.
Therefore, now monetary and fiscal policy, these are in economic terms. Monetary means the policies or management of money, like what we call it the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve is like Bank of here in America, but Bank of England or the German Bundesbank and so on. Therefore, these are the national banks or state banks, and they usually have monetary policy. The fiscal policy is run by the government. The government by probably Ministry of Finance, the Treasury, the Minister of National Development, and so on. These are the most important institutional capacity in governments that usually run the fiscal policy. What is fiscal policy here? It's about how to collect tax, how much to collect tax, how you change the taxation, how you raise the resources, let's say from here and there, etc. All these management of resources generation is part of fiscal policy, which is very vital. Okay. Now let me be a little. Okay. What are the 4 dimensions of public financial management? The first one, I will be very quick here. Dimension 1, we call fiscal sustainability, maximizing resource mobilization from revenue and borrowings, resource allocation in accordance with policy priorities. Dimension 2 is effective performance management, delivering value of money, effectiveness and efficiency in the productivity of national economy, managing the budget. The third dimension is fiduciary risk management. If you don't have audit, if you don't control your money, money is important here. Where you can be friends. We can be friends. When it comes to money, there are many enemies we can. Therefore, fiduciary means here, the government should establish institutional capacity to take care of the public money. It's our money, our resources. Therefore, this is very important. And another one is dimension 4, which is governance. How can you govern the public financial sector? There are 5 important ministries or institutional capacities that usually are responsible and serve as pillars helping the governance, economic development, and everything with economic development. Okay, therefore, it is a work, which is a 4th dimension. Now, therefore, these institutions in Eritrea, they were established in 1994. When? You know that, when 1994. There were many good people, in fact, I was there as one of them. I was in Asmara University at that time, instructor, and they called us, I remember, the Ministry of Economic Planning and Development at that time, led by and then Yosef, the Resident Yosef, also probably know him. Therefore, these were the people who really established this kind of institutions at that time, 1994. These are the Ministry of Finance, then the Ministry of National Development. Now, the Ministry of Finance is led by Burhana Hattamaria, the minister, and the Ministry of National Development is by Dr. Gervis Mikael. These are now the ministers. And the Treasury, which is usually here in America, the Treasury is by its own, but in Eritrea, it is under the Ministry of Finance. And then the Bank of Eritrea, it is functional, and the Office of the Auditor General. These have important role in managing the public resources, disbursements, productivity, performance, and feedback, and control. Okay. Now, I will pass this one. The need for it is very important. I explained already. Now, the current situational scenario of public finance management. I will be fast here. First, information blockage by the government of Eritrea. No information. The IMF people, a lot of experts came to evaluate it. Okay, they say, okay, let's evaluate it. And then they told them, no report. Nothing. They shut down. The African Development Bank group, they came, they tried to evaluate, blocked, or delayed the projects, for example, training and improving the institutional capacity of these 5 institutional institutions or ministries. Still 7 years. The project already, the money is given 7 years, no training. Yeah. Okay, then unfortunately, the PFDJ-led government has never prepared any official budget during the last 32 years. Completely broken. Therefore, there is no way to know the resources, how they are generated. But of course, we can guess intellectually, because at least there are information that we can get from here, and then we can use our what is called technical analysis ability to do that. Okay. Okay, therefore, this dysfunctional because of 2 governments are running in Eritrea. The first one is a clandestine heavy trust. Heavy trust is run every economic income, everything generated is usually go to heavy, which is called the shadow government. And then the heavy trust all including for mining and from many others, usually go to the trust, which is headed by Havos Fisher or Havos Fisher. And then the Fisher generosity will go to the Ministry of Finance, the Treasury, the Bank of Eritrea, the Auditor General, and they pay their salaries. That's it. That's what government. Okay. And this shadow government is now, you don't know how much collected from different sources, including many countries. But we can guess it's about the Eritrean government or the JNI in Eritrea approximately between 3.6 to $4 billion. Means you guys can know that how many, what is the portion of remittance from here and there. Remember, throughout the world, from Middle East, from Europe, Africa, North America, etc., almost 30% of the entire GNI, the gross national income. How it is spent, of course, is from South. Okay, I think, yeah. Where in the shadow clandestine governance, which is the real governance, there are three institutions, three organizations: public technical service, quasi-government, we call it parastatal in English, in British parastatal, and Global Financial Corporation, and the Red Sea Trading Corporation, and many other offshore and unknown virtual companies also, including individuals. There are 400 individuals linked directly or indirectly with economic entities of the PFTJ as well, or hidden trust. Okay, now the weakness. The office of the Auditor General is under the President's office. Suppose, you know, there is a Department of Budgetary Commission here in the United States is free, like the courts. Here, the Auditor General, supposed to be free, is reporting to the President's office directly, without nobody access, no minister, no staff, nothing. Secondly, is the World Bank, African Development Bank, the EU, and the others requested to assist in building effective and efficient public finance management. Unfortunately, some of them were accepted, but 2 years project already expanded into 10 years project. They never spent the money. $541 million is unspent. Some of them in red light, some of them yellow light, some of them not satisfactory, and so on. Why? Because there is not any government on the other side that is receiving with two hands, you know, or collaborating. That is the most important. There are many other weaknesses. For example, the government did not take the offer seriously. This one I can tell it's okay. Very serious problems. The Eritrean National Statistical System was established in 1994. Never connected any data. Or if connected, just for the separate government, or which is called the clandestine shadow government. They never release any information except maybe some. You can find it in Hadas or Eritrean profile or anywhere or in Okay. This one is we can pass it. Observe weaknesses. By the way, if anybody interested, I will probably do them on next time. No time now. Okay. Lastly, after observing weaknesses, now recommendations beyond the fence for the new democratic area, probably some of you will see them. Okay. The establishment of a dynamic, democratic, technocratic government is very vital. Governance with progressive capacity in planning, policy making, very vital, including human resource. Very urgent and very important attention to the essentials like water, energy, health, education, and transportation, and communication facilities. And finally, institutional development in human talent. Very vital, especially at this time. Okay, and then I think it's better to give this one, improve the national statistical system and so on. Then finally, there is another one I will finish. Let's read this one, okay. There is another one I would like you to smile. Read this one. The Eritrean people, should say, Menne, Tu'al Farsi. Daniel 5:25. I better speak in Tigrinya. Menne means Menstaha, Rahimu, Mahal Sane, the Oskiru way, Tokiru told you. Menne, Binizam Tamazinta, Pakistan, Pakistan, Selestra Terahita kamu Algis, ketika batas angka. Nanti kali puluh, nanti kali puluh, sebenarnya kita Arab bo. Hab hafash hizbi zambillet akan takut terkelo. Yani.
I will invite you. All right, thank you for that. And our next
ساعات حالي
presenter
بروح ساعات حالي.
is Duke Burbridge. He is
راي زي خبركم تخاتتلتي كتصالي إيدولوت مدب حجي خامس دوك متسيو أيترحاو.
He's a senior research associate at the International Center for Religion and Diplomacy. For 15 years, where he provided research support for community-based peace-building programs in conflict-affected areas such as Pakistan, Yemen, Colombia. During his time at ICRD, Mr. Burbridge also conducted research on the role of education and radicalization and recruitment into violent extremist groups in Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, and the role of conservative religious leaders in countering violent extremism in Yemen and North East Africa. He left the field in 2021 to write a book on reforming outside-led peace building. He has put the book on hold to focus on analyzing the impact of the genocidal war against Tigray and on the civilian population. So without further ado, Mr. Duke Burbridge.
All right, hello, can everybody hear me? Great. I'm sorry, those are well, please. I'll make it quick. I know that a lot of people have certainly been paying attention to what's been going on in Tigray. So I'm not going to go through all of the background and details that everybody knows. If you want to go to slide 1. So November 2020, invasion of Tigray by the Ethiopian and Eritrean military. More than 1 million people have been killed. That's the estimate right now, but we'll never know. We may get a better estimate at some point. The violence that has been committed against the people of Tigray is a textbook definition of genocide. During the occupation, you had civilian slaughter, industrial scale was what Amnesty International called the sexual violence that took place there. Forcible detention, displacement. After occupation, in the places that were able to get free of occupation, you had a siege for about 2 years. Now, the role of the Eritrean regime, to tie it into this, the role of the Eritrean regime is that it does not recognize human rights on any level or international attempts to enforce human rights, to investigate human rights. All of the genocidal atrocities that have been documented that have happened in Tigray, there's been implicated the Eritrean government, the Eritrean military has been implicated in each of them, not that they've committed all of them, but each of the types of genocidal acts have been, they've been implicated in. This is a current map, as current as I could find, of the occupied and unoccupied areas of Tigray. You see the western zone is completely occupied. The southern zone, south part of the southern zone, south part of the northwest zone is still occupied. The border areas with Eritrea, they're not completely occupied, but there's a presence in most of them, somewhat recent presence of Eritrean soldiers, which makes humanitarian aid impossible to get in. In Irob, of course, that is still occupied by Eritrean soldiers. It has been since the beginning of the war. This is current U.S. policy. We don't distribute food in Tigray, and we don't recognize Ethiopia as a human rights violator, current human rights violator. And I want to talk about how we got here. I can trace it out to 4 phases, just looking at it through a humanitarian perspective, not looking at it through the perspective of the conflict, the political developments that happened, but just from the humanitarian perspective. There was pressure on the Ethiopian government. Let me go to the next one. From about July, when the Tigrayan fighters pushed the Ethiopian government and the Eritrean soldiers and some of their allies to western Tigray, to Arob, out of the central area of Tigray. They laid siege to the region. There was pressure by the US, by the EU to break the siege. A report had just come out saying there were hundreds of thousands of people who were starving, needed food very badly, and they were being very clear-headed about it, somewhat clear-headed about it, at the US and the EU and the UN, as we'll see in the next one. In September, the UN started cranking up the pressure. There was an executive order by President Biden in the US. The UN started cranking up the pressure, talking about the blockade, talking about it very plainly, pushing on the Ethiopians to allow food to go into Tigray. But on September 30th, they kicked everybody out. All of the senior staff from the UN, Persona non grata, they were getting kicked out. The UN tried to push back against that, and the strong arm tactics got worse. They arrested all the drivers that were taking the food into Tigray. They bombed the airport of Mekelle when a UN plane was landed, when they were in their approach. So the bullying sort of got more significant. And the US and UN folded. There wasn't international appetite to take on the Ethiopian government when it came to delivering aid. The Secretary General of the UN started talking about, food was going in, blockade was over, and on the very same day, December 1st, Maliki, Assistant Secretary of State in charge of the Bureau of African Affairs, said that we're not going to release our genocide determination, which had begun within about a month of the war. We're not going to release that to wait to see if diplomatic progress can happen. That was in December of 2021. After that, the UN just completely sort of made itself an amplifier for anything that the Ethiopian government was willing to say positive. If they said food was going in, Secretary General would run out and say, food's going in, everything's fine. They said, we're looking towards peace. Obasanjo, the EU envoy, said, we're looking at peace. Said, okay, I'm delighted that peace is going to happen. Without any critical thoughts
to it without looking at the context or the history or the likelihood of it is just celebrate anything good that has to be said. In Tigray during this time, people were starving. The food that he mentioned a couple of slides ago was 157 trucks, and the convoy after that, those were the last ones that went into Tigray. In 2022, until April 1st, April Fool's Day, no food went in, no medicine went in, no fuel went in, no humanitarian access whatsoever. It was blocked. So when they opened it up in April 1st, it was an uneven and a shaky restart. This is not what happens when fighting dies down long enough for you to get food into a place. This is what happens when a carefully managed siege is lifted gradually, and that's what happened. They lifted it gradually. There was no real surge. In June, it sort of peaked, but it didn't hold that level. The amount of food going in, the amount of supplies going in was getting lower. They still hadn't gotten fuel in until August. August, they got the fuel in, and then everything hit the fan. There was the resumption of violence. It's unclear who started it. Seems very likely that the Ethiopian government or the Eritrean government started it because they shut down humanitarian access, I'm told, a day before this happened. So then we're back to a blockade. The little bit of food that got in, that was it. We're back to a blockade. There's a huge offensive, back to occupation, back to all of the atrocities that were happening before, were happening again. The United States, the UN, the AU, the EU, anybody with the words union or united on their business card knew what was going to happen if they reinvaded Tigray. All of the reports have been out about civilian massacres, sexual violence, looting, pillaging, starving people to death. They knew what was going to happen. They watched it happen. This is now, we're 9 months from them withholding the genocide determination so that they can give way for diplomatic steps to happen. And it didn't happen. So there's the breakthrough in November, the cessation of hostilities agreement in Pretoria. It was a long time coming. It's a weak document. It doesn't really acknowledge what was going on at the time, what was happening. But it does say that the government of Ethiopia will allow humanitarian access into Tigray. So this data comes from the food cluster, the food distribution monitor every week, how much gets out. It built slowly again until around February, March, when it really was able to surge, and then they shut it down. They found that some of it had gone missing. There was some diversion. There was some corruption. Somebody had gone to military personnel. I had heard about the robbery from the theft from the warehouse in Shiraro on March 13th. I had been told by a contact in Shirare that it had happened. I didn't think much of it because that was still territory where the Eritrean army was present. And any aid sent into that territory would be considered lost. Any warehouses that they had at the time of the reinvasion, those goods were gone and nobody was looking for them. They knew where they went. But this came out in the Associated Press. There were some articles and it shut down aid. I believe that Congress came down on them. It's a little difficult to do the inside baseball of what happened here in Washington, D.C., but it seems very obvious that Congress got very nervous about aid going into Ethiopia. This is one of our, I think it is our largest country that we deliver aid to. And they shut everything down. They, since then, They have been blocking information coming out of Tigray. There was a food assessment that they would have had in hand at the time that they made a decision to shut it down. They haven't released that. They haven't released assessments on the ground of how many people have starved in Tigray. They haven't released assessments of children, the number of children who are malnourished in Tigray. These are things that they know that they're not saying. That is a bad practice. Usually this is not a state secret. This is information that should be allowed to be public. But they're not, they will not make it public. So a detailed recap, I'm not going to go all the way through the detailed recap, but I'm hoping that if the presentation goes online or something, people can download it if they want. Anything out of here that anybody wants to take and present or put, you know, in a flyer, in a tweet or anything like that, please feel free. This is anybody's information. But if there are any questions or anything, I wanted to keep it short to make up the financial.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Burbridge?
Just the detailing, just yeah, okay,
Thank you for the presentation. My question to you is there any conspiracy to the food aid? Or is it true or there are conspiracy to it? The second question that I have. The United States government, when it comes to the Tigray issue, other than saying deplorable, we are concerned, they didn't take any action. What do you think?
Well, to answer the first question, you know, it's hard to say if how much of the food was stolen, how much of it was diverted. If you shine a spotlight on any, I mean, the projects that I've had in the history of my career have been in places that have sadly become humanitarian disasters because war hasn't stopped. And you'll find food for sale on the markets. You'll find soldiers with packets of food from that should have gone to people. If you shine a spotlight on anywhere, you're going to find a lot of diversion. And I think that that's probably what they found. They're being so closed off about the precise nature of their findings. The investigation has been done, I believe, but we've had no findings. So they've been very tight-lipped about that. I can't speculate on what they found, but what I've heard so far, it seems like pretty much what you would find in almost any country that's in a humanitarian crisis or a war or has a bad government. You have all three in Ethiopia. Why the United States hasn't done anything? It's almost anybody's guess because, you know, the United States, we are not known for doing things when it comes to helping human beings that are in trouble. We like to protect our interests. We like to protect our financial interests, our geopolitical interests, sometimes our friends. And Abiy was the candidate of the United States. I mean, the United States loved Abiy. They didn't want to believe it. When this was happening in Oromia, when things were happening in Oromia that were horrible, they didn't want to believe that. I was in Ethiopia for that. They didn't want to believe that. When things started happening in Tigray, they slow walked it, the response, as much as possible to where all they had to do was do nothing to let it get worse. And that's a dangerous position with the United States because we like to do nothing.
Okay. Siyasi. Yeah. Siyasi.
Thank you.
We appreciate Mr.
Thanks so much.
Your amazing presentation. Okay, now I come with happiness. we're gonna have coffee break, but prior to that, I will invite my brother Isaiah to read us a small poem. Isaiah,
Take out the.
please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. ስመይ ኢሳያስ ተወልደ በሃል ካብ ሃሪስበርግ ፔንስልቬንያ መፅእ good to see you all ኣብዚ ፅዑቕ ዝኾነ ስኬጁል ስለዝሃብኩምን እድልካ ኣዝየ የመስግን ምናልባት እስኪ ክልተ ሕቶታት ሓተኩሞ ብሓንሳእ ግብረ መልሲ ክትህቡኒ ተስፋ ይግበር ኩለኹም ክልተ ኢድኩም እስኪ ሓፋፍሉ ላዕሊ thank you ኣጣቕዑ እስኪ ኩለኹም ክላፕ ክብሉ حد يذكر السحابة بلو أصدق تطاقع فطن عندي نسمع هذا؟ Thank you من الوقت نتايك بسلة دلو في إيه؟ حدي بينات تطاقعنا سلازم تايك نقبر لنا جزينا نجتيز لزخونا عرفت جزيهم كوستاي دلني مس حاو يسير فاسكرهم تزيد تقاقي لاسنين نجتي نعلن صنيح ناس دوبانا ترجعنا خلنا نصنيحه وقومون مستديون نشتي تنكفنا علينا دوبان مبزح حيد لنا قومين حبر لهم مرفع نحن نرضي فانا فلسي ياكل رمزاي دبات من قصاصات نزل اليوم زي ازحجسي كبكع يزلوا كلنا نحبر يزلنا كلنا ندقاقف يزلنا أقول من الله يعني عبدك ثم عن الله كلنا يتراوي أخواتنا مو بنجاحاتكم حبرت زدلنا رأينا حدا أنكوني أماني القصة صنيع بزح كانت كيرو سعال صنيع نام سياسي فابتعي سلازي أماني الويلكم كم زعينة حبرت كان EANC رجال عبار ناشنال كوميونيتي أب هاريسبرغ تنتظر تصمم استان كونت بحنسا وحيلنا نيرنا صبو بروغرام حليتنا نيرنا زيكات تسدد البروغرام مو نعمل أختي نخلهم للساعة بزكات أمي نجيسان يوهانا نو فردات حد إنجليز أماني لاو زي واحد وقت يوهانا نخلهم لما نشوف لكم عوض نفسيات لكم عوض تنمس تسفان قبل بقينا حمدو أبي اس مسجدنا لنا سلسلة إنسان شعبت نزل له سبات جروب جرنا من أساس لنا وفي نسيات كتب نفسيات ليش تبي زرواس ليش حسوا إذا مثلا الله يشتهي صاحب وزمن أقوى معاه كذا تقولني لنا لحظكم فللينا يقول نربح حزبنا عين الزمن يوم الجمع نربح حزب جمرك ألسي فللي حسابات ما يكلو زساسي وزع حزبنا كركبهم ملسي متخابنا حدا عبر حسي حدا تصفى وريسوق دركم حدا تصفى يصنف يصدقون فللي وحديبو ربحه وتصع حزبه يقدم حبيره يسرح بذكرهم دليل سلاينا فحك بالزبد بايكو ربحه وتصع حزبنا من يعوضه يتفاك يدن علامات صحته نقصل أي نقولنا يسلاينا مفتو كلنا نفلت يلون نماز قالسي كربح سجرنا نمصلو فوسي صرف بالتحت يكون لنا دكسي علنا ندمس نوسع زبان نحسي حسبتنا فولي تمثالنا بينو علامانا حدينا هاجر نهزب مقالو استجمر بعزو كي ترف بنينو حد نتأمامت كساد ايتدننو علامانا نوقع وعلونا تعود ندمامت دحريك طاي نقوتل عين الجدارة نمرش بحليوت بقبرت سلام يا حسبنا حزبي فتخرت سبعة عين الأمد حسب يزسعر من يبلو بزي قدس عمد أن ننكر كحل في كله زمسلنا زي سكر من لزاب ينور زعبيكم نجر بهكنا سلام مزمرنا سنيت رأينا حزبي وعزنا بحدا قليل دحر راي نبال نمسح نقدمي بحبار نصفكم كنبتصح نابعوت صقمنا وسيقو شكرنا تدراريو تسفى قبرو فتصم كيتربربو كفتت هاي تفطروا نعو تقراربو هزبكم أرنبو سلامنا قريبو متأخخابنا كم بايتو بطاقنا يقرو وعلونا صباح بعلاتنا كندنكرو نزقوان بحبار كنصدرو حساباتنا كله فتاري يسمرو عود نفتح عوقات سهزبية ترى عودنا أب حبرتنا نحرنت بحدنا إساس تولى حتى يكون
እንታይ ኮመንተሪ ዓውት ዝነበረ ዲሞንስትሬሽን ዓወትና ብቅፅና ዝብል ናይ ብርጌና ሓመዱ ኣብ ክልተ ከተማታት ኢና የለና ኣብ ጊሰን ኣብ ለንደን ሕጂ ከዓ ስዊድን ቲያትር ኣለና ማለት እዩ ናይ ኩላትና ስራሕ እዩ በዚ ኣጋጣሚ ፈልሲ ትማውንተ ሓቢና ኔና ነዚ ብብርጌና ሓመዱ ዝግበር ዘሎ ካብተን ዘለዋና ውሕዳት $5,000 ሓገዝ ነቲ ዝገብርዎ ዘለዉ ገናለና ንኣሜና ትገብርዎ ዘለኹም ዳረጋተንን ግን ዓወትና ናይ ግድን ከምዚ እሱ ዝበሎ እሞ የቐኒና ኢሳያስ ተወልዳ ናይ ብሓቂ
Before you break for coffee, I have one more, I promise this is final announcement. All of today's presentations will be published in the next $30 edition. So whoever is interested, you can find it online and you buy and read everything, or you can keep it as a document. Thank you, and I hope you have fun.
Yes.
سلام سلام أزي خبركم أزي خاتلتي خبدي قسم وصنعكم يا أزي بتاعي أنا سات زخونة تخصصاتي زغرب سنح زلوا حكي هانت درب قابزكم ما
نزاحم قوان نسانا لا فاخسر بدحان عراق ساقمل سمينا نحبه عبو يوزنا بر نحلفها بتسفع زلوان كسقه حدنا ينقدفها برهانك والعي ورهواه مدي وكل اللوى كبره نفسينا تمهون معرين زادك من اللقوم عركة وزويونة زمرين معركتك ويونة زمرين جيزي خمت فئام تكن جيزي شلوخ القهاني ونسحان وزازي مع الحمى مع الدحن دحان كمسل الله يوزلنا يا كواتي حيوت صباح عبون عمنو حقي خسعر يوم حق مننو يرهات زفنا أنا ألمس وريرو رقات كلمة صيو نهو كتسعيرو رقات كلمة صيو نهو كتسعيرو رسي تود غلا ونني تبلا هاي تنبرك خلا انزي تبلا قطر كتب قوت يا بحلا زواني حل فقر حب فوق سنن خسلا فقر حب فوق سنن خسلا الحامد عند الرح يولد برهان شقر متصحاي يختالي ودحان ما ينسوى النخون يسعى الرازق أول من توي تسوي وكرهك أبدحان تتسفاي العقول وكريك أبدحان من توي تسوي وكرهك أبدحان تتسفاي العقول وكريك أبدحان
Dial pads where work comes together. It gives our team one beautiful workspace for anywhere collaboration. With Dial Pad, we can take calls, send messages, and meet with a click, all in one place. Change the way you work at dialpad.com.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I offer a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on actual projects. It really just made everything feel more achievable.
Thank you. Thank you.
سلام بخبركم تخاتتي يا حدا قولوا صبر تليهم ماتي خلاي مدب لمجرشة مالتي نايشة هيجي زي زبرين حد يقول لك نزلنا حوسكينا.
Did you know that you could get $50,000 to over $150,000 of investment capital at 0% interest rates to fund any?
على حدث كحدا قول لي. Yeah, I know of the Darash حزب الله بس موسيقى ونالله الذين قرب دمسنا بشكل بالله ناس كسمع انت اليوم. أنا برونيكا خنقابزوك في ناس كاشفو في Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, anyway, I هم نعرف بالنسبة لنا على president توجو هلو سبعة مثل عندنا ضروري كويهم كانوا مالتي تمضي بس أنا يسكت يوم ما يجي كلام فتحته يخبط كل يوم كم تعيين تسافر announcement مالتي هل توصلنا كذا يصير مسؤول مالو ما نقدر مالو بس Exodus national deputy developer في أماني
نزاح مقوى لسانا لفاخ سبع بدحان عراق صادمل سمينا نحبها عبو يوزنابر نحلفها بتسفع زلوان كسقم حلنا ينقدفها برهانك واللعي ورهواه مدي وكل اللوافر نفسينا تمون معرين زادك من اللوم عركة وزويونة زمرين معركتك عيونة زمرين كيزي خمت فئة كأن جزيء شلوخ القهادي ونسحان وزازي باع الحماق حماق باع الدحان دحان كم السنة لا يوزلنا يا أخوان كوات يحيو زبار عبون عمنو حقي خسعر يوم حق مننو يرغات مسفنة أنا أدمس وريرو لغات كلمة صيو نهو كتسعيرو رقات كمتسعيو نهو كتسعيرو رسي تول غلا كونني تبلا اي تنبرك خلا انزي تبلا قطر كتب قط يا بحلا زواني حل فقر حب نكون سن غسلا فقر حب نكون كاسن غسلا الحامد عند الرأي يولد برهان شكر من صحاي يختالي ودحان ما ينسوى النخون نسعى الرازة أوان من توي تسفوي وكرخ بكاب دحان تتسفاي العولي وكريك بدحان من توي تسفوي وكرخ بكاب دحان تتسفاي العولي وكريك بدحان
Question: if you're an insurance agent, how do you start making $200,000 or $1 million or more per year? Well, it's definitely not by working your friends and family, buying junk leads from lead vendors, door knocking, or cold calling. Instead, you can get insurance prospects to come to you. Here's how. Hi, I'm Justin Thomas, founder of Insurance Advertising Masters.
أنتم كبر قويتاي زقولكم أبوني فري حياليو لبي دفنوني زتكم سبيه قويتاي حقزوني زبزح لمن عين قولكم كتبوني أنا ساتكي مني كم بور لماني تحرسي إليا عداني حشني ودس قبض نيركا دخندم مخينكا نزالم لموالي من كفالتكا كنت زينا ميري هبكانا آخا ودي جاما ساني زي بلو اقرخا ودي ما حارني سلف تاريخا ودي محشاخا دخازخ ماخا أنتم كبرنا بويد خاناي تبلو ود سبن بريو دحريت قاديلو نسويني هبتم صباح كم هاجرو حسب مونا بوي حنقولكم مرمرو انت دي لايدا حناي حكيم خرو زفولو هابتم ما أستمهيرو أنتي لملم بالي حيش تلكيو بسفيح لبخي انكفي تخيو نجزاسكي يمسا عدخي ترأيو تمهرتي جريشكي ناي ودي سبعيو ناي ودي سب كبرت أكاتلاكيو أنتم كبر بويتاي دخان تبلوني إذا دخنتي من يزاهبني ود سبكوكي استوين اللوني تثبيت نايزا والكم سيحموني بجاكم بويتاي شكيكم هبوني تحرسي إليا محنقي حشمي مسوي ستي يوم عساس كيروني حسابات نايلبي نفتصاب أبيوني فليتي يالخو أدوين هوتي نساخي خنبر يساب حيلة موتي ميتكي نام منبر بزي حدا مويا بزي حدا قوم نقر 4 أيوب في دلا موسختا زي بلا 4 أيوب في دلا موسختا زي بلا إتواهي خلو أبزباني حزيليو كم زيت الأيام كلكي أبكر بيتني سيو تلو تلو قسقسي نومبر آي تنقسي تلو تلو قسقسي نومبر آي تنقسي من السخن أمن تنفغر انت نسانن زفقرنا خمن سكوني من السخن أمن تنفغر انت نسانن زفقرنا خمن سكوني موز عينخي حتى ذي شمتخي عينة الكحول. زيتف مبرح قبل بيولع قبل بيولع دنس سخن سخن أنا تنفغل انت نسانا زفقنا خير مسكوني السخن أنا تنفغل انت نسانا زفقنا خير مسكوني دبدب سيديدا سدي لوين مرسوم حد حماق سبيو فوق رزق بلاشو انت تبقوت يا بالليل تحسو يا بالليل تحسو نن السخن انا تنفغل انت نسانا زفرنا خير مسكوني نن السخن أنا تنفغل انت نسانا زفرنا خير مسكوني لسه تجني
It's what he wrote about himself. As a profession, I'm a professor of medicine working in Division of Endocrinology, Wayne State University School of Medicine. I'm a very active clinician, educator, and researcher. I also see patients with endocrine problems, but my main interest is in diabetes, and particularly insulin pumps and continuous glucose monitoring. I teach medical students, residents, and fellows. My research, my research interest is pathophysiology of insulin resistance in diabetes. I'm sorry, I'm bad at Latin. So in summary, Deacon Burhanis Siyum, MD, MPH. God knows what that means. Chairman, Educational Committee, the Canonical Diaspora Diocese of Eritrean Orthodox Church, North America, Europe, and Middle East. Professor, Division of Endocrinology, Wayne State University School of Medicine. Welcome, Dr. Burhanis. The stage is yours. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I appreciate for the good words. I'm not using any slides. I thought it would be much easier and less distractive to use the traditional way of presenting my preparation. As was mentioned earlier by Kevin, I am a food deacon and also professor of medicine, currently actively teaching at the Wayne State University School of Medicine in Detroit, Michigan. My topic will be the persecution of the Eritrean Orthodox Church, and I am fully engaged in the church activities. And as you know, this regime has been trying to control all our resources and human beings, including our faith. So in my presentation, I will be talking about the persecution of our beloved Orthodox Church. I would start as it's customary in our church. It says, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, one God, Amen. And I will mention one verse from Proverbs 31:8, 31:9. It says, open your mouth, judge righteously, and serve justice to the poor and needy. So, dear Chairman and all invited guests, it's a great privilege for me to talk about the persecution of my beloved church. Religion is a God-given fundamental human right. It is so fundamental that we don't need to even think about it. We just have to enjoy it. However, this is not a right in many places in this day and age, including in our country, Eritrea. Eritrea, which is under the total control and siege of a totalitarian dictator, is compared by many to the hermit kingdom of North Korea. In reality, Eritrea's situation is worse than what we know about North Korea. In the last 32 years since the current regime in Eritrea claimed independence, it has made no tangible change other than creating havoc and war, resulting in endless suffering and the destruction of the country. Conversely, though its intentions may appear evil to many, North Korea has made some minimal improvements for its citizens and has developed the technology that enables them to threaten even the most powerful countries on earth. The Eritrean regime controls every aspect of life, including our faith. As citizens of the country, no one has any right at all except the privileged members of the regime, especially those in the inner ruling circle and those who are involved in espionage. No one other than these privileged people can leave the country, build any construction, have his or her own business or own life. Practically, the whole country is a giant prison, and the people living there are just slaves. Slaves have no rights, neither do ordinary Eritreans. They are under the mercy of the totalitarian regime. They cannot do anything on their own, and we all are a witness for this. The current government of Eritrea recognizes the only 4 religions namely one, the Eritrean Orthodox Tewahedo Church, which is under complete control of the regime. Two, the Islam of the Sunni Rite. Three, the Catholic Church. And four, the Evangelical Lutheran Church. Other minority religious groups such as Pentecostal, Charismatic, or born-again Protestant churches, Jehovah's Witness assemblies, and the Baha'i religion are not allowed to worship in Eritrea. In this presentation, I will focus on the persecution of the Eritrean Orthodox Tewahedo Church. This church represents the majority of the Christians in Eritrea. It has been in existence since the early 2nd century and has been very active in the history of the country and of the region. Though the Orthodox Church has not been declared illegal, it has nevertheless suffered severe persecution by the regime. The Diocese of North America. Immediately after independence, the regime's leader personally visited the church fathers at the church's head office, disguised as a benefactor. He told them that his leadership would do everything to create an autocephalic, which means self-regulating church. He's a very good actor. The pariah leader of the regime was trying to win the hearts and minds of the innocent fathers and to convince them to trust him so that he could slowly but absolutely control the church. While he was trying to build trust with the fathers, he was incarcerating those educated and knowledgeable clergy and who were questioning his motives, the motives of the regime. Subsequently, it has now been decades since the regime put the church under its powerful institutions. As soon as the Eritrean totalitarian regime took power in 1991, all religious gatherings and practices except the four listed above were declared illegal. And those who did not comply began to be arrested and imprisoned. Because the Orthodox Church was so large and endemic within the social structure across the whole country, it was impossible for the regime to close it as it had done to the minority churches. Instead, the regime adopted a strategy designed to completely control the church and to reduce its influence to that of simply as a cultural center. In order to easily control the church, the regime established a espionage department to continuously spy upon and monitor the activities of the Orthodox Church members at all levels, from the Sunday school students to deacons to monks living in monasteries. However, the better educated and knowledgeable clergy, especially those residing in the United States, stood strongly against this regime. We, from the Diocese of North America, were able to understand the disturbing motives of the regime and its egregious violations of the rights of its people to freedom of worship. Consequently, the evil regime started to attack the clergy from the Diocese of North America, using varied tactics of intimidation and terror. Additionally, in Eritrea, the regime left no stone unturned in order to stir up hatred among the less educated clergy toward the educated church leaders who resisted the regime's efforts to preserve the church's autonomy. Directly supported and encouraged by the regime, this group became immovably opposed to their church leadership direction. This standoff created a great opportunity for the regime to implement its plan to infiltrate the church's hierarchy. Since 2005, when the infiltration by the regime became obvious, the Diocese of North America has been able to fight and defend the church against all the name-calling and heavy-handed activities by the regime. Infiltration of the church administration. In spite of all the activities the regime implemented when it gained power all over the country, it was not able to control the church. I mean the Orthodox Church. The regime tried to convince Patriarch Antonius and other bishops to obey and work with the regime, but they refused. So the regime came up with a new plan to control the church to its inner circle of leadership. To implement this evil desire, the regime assigned Mr. Yoftahe, I'm sure many of you might know him, he is the son of the Dimetros, who was not in the clergy circle, with the disguise to help administer the church. I personally was also working with him, thinking that this government was trying to help us. So this much where we were really deceived in the beginning of the 2001, 2002, 3, and 4, until we really know this the evil motive of the regime. Eventually, however, the regime assigned Mr. Iftahi as church administrator to control the church. According to the church canons, a non-clergy person cannot administer the church, but this was imposed on the church by this regime. This was a clear infiltration by the regime. The regime passed the red line. Immediately after getting the power, Mr. Iftahi also, using his position, made a bold move to control the church by trying to change the church's bylaws with complete disregard for the 2 millennia rule and canon of the church. Patriarch Antonius, I'm sure you all know them, vehemently opposed his actions, excommunicated Iftahi, and declared the new bylaws to be unacceptable by the church. This bold decision by the Patriarch, combined with his strong desire to make the church self-reliant, put the regime at odds with the church. The regime quickly understood that the Patriarch was dedicated to the church and was not willing to bend to the desires of the government. Consequently, as is typical of them, the regime started to build false accusations and launched a defamation campaign against Patriarch Antonius. At this point, Mr. Iftahi, using the carrot and stick technique, was able to convince the bishops to stand against Patriarch Antonius. Eventually, Mr. Iftahi, along with the bishops, was able to depose the duly anointed Patriarch Antonius from his throne in 2006. This was the first blatant infiltration and initial control of the church. Patriarch Antonius, as is customary of the church in this kind of situation, wrote an urgent letter about the situation to the council of all abbots of the monasteries and the learned men, which we call it Gubae Likaunt, of our church, to immediately convene and investigate the issue. Under pressure from the regime, this council never met. Then, until the matter could be adjudicated legally, and within the canon of the church, Patriarch Antonius, with a consequent power that is vested in him as a duly consecrated leader of the church, issued the following binding injunctions. He ordered it in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit to desist from 1, anointing a patriarch.
Here's the second one.
Until the matter could be adjudicated legally within the canon of the church, Patriarch Antonius, with a consequent power that is vested in him as the duly consecrated leader of the church, issued the following binding injunctions. He ordered in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit the following binding injunctions. 1, anointing patriarch. This is to desist from anointing patriarch. 2, consecrating bishops and episcopes or ordaining priests and deacons. Furthermore, since the person responsible for the infiltration of the church was none other than Mr. Iftahi, Patriarch Antonius excommunicated him again. and he ordered him to immediately vacate the position he was holding in the church as the chief administrator. However, Mr. Iftahi, relying on the regime, ignored the revered anathema from the patriarch and continued to forcefully control the church. The other bishops never uttered a word but complied with Mr. Iftahi. The regime eventually deposed the patriarch and put him under house arrest until his death in 2022. He was named by the Sister Oriental Church as a martyr without shedding blood. In Tigrinya we call it, or in English, Sama'at Za'ambaradam. Sama'at Zaydam Marazim. During all those years, he was not allowed to leave his premises and no one was able to visit him. He was not even allowed to go to church. Being prevented from going to church and not being able to participate in Holy Communion was very painful for the patriarch. In addition to deposing the patriarch, the regime arrested many monks, priests, deacons, and lay people. They especially targeted those who were highly educated, either in Orthodox liturgy or with secular advanced degrees, who were influential within the church community. This was exactly the time when the church was trying to have well-educated people in the liturgical circle that the government was intervening to incarcerate all those educated, so that he or the government wants the church to be illiterate, filled with non-educated clergy, just clapping to the orders and wills of the regime. Some are still languishing in prison nearly 19 years later. I believe and I know that 3 of my friends are still in prison for the last 19 years, simply because they were priests and well educated. And I feel the pain when I mention them. Until the present day, they are held incommunicado in difficult jails and inhuman conditions. They are not allowed to have any contact with anyone outside the prison, including family members. This was for the last 19 years. The persecution of the church is not new, but being persecuted and additionally, the church being totally controlled by this regime is exceptionally painful. This is an internal enemy, an enemy very difficult to identify until it causes massive damage, which is what has happened to our church. Previously, especially in the history, our church was continuously pressed and destroyed by Arabs who were raiding and decimating churches and killing people starting from the 11th century. After the Arab rule, when Ethiopian leadership moved to the south, autocrats who ruled the country manipulated the church for their own advantage, making it a political weapon. They inadvertently introduced unacceptable practices and benefits into the church for more, practices and beliefs into the church for more political gain. One of the well-known kings who was successful in completely controlling and maneuvering the church for his own purpose was King Zerayako. This particular king and all the others who followed him put the church under the control of the Amhara elite, who continued to use the church to promote their political agenda for the last 800 years. This control was briefly shaken during the Derg, which is the Colonel Mengistu Haile Mariam's rule, and the PRDF regimes. But then, a subtle political organization that originated in Addis Ababa, the Mahabar al-Qusan, led by Daniel Kibrat, I'm sure you all know him, appeared as a wolf in sheep's clothing. The political agenda of this dubious organization was to destroy the Tigrayans and make the Orthodox Church one with the state. Its motto was one Ethiopia and one religion. It promised Orthodox adherents the restoration of the feudal power that the church was enjoying previously. This hate-filled organization was given full access, repeating it again, full access to control the Eritrean Orthodox Church by the Asmara regime. The Mother Qusan is practically having all the leadership and control of the church in Eritrea at this time. This meant that the church was not simply controlled by, but was forced to be transformed into what the Amhara elites wanted it to be. Patriarch Antonius was, I would like to mention some of his major plans that he had, and the regime has to stop him from implementing what he planned to do in the church. Patriarch Antonius was very smart. He was smart enough to clearly understand the motives of the regime. He was a visionary leader. He was a pragmatic, diligent, and hardworking person from his early years when he was a deacon in the monastery where he grew up. His accomplishments were tremendous at his monastery, which is Debre Tzige Safa. He became the abbot of the monastery in 1955 when he was very young. Before he was deposed, Patriarch Antonius designed pragmatic and aggressive plans to improve and modernize the church. His motives and actions were clearly on a direct collision course with those of the regime. I will mention some of the following plans that Patriarch Antonius wanted to implement. Number one, he was campaigning against witchcraft that was affecting all our people. Two, institute an appropriate collection of peace, which is the 10% income. What the government was doing before that was, when I was actually working with Yiftahi in the beginning of 2003, we were thinking that this government was genuine. The government was, instead of the church to collect its own money from its own members, the government was giving budgets to the church. And you know that money talks. Number three, Patriarch Antonius wanted to have publications of old and new church books. We have very rich history and very rich books that have been written almost 2,000 years back. Number four, establishing College of Theology. Number five, expanding the ministry of the church. Six, administrative reform of the church. Seven, consecration of more bishops, more educated ones. Eight, expanding Sunday schools to all churches. Patriarch Antonius' plan were diametrically the opposite of what the regime was planning. Because of his visionary actions, the regime decided to depose him in order to nullify his plans. After his arrest, the new fake synod, which is currently governing in Asmara, fell.
No, go like this. Yeah.
The new fake synod fell under the complete control of the government. This synod cooperated without any objection with everything the government was trying to do. For example, I will mention some of this that this fake synod in Eritrea is doing. One, the synod agreed to the regime's request for all clergy to go to the Sawa military training in the same manner as the rest of the Eritrean youth population. This violated the church canons that prevent clergy members from participating in any military activities. As a result, many churches have been closed. Two, the regime raided clergy students in the monasteries without any regard to the dignity and spirituality of the monasteries. By taking away the young people who were preparing to replace the clergy and forcing them to serve in endless military service, the regime was working very hard to undermine the church. With no youth, it would eventually fail to exist. At this time, the monasteries have only elderly monks, and there are no youth to replace them. Number three, the regime restricted the number of clergy available to serve the church in the church. In order to purposely frustrate the clergy and force them to leave the church, it confiscated the legal benefits of the clergy, such as available land and the in-kind support they were receiving from the faithful church members. Four, the regime closed the vibrant Sunday schools that were educating the youth to believe in the real gospel. Instead, the PEC Synod allowed the Mahabar Kurusan that I mentioned earlier, led by Daniel Kurat, to control all Sunday schools classes. Mahabar Kurusan is centered in Addis Ababa. It's politically motivated organization that is anti-gospel and wants to keep the church backward, filled with ignorant clergy who will only obey the totalitarian government. This organization has been given a very high status in Eritrea by the regime and is currently exercising all full power to completely control the church and Sunday schools in Eritrea at this time. Number 5, the regime is actively trying to heavy-handedly appropriate money that the church has collected through donations. Instead of growing and trying to expand the missionary work that the church has to do, the money has been forcefully channeled to the regime's coffers. 6, the regime elected its own puppet patriarchs and bishops who just follow and implement its orders without any question. Number 7, the regime arrested many knowledgeable and educated clergy, including monks, and incarcerated them with no due process for over 19 years. 8, the church was not able to establish a modern theological center. The regime confiscated over $500,000 donated by the Egyptian Coptic Church to build a theological center. Moreover, as an effort to win the heart of the people, the head of the regime himself was seen in the national TV setting a corner store for the construction of theology building. But that never happened. Number 9, the regime is trying to make the church a cultural center with hollow faith. Instead of teaching and telling the true gospel, the regime is making the church into merely a cultural center that will chant and sing with the drums. All members of the church should be educated and became aware of the regime's plan to control the church. We have to keep our faith. If we do this, I believe the church is on the verge of resurrection, and God willing, we will succeed. And I will quote from different verses of the verb, from the different verses of the Bible about the church. Destroying the church implies destroying the society, because the church builds honest and hardworking people, is anti-corruption and anti-discrimination, is a source of order, justice, and law. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Deacon, for that. All right. Next up, we have Mr. Yosef Ashkadam. Q&A. Oh, I'm sorry. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah. Just one question. I mean, one information. The new thing that I have never said, because I have been because I have been reading and writing a lot about Unios and the Orthodox Church. There is one news that has surprised me about Mahabar Kurusan, originating from Addis Ababa and probably Eritrea. That, to me, it's just new, and I couldn't somehow accommodate it in my mind. We say a few things more about that.
Okay, the Mahabar Kurusan, which is led by Daniel Kurat, I'm sure all of you know Daniel Kurat. And this group is, I would say, it's so backward. And this is a group that will say, like, Manap and Hadso, the educated people. And many of them were during the people which have been during the Wayane War. Many people have been sent home from Addis. That's when this Mahabar Kurusan was able to get into the system in Eritrea, 1998 to 2000. And since then, all the people, especially currently the current church administrators, are members of the Mahabar Kursan. We just directly get all their, whatever information from the same like that of the Mahabar Kursan. So we really know them, and to tackle them, we have been taking steps, which is mainly to educate our people. Otherwise, the Mahabar Kursan are definitely controlling the system in the Islamic Islam.
Questions?
There's one question on Zoom first.
Go ahead, Alva.
Everyone, you raised. Okay, may I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Brahmed, for your beautiful, amazing presentation. I just want to ask you a simple question that this barbaric regime is controlling our faith, especially in the diaspora, as we see. But there is some honest people, like innocent people, that think they can still exercise their faith in the barbaric regime controlled church. So what is your message to them? Thank you.
Yeah, I think, as you know, we were the Diocese of Northern America. We were able to create a peace negotiation with, I'm sure you might have seen it in the social media, with a splinter group led by Bishop Shinoda. So those are really a good number of over 150 churches. So we were really, we are very, very successful in terms of like creating that peace agreement with them. So we are very happy with that. And now we are working how to integrate these two groups and then educate our people as well. Mainly from our North America, what we are trying to do is to invest mainly to teach our people. The other problem that these days that we should know is that the regime is hiding in the church that it controls. This is a great hiding place that we have. And anybody talking about the country is like political desirable, talking politics. That's not politics. The church is supposed to talk on behalf of the poor and on behalf of those who have mildness. So that's how they say, like, oh, he's not a priest, he's like a Catholic. So that is not. So we would like to really, everybody should know, especially those fighting the regime, they should avoid all the churches that are being controlled by the regime. These churches should stop, actually. They are financing the regime, and they are being led by the Mahabar Kursan, which is that I mentioned earlier. And we know them very well, but our people, unfortunately, knowledge is very important. For our church, we suffered because our people, they didn't know their faith. Every Orthodox Tewahedo church member doesn't know who the patriarch was. And that was really a shame for all the Orthodox members. And that's our biggest problem as well. Our people, they are very fast to say, I'm Tewahedo, but they don't know what Tewahedo is. And the regime is very articulated. And I'm sure you have seen General Abraha Kasa, talking in the head office of the church. What does he have to do with the church? And I'm sure you might have also heard what Padre Cantinis was talking about, how he has been dealing with Abraha Kasa and the president himself. So what I would advise is the question came to me was, our people should know their faith. And we have all what we need also to teach our people. We have a theology seminary. You can go online classes for theology. We have television programs talking about our faith. And we have also books, reference books in Tigrinya that everybody should know and learn about their own faith. And then because we left our position, that we don't know about our own faith, that's how the regime was able to get in and started to dismantle our church. I hope I passed my message.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have any more time for questions, I'm sorry. Okay, so our final speaker is Mr. Emmanuel Jenaga. Oh, Yosef Asgedo. Sorry.
This is too late. Hello. Oh, how is everybody?
Good.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for everybody to make this all things together and make it happen this event. Let me give my bio because our chairman is Professor keep asking me to send my bio, and I gave him 2 lines. My field of my profession and my specialty as hematologist. And he told me, my friend, please, you need more bio, and I told him send me example or a template, and he sent me 1 page, 1 full page. So I told him I have a migraine now, so I didn't send him any bio. So let me give you a brief bio of myself. I left Asmara in 1985, and I went for scholarship to Sweden. I like the language, and I got scholarship in Middle Tennessee State University. I'm a medical technologist. I graduated in 1994. I have been working as a medical technologist since 1994 for 48 years. I am a generalist. I am a microbiologist. I am a chemical chemist. I am a hematologist. So I have been working as a generalist for 28 years. But my field of specialty is hematology, which studies the abnormalities of blood cancer. I have been working in Vanderbilt Medical Technology, the Ivy League of the South. It has 30,000 employees. I am a father of 2 girls. They went to high school. They are 18 and 19. I guess that's my brief bio, Mr. Yosef. Thank you very much. Okay, my topic is National Military Service and its impact on socio-economy. But for clarification's sake, I will divide my presentation into 4 sections. First, I'm going to talk about SAWA, and second, I'm going to talk about the indefinite military service, and third, I'm going to talk about the impact and the consequence of independent military service. Last but not least, I will talk about the proposed solutions. So this presentation is basically for the consumption of the Western audience. So if I say something simple, please be patient. I will start with SAWA. SAWA started, we call SAWA the Orwellian training camp in Western
desert of Eritrea. It's about 125 miles from the capital city, Asmara. And Sawa started in 1993. I will give you a chronological dates just for the sake of simplicity. After the Ethio-Eritrean border war, the National Military Service has become indefinite National Military Service. 2003, the Warsaw Ikalo Academy started, which the last year of high school, they go to Sawa. And they do the 6 months military training and 1 year academic learning. So about 10 to 20,000 people go to Sawa. A few of them make it to college, and most of them they go their fate, and destiny is indefinite military service, which they assign them in different capacities. Some of them work in security, some of them work in mining, some of them work in construction, and so on. I would like you to take about 4 points concerning Sawa. Sawa is, as we say, the Orwellian training camp. And Sawa is like an incubator which produces the young Warsaw generation indoctrinated in the image of Sharia. And this indoctrination and brainwashing of Sharia to the young Warsaw generation, it has been intoxicated and blinded the young Warsaw generation to the extent that the young generation, they almost lose their moral compass. They lose their humanity and they sell their own soul. You can imagine if you sell your own soul, your humanity, and you lose your moral compass, there is nothing that you cannot do. The saddest example is the genocide in Ukraine. So this is, in a nutshell, Sawa. And the 5th point I would like to mention is in Sawa is the spy network. The spy network, it has a deep-rooted consequences. What they tell the young generation is how to spy your friend, your neighbor, and your family. I would borrow what Dan Connet said, which is cult culture, which means they even go to the extent to break the family ties. That's how deep they can go. As we know, the family is the nucleus of our society. The family is the fabric of our society. If you destroy the family, if you destroy your society, this is a cultural genocide. That's what happened in Sawa. As we know, watch your mouth. If you have a close friend, a close family, if you go to Eritrea, the first thing they tell you is watch your mouth. When you ride the taxi, watch your mouth on saying coffee shop, watch your mouth. Because what reminds me is a big brother is watching you. 1984, George Orwell. The novel, you can see during the communist regime, it used to happen. Big brother is watching you. What you see on the wall was Joseph Stalin picture. Back home, you see taxpayers. Picture of Isaiah Sapoti, so that means even walls have ears. So that comes to my mind. So the reason we have this spy network is in order to create suspicion and mistrust among our population. So this is about SAWA, and let's go to indefinite military service. This indefinite military service is they have this so-called proclamation of 82, 1995. It has 39 articles. Trust me, all of them are not functional. I'm just giving you this article 8 and 9 and 18 for document's sake. Because we have some naive, they try to disprove you, or this is the documentation. Article 8 says, active to do military service. Article 9 says, to take military training, age limit is 40, age limit is 18 to 40, and time frame is 18 months. But what Article 18 says is, nevertheless, the Minister of Defense decide the extension of time. How long it has been? 25 years. This indefinite military service is a state-sponsored and systemic. Because this indefinite military service is for life. Indefinite military service is a limitless source of free labor and slavery. So, state-sponsored, systemic, and no normalcy. That means you can work, you can own your life, you can't go to school, you can't raise a family, you can't build a house, you can't move from one place to another place. This is a total control. What action do you have? If you have a total control of your life, you go to the next slide, if you have it to the next one. Okay. What is the consequence of this? Mass exodus, human trafficking, economic stagnation, and political conflict. When we say mass exodus, it's a brain drain. It's outsourcing. If you lose the brightest or highly educated people, once they leave the country, to replace this cream of the crop of the nation, it takes my 20 to 30 years to replace this kind of education, this kind of loss of human capital. This is the destruction of the nation. Human trafficking and human suffering. When we say human trafficking, in this day and age, human trafficking is a borderless slavery. And human suffering, we have seen it, the calamity and the fiasco of Lampedusa disaster, in which over 300 men, women, and children perished. And we have seen it in the desert of Libya and Sinai, and there is a lot of rape, enslavement, and torture. This caused to our people a psychological trauma. This psychological trauma, we have PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. If untreated, it will stay with you for a long time. That's why we see in this time our diaspora population, they have nightmares, anxiety, stress, depression. This is the human trauma they have. We have an increase in suicide rate. We have seen loneliness. We have seen suffering of men, women, and children. Economic stagnation. This is economic hegemony, which is a government monopoly. We don't have any private sector, whether it's domestic or foreign. The only thing an investor or a businessman wants to have is security of his establishment, security of his assets. But in Eritrea, let alone have security of your assets, you don't even have security of your life. What they do is they leave the country to the neighboring countries like Kenya, Uganda, which they can have security, peace, and freedom. And we have inflation. The cost of this is high, skyrocketing. Currency fluctuation, which I don't know, $1, sometimes 15, sometimes $50, 15 alpha. So we have all this when it comes to our economic hegemony. Political conflict. We have seen in the history of Sha'abia any political conflict, any political dissent met with heavy-handed. We have torture, kill, establishment, imprisonment. You will have all these problems. So we have seen it in case of, like in the 70s, in the case of Mecca, they call them extreme leftists or regionalists. Same thing in case of Yemen, rightists or regionalists. In case of the able veterans, they call them spoiled, anti-op, which they don't have food to eat, clothes to wear. This is ironic at best, but this is how Sha'abia operates. We have seen it in case of G15, or they call them Wayale, or defeatists. That's how they operate. They have character assassination, blackmailing, labeling. This is Sha'abia's modus operandi. That's why we have army deserters, conscription invaders, and we have 400 prisons. This is the fate of the consequence we have in our country. The proposed solution, I'm not talking about the regime, the totalitarian regime in Eritrea. I'm talking about the proposed solution after regime change. We know this reign, his track record speaks for itself. He will never change. So as we know, we have to implement the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The 30 Declaration of Human Rights, Eritrea is which is a guarantor, which none of it Eritrea honor, but for simplicity sake or document sake, I will have out of 30 articles, Article 3, right to life. There is no life in Eritrea. It's slavery. And Article 4, freedom from slavery, with slavery in Eritrea. Article 18, freedom of religion. We have persecution of religious figures. One of the proposed solution is national service should be voluntary, not mandatory. It's okay to be mandatory, but it has to have a term limit. And there is no such thing like Proclamation of 82, 1995. National service should be incorporated in the Constitution. Since the Constitution is the social contract of our people. So it needs to be implemented in the Constitution. What I mean by Constitution is I'm not talking about the 1997 Constitution, which has a lot of loopholes, need to be rewritten and amended. So we have to have a constitution for the Eritrean people, which must be inclusive. And art of diplomacy. What did Amani Asana said? Amensra, diplomacy about diplomatic prostitution. That's what they have, Javia. So, you know, they shoot first and then they get diplomacy. We have seen it, go to war with Sudan, go war to Yemen, Djibouti, and Ethiopia. This regime, this totalitarian regime, lives in war, chaos, disaster. If there is no war, he has to create war. That's why he went to Tigray or Ethiopia years ago. So, to make a long story short, I'm not going to hold you long, but we urge the international community. Appeasement doesn't work with totalitarian regime. They have been appeasing him for the last 30 years, but it didn't bear any fruit. So what they have to do is a regime change. This regime needs to be changed. Appeasement doesn't work. We have seen it then, and we have seen it now. So, last but not least, when we say this government never changed, because just like a tiger will never be a vegetarian. I finish my Any questions?
أنا يوسف بعدي. Okay.
Does anyone have questions?
سلام كبرات حتى حرز بروجرام زي بدك نقل سبعة انترفيو تبرينا لازم stay tuned.
Joseph, that was very touching.
Thank you.
I'm actually triggered right now with everything you said. I don't know why we still have this government that's doing all these bad things. I don't know if it speaks about the government or about us.
Yeah.
This government needs to go like yesterday. Not even yesterday, 30 years ago. Okay, our last speaker today is going to be Mr. Emmanuel Gabrab. I'm told he's here. Um, we're going to read his bio and welcome him to the stage. Hannah, do you want to read his bio? Oh, thank you.
He's an IT professional with postgraduate degrees in data science and political science. He grew up in Eritrea and left in 2020 for Sudan. And he worked with the COI on Eritrea on its 2016 report. He's been an activist in the years 2011 and 2016. So, welcome.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So the topic that was given to me was the mass exodus from Eritrea, and I had to make what I wanted to do out of it. I wasn't given any particular field to focus, but the focus that I wanted to the issue that I wanted to focus on was what is its implication to us or to those in the diaspora who are actively looking to bring about change. And in the context of being in the diaspora, given there is so much that one can do, I have tried to tailor about what are the challenges that are posed when people from any given country are migrating abroad in search of a better life. And basically, the short statement would have been there is Eritrea outside of Eritrea because there are just so many Eritreans who are living in the country. And so I could bore you and spend time providing academic explanations, the problem of mass, in particular, use exodus out of Eritrea, but I think that has been done better than I can ever do elsewhere. So today, what I want to focus on is what does it mean to us, and how can we use the challenge that the mass migration poses into an opportunity for us to provide a viable alternative in the diaspora to the KFDJ-led organizations, which are also active here. Because at the end of the day, the fight is, if you consider this as a market of ideas, then people have to be drawn naturally to the better idea, and we have to be able to provide that. And I'm not saying we don't do that, but I just will give my 2 cents on that. So, having said that, I want to focus today on what we in the diaspora can do to build strong issue-inspired civil society groups. As we all know, and is well documented, the Eritrean government relies heavily on diaspora mobilization to legitimize itself and critically to generate important financial resources. And the diaspora basically presents a target population that is relatively detached from the direct impact of KFDJ's injurious policies, but is also looking to reconnect with its cultural and linguistic heritage. So I think this gives the KFDJ a very good target population to exploit the need by catering to their desire to reconnect with the country they just left, while also being away from being impacted directly by the KFDJ's continuing bad policies that are impacting us who otherwise live in Eritrea. So even though PFDJ's diaspora support had been waning, that's my observation, I don't have statistics to back it up, but it had been waning and people had significantly moved away from supporting them until the recent civil war in Ethiopia, the unjustified war in Tigray. And then recent trend, I think, shows that a lot more people are now more sympathetic to PFDJ and PFDJ organizations than a couple of years ago. At least many more have become more sympathetic, if not active. So it is therefore a critical moment for us, the diaspora position, to redirect and recalibrate its strategy, our strategy. Since 2011, which is what I remember having been active since then, the diaspora position grew into a significant force, drawing a lot of people to support their political activism. And those activities have mainly been aimed at challenging the regime in Eritrea through utilization of international mechanisms of governance and through various other political activities geared towards the mobilization of popular support and raising international awareness. And I think that has been done to a great extent, given, I think, the establishment of the Commission of Inquiry and its findings and the recommendations are or were the ultimate thing that one can achieve using the international mechanisms of governance. Granted, that was not followed with sustained political and diplomatic pressure on the government, given the situation, the change of government in Ethiopia and the resultant opening up of both countries to the Western, the international community in general. So without attempting to undermine the efforts of the political activism of the last 10 years, I think they have run their course, because the main thing is there is only so much that can be done, politically speaking, in our context. I want to point out that it is an opportune moment for the opposition groups to focus their efforts on social activism instead. Social activism is the only way to leverage our position as diaspora activists to impact the region where it hurts, and in so doing, to present a viable alternative, a strong and sustained civil society. However, social activism is not only about challenging the KFDJ's diaspora institutions, but it's also about ensuring the viability and stability of the post-KFDJ Eritrea, which will inevitably come sooner or later. So let me now try to disentangle what I mean by what generally is meant by social activism before delving into what it means for us in practice. So the word social refers to the idea of working with other people, members of the society where change is desired. Social activism has at its heart the imperative of fostering opportunities for participation. So participation is the key ingredient here. We have to draw as many people as possible so that we can build strong and solid issue-led civil society groups. And the activism part of the social activism is mainly geared towards bringing about institutional and behavioral change. Activism is powerful when it is issue-inspired and then so you need to identify critical issues and ways to overcome or harness the issue to an opportunity for social mobilization. So focusing on fostering opportunities, how do we foster opportunities for participation? And in so doing, how do we exploit the massive opportunity the mass migration of youth from Eritrea has created? My argument is, which I think may be unpopular in this room and beyond, is that we have to so far failed to build a strong civil society in the diaspora that is based on trust and a shared common goal. So our near obsessive focus on the political goals that we set, we neglect to see each other as people who hail from the same or similar linguistic and cultural heritage, and as a society bound by a shared political future. We have failed to present a viable alternative to the PFDJ, an alternative that the Eritrean diaspora needs to reconnect with its culture, heritage, and collective future. It is evident that the mass exodus presents a real and material danger to Eritrea's cultural heritage. This is basically when too many people leave the country, and especially when many of them, or at least the largest majority of them, are young people, then we are essentially left without enough people to carry on the tradition, not PFDJ tradition, but the countries. What makes Eritrea Eritrea is not the independence struggle or whatever happens after that, but it is the people who have always been there with tradition and cultures. So when you have mass exodus, you have risk of those not being carried over to the next generation. It is also apparent that we have failed to challenge this significant danger head on. Not only that, we remain stuck in the habits of old that not only have failed to garner adequate popular support, but also for the most part led to fatigue, exhaustion, and purposelessness in most of the avid supporters of the opposition. Therefore, I humbly suggest it is time for the diaspora movement, if you will, to recalibrate and refocus its efforts by focusing on developing mechanisms for socio-economic, psychological, and spiritual support for Eritreans abroad. This is desperately needed. Many of those who have escaped Eritrea and made it to Europe and America continue to face significant challenges integrating with their new environments, socially, economically, psychologically, and spiritually. The psychological toll of their journey out of Eritrea and their predicaments while in Eritrea is well documented. Elsewhere, I refer you to reviewers. This challenge and the mass exodus in general provide us with tremendous opportunity to build strong civil societies, to rival PFDJ-led diaspora organizations, and to capture the hearts and minds of the many Eritreans. With this in mind, it is imperative to reevaluate antagonistic activities that may in the short term be satisfactory from the point of view of sating justified anger and rage of many, but will nevertheless in the longer term result in the weakening and delegitimization of the diaspora opposition movement. Preventing PFDJ-led community events and festivities as a strategy is evidently unsustainable and cannot replace the critical need for alternative. It must be noted that most Eritreans in the diaspora who are attracted to PFDJ or PFDJ events do so out of their desire to be part of a community that they identify with. We must also look beyond mere PFDJ style dance party to building real local communities and networks of support that focus on providing year-round opportunities for socialization, socio-economic, psychological, and spiritual support. In order to committedly do this, we need to come to the realization that social activism, not political activism, is the future of the diaspora opposition. We need to understand what explains the vicious cycle of Eritreans fleeing in mass only to then support financially or otherwise the very system that they escaped from. Many theories could be invoked for this phenomenon, but one of necessity must find the answer in the idea of Eritreanism as defined by the PFDJ, and what it means to those who want to identify themselves as Eritreans. I will defer to psychologists to expand on this phenomenon. My propensity is to suggest things we can do to offer an alternative to the PFDJ version of Eritreanism. Forming civil society groups whose mission is social activism, focused on building support networks for Eritreans in the diaspora, could allow Eritreans to forge a new and improved identity, one that is centered on building strong social fabric through grassroots level support networks. More concretely, establishments could be set up across major cities in Europe and America that cater for the socio-economic, psychological, and spiritual needs of the many Eritreans who continue to struggle to settle in their new countries of habitation. Many would balk at such a suggestion and wonder what the purpose of such an endeavor would be, to which I turn my attention. Finally, the explanation for why the diaspora opposition movement has become chaotic, and ineffective can be found in the lack of trust building civil society groups. Without going into detail, free, independent, organic, and bottom-up civil society groups are non-existent in Eritrea. It has been shown through multiple academic studies of past revolutions that the success of change movements or revolutions is largely dependent on functioning, vibrant, and strong civil society groups. This is why it is important that the diaspora opposition groups refocus their efforts in socio-economic activism, where activities that promote and build trust among Eritreans in the diaspora are prioritized. Where PFDJ says country first, we must rather say individual and collective good of Eritrean communities comes first. By suggesting the above, I don't feel political activism and goals have become irrelevant or unnecessary. Far from it, my suggestion is that social activism is the critical fuel that will propel us to achieving the political goals we desire as people. Thank you.
Five minutes? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can still, this we can start. Okay.
Any questions?
Okay. All right. عايز كسب متى هلا؟ معنا لا تدخل. Okay. سلام أزاي خبركم تخاتلتي حجي درجاتي توم زعربو درجة وبلا مالو هذا حدث سبات سن أجمرنا شارج كده لها ها Oh, okay, sorry, I don't زراعة خمسين.
Oh, no, I don't. Kalau soal
Okay, so. sudah haram urut ini. Sorry. You have to check. Sorry. Check it no. We can do. Check it no. سلام سمعنا تلي خمس كحدا بلو زخبر قاتلتي حدا بلو اوكي I think ودينا لنا تنايز نبرنا تيغنا عصوينا حدا سكبلنا زخبركم تقاتلتي سمعنا تليهم thank you so much كباي زوي سكا حجي تقاتلكم كلاتكم طعمنا مسكن نابز هجوانا بواشنطن دي سي نازلنا خمتي تسمعوا تقاتلوا وزغنخم مالتي تمال لهم عنتن بواشنطن دي سي had a symposium تخيل الله yes thank you so much thank you my Michael thank you كان زالني كان زهزبي كلاتكم هابتهم كحساي صعمتنا مسكن سو حجي تهنقبرينا كم زراعكم موت مال لهم عنتن كلتا معالتي صباح خاصة معالت له لما عنتي تخبي نيرو انتم زيادة زسحبهم نجار ويستمهروا نجار ويكال زخلتها معالتها يكوزخوا والكسب كم فردسب كم هاجر زبل التحساس أويتات تنكي يخون هذا بحدا خنا قروا الكومينا ممهر تمزجني زيادة أوكي alright سلام حبزي حاونا هاي سيناتر كنا قريت قلنا لكم علينا سيناتر سلسلة ايه تفضلوا مالتيو ناي عدنا سيناتر يصبح بقول رئيسي أصلا اوكي سو بحاجات مال تبغى قلت مقرب كلنا نيركان كم ترد أهني أبناء برقينا حمرن هلسن حافشات تسفوتي قلت يعني رامو قلت زعات في الساقل
تحسوا تاقتمي ناي نافقوتي اقر ما قدا دما نافقوتي من وداء يا فلسن برقيدنا حمودو حبيرم مزسرحو نافقوتي كتقول لا يقول يوم عدي كوسدني يقول هو أبلغته جي نافقوت عدينا في غيا عدينا في غيا لكن جي تنافقوتي قلت كل خط مرير نايس تنافقوت ولادي ولدنا خريتنا أدرس كلها أدرس الناس كلها نريها لنا لنا خادتنا أبسدت كلنا عريفا كورنينا ناشتهوا هذا دم ديتاتهم ذلوان اوكي جي نافقوت عدي مري كبيد المقانو كردانا كالاي دما بخمي كان بصح فلسي بمرتاو حزل غيرو نهزبو يردن يترنفن علو برقيدنا حمودخا اب قبره وعل علو يدخا نت محور نايس لاينا بحده ويسوق وصيتو رينايو تمالي اب هولاند استقبري اب جيسن جيرمان استقبري اب لندن قالوا معلتي زوا عليه سعبون نفسيات الكون ذكبر بعبي وقل برقيدنا حمودو نمن سياتنا يكون حبيتنا اب برابيرو ناي عوت من قد معرف كمبيوترنا له دي فلسي بجهوناتن بتمرتن بخلاتن غيرو كمرح تقول بتزلو من سيد ما برقيدنا وينو ابعد خلتو كلتيو تتحاحيز خلتنا خمس خل بهيوتنا خلنا عدنا هنريا خمس زي جوقوانا سرعات هاجرنا زبرسو زلو دما بزحات رجزي خنب تنسبون كنبارون كم نخل زحبر أعتقد مناتي لزت مال زرع أنا وأنا في السيف ونروح مع الكبيرة الناس بحول الجامي تايو دك هاجر بخميري وعدم كمون زعبة هاجرنا أفضل تزلون البوليتيكا سبورت الهرينا لما عالتي كنت مالي كم بعد دام كونيل سنة أنا 5 عام استوى زي بروفيسور دام كونيلي قال السنة فوتي كاب إيرتون لعلي زيادة سفنطة خنياتهم مستراسي بنو سمرحتن الرغب نيرو كيدو خائر نيرو جيب درجة زي بكمي بس إحنا 5 الناس فلتي زعبنا بزارب كمو بعد مايكروبن ولا عندنا كيد دي هاي كلام جن ذهبوا من بحري بتعم سبونيرو لهم ممكن مع المارتي بلاوت على باشا بعد يصير كلهم زغربوا خلها تعمي مهارن جلاسن أرنافن أرنامن كوينو رخيبه له زي كأك خلصن إدليه كان عوة منتي كم قرنا دما إذن أيلهم سيمبيزيوم دما أبي أرتاز السرعات beyond the dictatorship ديكتاتورات كو خم بعد جنرال بارك ناي ساوث كوريا ندارها عدمنا بيك ايرم مالو اساس كن ناي عنوات فطرتي من قصقاس زخل كم حجن سمعوا لنا اب اسمرا خم حدا وتنا حدا زين 3 غزي تفتش مالو علتهم من بابر خال حسر اذا برد خاب سبي تفتير زبليمو زين قبر زلنا زعوتي قصلي نداليو 7 وتلبسه غني الله
Thank you so much مثلا هنراينا okay الرأي ما بتمسكن so next time هذا كالي قاش حزنا لكم قريبنا خبركم تخاطرنا من يدلنا next so وصلنا
اوكي سلام كبرات سمعتنا خمي وعيلكم وعلنا بتعمي تصبق وعيلو دقيمة السلام كلكم دلي أنا ووجني قاش شغلاتني عشان أبغى على خطر لالي سيستر أرجانش بسرعة مسانا أبزقاسي كي تفليت نويح جزيرة الحتى عمو نالبات لما عندي زوا على دماء انتهي كمزوا على فرسي وعلى يدالو أبزي زدالو زلوا على نايلو ما عندي وعلنا انتهي مسك كمزنا برا زلوات وبحتة كتقلص أنا يمو سيستر أرجانش وي بروفيسور أرجانش كله هو سلازي سكنايلو ما عندي وعلى انتهي مسك بروفيسور أرجانش
وكابت مالي مرجم برلي
هراي
ناي فرسي وعلو كابت مالي تجيبو أنا خمي إزريو فرسيسي تزريأس بقيلا حجي سلز بقلت ماين مقبن يدليايو دفع يدليايو كتكسر ما انتي زبيل الرأي حزناس بس أنا إذا كله يتوهمنا يتمهرتي إذا كله سب ربناتو زرعيو وتزعابي خا public awareness in the whole world international سكردو أو سمعو زخلالو من قد سلازهوني جميرنا يلنا إزي أكل يخن كتصلعينا عندنا وين كن كتصلعينا كسبتا فلسي أطبق أفراد تمصالنا كتمصالنا بقروب زيخا قروباتنا سلازي تعمل حوشو عليه لو تبال تحوشي لو تحوشي سلامي
بزي قاطعمي أنا نسلومي الرخو لزلنا حدا قاطعمي عمل العالم منسيات دك أخي لكن نوح عمد كتك على سلوت أنا أخي بجبري عبايتا زرقيلو تقدف زحبالو تقوايلو كي تكبراتو تبروباغندا أو عندنا زلو قناتات نخير نخشف كم كبت اللي متابع خويلو بروباغندا نمبر أفقر عدتات عدد صبوكم زلو هذا صبوكم زلو أمانكم زلو سلامكم زلو سلام أبزي بلو تحب زي بلو حرنت أبزي بلو أوان كندو عينت بانديرات خدينو دانكيرات جبرو أوان برجينا حمود ما أيفالو ملكعنا نسيكونا إحنا ملكعنا سجودات أو عدنا دخاتات زيت قدب سكرنا وتدرنا فتح زي بلنا آياتنا تأثيرون نحن وندر بدا بلي عنا سلازي ملكعنا يكون نيلو أبز الزخدو بوتا يحنكم لما أبكم ساعة عينت هوا هو يناقات بس إحنا زلنا مو اسكي نزوم نقصات ولا دخي قداياتنا يسرعات الزخون دما أو عدم قومتهم حنقو زقبهم برخاص بلعم ترف بحر دما أبدأ بسد زلو زلو زقبرو زلو أسي انتاي أو حتى فترة كيزكي ما يسمعك
يغني اللي تمسمين ودي زم دكاين اليوم كل شعب زارولو بنديرة أريتراخ تورد كلا بخنايون زقوين أنا بسرقيا يذكرني بعبي سخاتكم كأبريجاد نحمدو أيكونن زلوكم Brigade for Justice and Freedom. إذا شيء زيه بكم الله. مخنياتو بأخذكم يا ختمت الله. إسكم كهنا بدكم إنك لكم كتحفوا نزعدنا. إسخاتكم زي تفلتوا ديمقراطي خمسة برنا ديمقراطي نكايد خمسة برنا كال تمهرت خمسة برنا أمره خمسة لنا حسبتوا وعنا حليف الناس بخالوت نتجزأ أنا تاني ناس تزجد لك قادر جن هاي السلاش نحشدنا كفتو ولادنا نبلو زمرح زل نصها ناساتكم قدلة تكون أدم كيركم أدكيكم أيام هاركم زي كبدلان تخارن تبنجان منم نجراير أكون سلازي يا أكل نلقيتا بمبالكم قبل بيز حبس قبل بيز مسدنكم يا أكل نلقيتا عين قد فكانينا ختلاقص أب حق الله عد تولينا إنا أب حق الله حجنا برالنا بز حق ما تنكا كن بدها كائنا بمبالكم أزيو حبسيو كم أوي نبذلنا يقطع أمريكا خم مسؤول تزفترمو مسؤول كوينا خلاص أبدأ كحجزهم أجهم أبدو أبغنهم عليهم كلهم زخون خوينو جن تجبروا زلهم ناي سرعة نحجنيو كاب سرعة حجن زوجي أي تنكفوا أي تحرقوا ቀሲልኩም ተረድእዎ ትገብሩ ናይ ስርዓትኩም ብፅቡቅ ክኸደልኩም ዝኽእል በዚ መንገዲ እዚ እዩ ብጣዕሚ ብጣዕሚ ኣጀኹም ክብለኩም ጀጋኑ ደቀይ ደቀይ ንዝመፁ ዘለዉ ወለዶ ከተሕልፍዎ ክምሓፀነኩም ይደሊ ይቐኒየለይ
በዚ ኣጋጣሚ ፕሮፌሰር ኣልጋነሽ ኣብ ኣሜሪካ እውን ብርጌና ሓሙድ ተመስሪት ኣሎ ጅግና ሓውና ዳዊት ካፕቴን ኤርትራ ተበግሶ ወሲድ ኣሎ ብኩሉ ተዋዓዊዕ ኣሎ ቀዳማይ ዕላማና ከዓኒ ኣብ ሲያትል ካብ ኦገስት 4 ካብ 6 ይግበር ብሙሉእና ናብ ንወፍር ኣለና ኣብ መላእ ኣሜሪካ ዘሎ ደላይ ለውጢ ደላይ ፍትሒ ኣብ ሲያትል ክርአ እዩ ብወግዕ ድማኒ ህግደፍ ነቲ ትገብሮ ዘሎ ፕሮፓጋንዳ ጠጠው ከብሎ ፃዊዕት ክግበር እዩ ሰላማዊ ዝኾነ ፍትሓዊ ዝኾነ ዲሞንስትሬሽን ክገብር ይዳሎ ኣሎ ከምቲ ኣብ ኤውሮጳ ዝረኣኽዮም ተባዓት ብርጌድ መሓመዱ ኣብ ኣሜሪካ እውን ተመስሪት ኣሎሞኒ በዚ ኣጋጣሚ ነዚ ሓድሽ ተበግሶ ከመይ ክትሪኦ ክትመፅና ዲኻ ሲያትል
ብጣዕሚ ብጣዕሚ ተሓጒሽ ኣለኹ ምክንያቱ ብሪጌድ ኣሚን ካፕቴን ኤሪትራ ዳዊት ወደይ መፅኡ ነይሩ እንዲ ቅድሚ ሕጂ እዚ ሎሚ እውን ድመፅእ መሲልን ነይሩ ኣይመፀን ዝኾነ ኮይኑ ሰሚዐዮ ኣለኹ ምስ ቴዲ ፕረስ ክዛረብ ከሎ ኣብ ሲያትል ክኸይድ እዩ ናይ ሲያትል ከዓ ኣፀቢቑ ዓብዩስ ናባና ገፁ እንተወረደ ክኸይድ ኢሎም እኳ በዚ ግዜ እዚ ተኣሽሙ ክገብረልኩም ኣይክእልኒ ግን ናባይ ክመፅእ እፅበ እየ ዘሎ ኣብዚ ኤርያ እዚ እንድሕር መፅኡ ግን ኣብ ዝቐረበ ቦታታት ምሳኹም ክኸይድ ይኽእል እየ ሲያትል ግን ቁሩብ ርሕቕ ዝበለ እዩ በዚ ግዜ እዚ ከዓ ክኸይድ ኣይክእልኒ እየ ዝብል ግን ዝኾነ ኮይኑ ክከታተለኩም እየ ብሕልፊ ንካፕቴን ኤሪትራ ከዓ ብዘይ መጠን ኣድማየር ዝገብሮ ንሱ ምምርሑ ከዓ ብዘይ መጠን ይሕጉስን ኣሎ ኣጆኹም ሲያትል እውን ኣጆኹም ከምቶም ቀዳሞት ኣሕዋትኩም ቀፂልኩም ሕዝዎ ኣብ ሲያትል ዘለዉ ኤሪትራዊ ይበዝሑ ካብዚ ተቓነ ዘለዉ ኤሪትራውያን ስለዚ ኣጆኹም ኣብ ጎንኩም ኣለና
ቴንክ ዩ ፕሮፌሰር ኣልጋነሽ ደጊመ ይመስግን ኣብ ዝሓፃር ግዜ ምስ ኩሉ ድኻም ግዜ ክይብክስ ስለዝሃብክኒ ደጊመ ይመስግነኪ ይቐኒለይ
يغني ودي تمسكن كل جزء خاصم عكاي تصلهم وغيرك كلتيهم ليتي مشات دكاسه وسلم ساعه عصرت خوم كل ما يوم لازم لك حاجه قريب له it's very educational it's very nice today was the best day I get I think after Molly صباح العيد
صباح خاز بلصح كابت مالي لو مي حاجت مالي أنا ينوركم ونريح سلازي ينورك يا لومري أنا مسمت آخر يخي
سندك لجنات ما يقرب سبسرا قصور هاي أخوني يغسر بي مسئل حق تتمرت مسحلة في الحل يكون مسكين يقن عندكم كبوتهم عندكم
مخبرات سمعتنا برنامجنا تتصليكم حدا قاشا علمني دحري بروفيسور ألغانش مصفان
باي باي ثانك يو
ثانك يو سو ماتش
بروفيسور ثانك يو بروفيسور ثانك يو سلام كبرى سمعتنا كمون حدا قاشاونا لني وعلونا لو ما عنتي انتي كم زمسل نسون كنقرنا لو ما عنتي بتعمي دستبل ብዙሕ መፅናዕታዊ ፅሑፋት ቀሪቡ ብዙሓት ኤርትራውያን ናቶም ተመክሮ ካፊሎም እቲ ቀንዲ ንገብሮ ዘለና ኣብ ኤርትራ ሪጅም ቼንጅ ኣብ ኤርትራ ለውጢ ንምምፃእ ህዝቢ ኤርትራ ድማ ንምምፃእ እዩ ይስማዓኩም ኣሎ ድምፀይ እስከ ሓደ ግበሩለይ ሽምካ ብምልላይ ክንጅምር ኢና
ሽመይ ተስፋ ዝተወልደ በሃል ኣብ ሜሪላንድ ይቕመጥ أبان فلسي
Thank you تصفاسك تولد دمتو تسمعون تلقيكم مسكين ملكت حدا ودي قرماي اوكي thank you ودي قرماي مو تصفاسك لومي وعلو وعلى فلسي رئينا لنا بوزح مصنعتاو صحفاتي قريب بوزحات سباتون حسابهم هيبهم نايلو ما انت زنبره طبلحتا خانتاي مسل اسكي سمعتنا
يا ناي تمالن يرو نايلو ما انت زنبره طبلحتانا بتاعني صبو يرو نابنت ኣማኒኤል ኣሰና ዘቕረቦ ባህርያት ናይ ሻዕብያ ብፍላይ ባህርያት ናይ ኢሳያስ ፅቡቅ ገይሩ ገሊፅና መታለሊ ሓሳዊ ሰራቂ ምዃኑ ኣብ ዲፕሎማሲ ይኹን ኣብ ቁጠባ ዝገበሩ ምድንጋራት ፅቡቅ ገይሩ ገሊፅዎ ማለት እዩ ካብኡ ብምቕፃል እውን የሴፍ ከማነ ባህርያት ናይ ሻዕብያ ፅቡቅ ገይሩ ገሊፅልና ብጣዕሚ ፅቡቅ ነይሩ ክበሃል ይከኣል ማለት እዩ ኣዝዩ ማለት ከም ትሕርን ሃገርና ወሪዳቶ ዘላ ዓዘቕቲ ማዕረ ክንደይ ከም ዝኾነ የረድእ ነይሩ ከምኡ ናይ ፕሮፌሰር መንግስቲ ኣብ ዝነበረ ኣቀራርባ ብዛዕባ ናይ ቁጠባ ናይ ኤርትራ ማዕረ ክንደይ ከም ዝዓነወ ሻዕብያ ንህዝብና ንቁጠባና ንባህርያዊ ሃብቲ ናይ ኤርትራ ማዕረ ክንደይ መዝሚዙ ናብ ሕሱም ድኽነትን ውርደትን ኣቃሊዕና ከም ዘሎ ብስታቲክስ ዘቕረቦ ከዓ ብጣዕሚ መሳጢ ነይሩ ማለት እዩ ካብዚ ተበጊስና ስርዓት ናይ ኢሳያስ ብዝኾነ ይኹን ሓይሊ ክእለ ከም ዘለዎ እቲ ሪጅም ቸንጅ ዝብል ሎማዓንቲ ዘበገስናዮ ሲምፖዚዮም እቲ ናቱ ተም ትኽክል ከም ዝነበረ የርኢ ማለት እዩ ስለምንታይ ኢሳያስን ስርዓቱን ክቕየር ከም ዘለዎ ዘእምን ነይሩ ክበሃል ይከኣል ማለት እዩ
ቴንክ ዩ ብጣዕሚ እየ ዘመስግን ምሳቅ ቅፅል ኣቢልካ ክሪኦ ዝደሊ ኣብዚ እዋን እዚ ናይ ስርዓት ምቕላይ ወይ ምቕያር ስርዓት ግደፍ ሶሪ ቅሬታ ድምፀ ይስማዕ ከም ዘሎ ንምርግጋፂ ቴንክ ዩ ድምፀ ይስማዕ ከም ዘሎ እንዳረጋገፅኩ እየ ነዚ ሕጂ ሎማዓንቲ ዝቐረበ ብኩሎም ምሁራት ፀብፃብ ብዳታ እንታይ ከም ዝመስል ብፍላይ ኣብዚ መጨረሻ እውን ሓውና የሴፍ ኣስጎዶም ዘቕረብካዮ ሪኢካዮ ኢኻ እቲ ሶሾ ኢኮኖሚክ ክራይሲስ ኣብ ኤርትራ ኣጋጢሙ ዘሎ ብፍላይ ከዓ እቲ ግዱድ ዕስክርና ወይ ድማ ሚሊተሪ ሰርቪስ ጠንቂ ናይ ኩሉ ሽግር መበገስን ማሕበራዊ ሰረትናን ምትእስሳርናን ሰንሰለትናን ዝበተኸ ሓደገኛ ምዃኑ ኣቕሪቦሞ እሞ ክሳብ ክንደይ ከም ዝጎድኣና ዝረኣናዮ እዚ ነገር እዚ ህዝብና ካብዚ ሎማዓንቲ ዝወሰድናዮ ኣብዚ ሰዓት እዚ ስርዓት ንምቕያር ሰዓቱ ኣኺሉ እዩ ዶ ትብል እንታይ ክግበር ኣለዎ
ያ ሰዓቱ ሞ ብጣዕሚ ሓሊፉ ሻዕብያ ሞ እንዲያውም ብናተይ እምነት ሎሚ ዘይኮነሲ ብናተይ ፐርሰናል እምነት ማለት እዩ ክጠፍኡ ነይሮም ካብ ብቀደሙ ምክንያቱ ብሰንኪ ሻዕብያ ክንደይ ህዝቢ ኢና ጠፊኡ ዘሎ ብውሕዱ ህዝቢ ኤርትራ ኣብ ሰዓት እዚ ብሰንኪ ሻዕብያ ዝፈጠሞ ጂኖሳይድ ተተይግበር ነይሩ ህዝብና ኣብ ሰዓት እዚ ካብ 7 ክሳብ 8 ሚልዮን ክኾን እዩ ዝግብኦ ስለዚ እዚ ሬጂም ቼንጅ ዝበሃል ሓሳብ ሎሚ ዘይኮነሲ 91 ወላስ ከብቅዕ ከማን እዩ ነይሩ ህዝባዊ መንግስቲ ሽዑ ክምስረት ቶታል ነይርዎ ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ሓደ ጂኖሳይድ ኣብ ዝፍፀመላ ዘላ ሃገር ሳይለንት ዝኾነ ጂኖሳይድ ኣብ ዝፍፀመሉ ዘላ ሃገር ስርዓት ናይ ምቕያር ምንም ኣሕቶን ርእቶን ከማን እዩ ዝኣቱ ይኮነ ምክንያቱ ናይ ኤርትራ ኩነታት ካብቲ ኣብ ዓለም ዘሎ ዲክታተራት ፍልይ ብዝበለ እዩ ኣብ ርእሲ ህዝቡ ጂኖሳይድ ዝፍፅም ዘሎ ምናልባት ምስ ቁሩ ክመሳሰል ዝኽእል ናይ ካምቦድያ ከም ሓደ ኣብነት ክቐርብ ይኽእል ማለት እዩ ውሽጢ 5 ዓመት 4 ዓመት ሓደ ርብዒ ዝኾኑ ካብቲ ጠቕላላ ህዝቢ 25% ፀኒቱ ማለት እዩ ኢሳያስ ግን ካብኡ ብዝኸፍአ መልክዕ እዩ ኣብ ኤርትራ ፅንተትን ምብትታን ናይ ሕብረተሰብ ንኸትሉ ዘሎ ማለት እዩ ምናልባት ኣብ ኤርትራ ዘሎ ህዝብና ኣብ ሰዓት እዚ ትሕቲ 2 ሚልዮን ዝብል ብናተይ ሓርፋፍ ግምጋም ኣለኒ ማለት ስለዚ ነዚ ከምዚ ጂኖሳይድ ዝፍፅም ዘሎ ስርዓት ዝኾነ ምክንያት ክትምፅኣሉ ቤነፊት ኦፍ ዳውት ክትበሉ ምድንጋር ጥራይ ክኸውን ዝባል ወይ ነፍስካ ምትላል ጥራይ ዝኸውን ስለዚ ኢት ኢዝ ኦቨርዲዩ ስያስን ስርዓቱን ዝቕየረሉ ዝግባእ ግዜ ሲ ብጣዕሚ ከማነስ ሓሊፉ ወይ ከምኡ ስለ ዝኾነ ከዓ ምስ ዝኾነ ይኹን ሓይልታት ብፍላይ ከዓ ምስ ህዝቢ ትግራይ ምስ ኢሳያስ ክብፀላያ ዝቆፅዎ ህዝብታትን መንግስታትን ሓቢርና ብምስራሕ ንኢሳያስ ሓሳብን ንሓዋሩ ኢና ቶታሊ ራዲካል ዝኾነ ቼንጅ ኣብ ኤርትራ ክነምፅእ ዘለና ዝብል እምነት ኣለኒ
ብጣዕሚ ኣብ ኣምሳ ቅፅል ኣቢለ ሎሚ ፈልሲ ካብዚ ምስረት ኦልሞስት ሓደ ዓመትን ገለን ገይሩ ኣሎ ኣብዚ ሓፂር ግዜ እዚ ውዳበታቱ ክሳብ ክንዚ ዝኣክል ዓብዪ ዋዕላ ምግባሩ ከምዚ ዝመሰለ ዓበይቲ ፅሑፋት ምቕራቡ መረዳእታ ድማ ነቶም ካልኦት ነቲ ቋንቋ ክሰምዕዎ ዘይክእሉ ፎሬነርስ ስርዓት እንታይ ዓይነት ቶሌራንታን ስርዓት ምዃኑ ንምብራህ ዝቐረበ ኩሉ መግለፂታት ነይሩ ኣብዚ ጋጣሚ እዚ ድማ ክንኩሕዶ ዘይንኽእል ኣብ ባይታ ከዓ ሓድሽ ነገር ተፈጢሩ ኣሎ ውልዶ ዝኾነ ንእሰይ ኤርትራዊ ብርጌና ሓመዱ ኣብ መላእ ዓለም ጠጠው ብምባል ፕሮፓጋንዳ ናይ ህግደፍ ከምኡ ይኮነን ዓድና መልክዑ ኢሉ ተሲኡ ኣሎ ኣብ ኤሮጳ ብዓብዪ ዓወታት ተዛዚሙ ናይ ጊሰን ርኢናዮ ሎማዓንቲ ናይ ለንደን ርኢናዮ በዚ ኣጋጣሚ እዚ ምምፅኡ ምስቲ ናይ ለውጢ ንብርጌና ሓመዱ ከመይ ኢኻ ትሪኦ ነቲ ሃዋህው ከመይ ኢኻ ተንብቦ كمن سيكا
اوكي يا مجمرتا يا ابدا مجمرتا زرسع اكو ነገር ነራ ዝሎም አንቲ ዝገበርና ካብቶም አልጀሚሩ ማለት ፈልሲ ዘወደቦ ሲምፖዚየም ስርዓት ምቅያር ሪዝን ቼንጅ ዝብል ነው ዘዋሃዱ ዝጠረፉ ኩሎም አባላት ሰልፊ ብልቢ ከመስግኖም ይደል ማለት ምክንያቱ ኣብ ሓፂር ግዜ ፈልሲ ኣነ ዓመትን ሰለስተ ወርሕን ዕድመ እኳ እንተሃለዎ ግን ሓደ ዓብይ ማይልስቶን ክበሃል ዝከኣል ስራሕ ብምስርሑ ብጣዕሚ ዝምጎስ ስራሕ ማለት ካብዚ ብምቕፃል መንእሰያት ኣሕዋትና ኣብ ኤሮጳ ዝርከቡ ዝገብርዎ ዘለዉ ቃልሲ ኣንፃር ህዝባዊ ግንባር ወይ ሻዕብያ ወይ ስርዓት ናይ እስያስ ብጣዕሚ ዝምስገን እዩ ብጣዕሚ ዝድነቕ እዩ ኣብ ጊሰን ብጣዕሚ ማሕበረሰብ ዓለም ትክክል ባህር ናይ እስያስን ስርዓቱ እንታይ ምዃኑ ኣቃሊዕሞ ማለት እዩ ዓበይቲ ሚድያታት ተዛሪቦም ሙሉ እዚ ከዓ ብጣዕሚ ዝተሓጎስናሉ ዝተሓበናሉ እንደገና ከዓ ገና እናቱ ሓጎስ እናሃለወና ከሎ ሎም ከዓ ኣብ ለንደን ኣሕዋትና ኣባላት ብርጌድ ሓመዱ ዘበገስዎ ምንቅስቃስ ተዓዊቱ እቲ ናይ ዳንኬራ ናይ ፅልኢ ናይ ህውከት ዝኾነ ናይ ህግደፍ ዳሳት ከይትግበር ፌስቲቫል ከይትግበር ምግባሮም ከዓ ብጣዕሚ ቢግ ሬስፔክት ብጣዕሚ ሓበናን ቁርዓትናን ዝገብሮ ዘለዉ ኩሉ ምንቅስቃስ ከዓ ሙሉእ ደገፍ ናይ ፈልሲ ክማነ ከም ዘለዎም ሎም ዓንቲ ርኢና ፈልሲ ካብቲ ዘለዎ ውሱን ዓቕሚ $5,000 ክህብ ተመባፂኡ ኣሎ ብጣዕሚ ዘሐጉስ እዩ ነዚ ኩላና ኣብ ዝተፈላለየ ኩርናዓት ዓለም ንርከብ ኤርትራውያን ነዚ ናይ ብርጌድ ሓመፁ ምንቅስቃስ ካብ ልቢ ክንድግፎ ክንሕቦን ይግባአና ዝብል እምነት ኣለኒ ቴንኪዩ ከዓ ክንብሎም ይግባአና ማለት እዩ
በዚ ኣጋጣሚ ጀጋኑ መራሕቲ ኣለውዎም ብርጌድ ሓመዱ ነዚ ሓሳብ ዘበገሱ ከም በዓል ጆን ብላክ ከምኡ ከዓ ውፍይ ከምኡ ከዓ ኣሕዋትና ከም በዓል ፌቨን ወንጫር ከም በዓል ዓወት ካራ ካልኦትን ብዙሓት መንእሰያት ፀዊዕና ክንገልፆም ዘይንኽእል ሓደ ልብን ኣምሳልን ኮይኖም ወይ ዓወት ወይ ሞት ዝብል ንቅድሚት ብምኻድ ዓለም ከም ዝዛረብ ገይሮም ኣለዉ ትዕላሙ ከዓ ሸቱ ወቂዒ እዩ ምክንያቱ ፕሮፓጋንዳ ናይ ሻዕብያ ፕሮፓጋንዳ ናይ ስርዓት ኣብ ዓለም ንኽቃላዕ ምግባር እዩ ካብዚ ብምቕፃል ምናልባት ብወገንካ ቀፃልነት ንኽህልዎ ብርጌድ ሓመዱ እንታይ ክገብር ኣለዎ ትምዕድ ንቐፃሊ ሳስተይነብል ዝኾነ ተቃሲ ኣብ ዝለዓለ ደረጃ በፂሑ እኹል ቅርፅን ዓቕምን ሒዙ ኣድማዕነቱ ድማ ኣብ ባይታ ክትግበር መታን ምስ ኩሉ ተላዒሉ ዘሎ መንፈስ እንታይ ክገብር ኣለዎ ቀፃልነቱ ንምርግጋፅ
ፅቡቅ ቀፃልነቱ ንምርግጋፅ ሓደ ካብቲ ክንቀቐሉ ዝግባእ ብህግዳፍ ክለኣኹ ዝኽእሉ ስልኳታት ኩሉ ስለ ዝኽእል ኣብነት ብኣውራጃታት ፍልይ ከም ዘለዎ ጌርካ ምቕራብ ናይ ምብታን ሓሳብ ክህልዎ ስለ ዝኽእል እቲኦም ናይ ኣውራጃ ኣጀንዳ ዘብግሱ ሰባት ካብ ብግዚኡ ኣለልዩ ካብቲ ምንቅስቃስ ክኣልዮም ክኽእል ኣለዎ ዝኾነ ክፀወሮም ክኽእል የብሎ ናይ ኣውራጃ ናይ ዓሌት ናይ ሃይማኖት ምፍሕፋሕ ወይ ሓሳባት ዘለዎም ሰባት ክኣልዮም ክኽእል ኣለዎ እዚ እንድሕር ዘይገይሩ ግን ግምማዕ ፈጢሩ ነቲ ምንቅስቃስ ከፋፍሎ በዚ ከዓ ዝዕወትን ዝሕጎስን ከዓ ስርዓት ናይ እስያስ ማለት እዩ ስለዚ እዚ ክጥንቀቕ ኣለዎ ይብል ካሊእ ከዓ ናይ ኣባልነት ሓደ ፎርሙ ሞ የዳሉ ሽዑ ኣብ ሙሉእ ኩሉ ዓለም ዘሎ ሰብ ከከምቲ ዓቕሙ ናይ ኣባልነት ክፍሊት እናኸፈለ ነቲ ምንቅስቃስ ንዝኾነ ክመፅኦ ዝኽእል ናይ ሕጊ ድዩ ናይ ማለት ኣሕዋትና ዘጋጥሞም ናይ መጉዳእቲ ድዩ ፀገማት ድዩ ንኡ ከዓ በቃ እኹል ዝኾነ ሓገዝ ፀኒሑስ ካብ ሽዑ ኣክብ ዶ ገለ ዝኸውን ሓደ ንፁር ዝኾነ ፋንድ ብቐፃሊ ሰስቴነብል ብዝኾነ መንገዲ ክዋፃእ ገንዘብ ፀኒሑ ድሕሪኡ ዝኾነ ነገር ክለዓል ከሎ ብቐጥታ ክንሕግዞም ንኽእል ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ኣነ እቲኣ ናተይ ማዕዳ እንታይ ወላ ሕጂ ኣብ ዝቐረባ ግዜ ንኣሹ ዝተቐላቐለ ነገራት ነይሩ እዚ ናይ ኣውራጃታት ስምዒታት ካብኣ ዝያዳ ክጥቀቑ ኣለዎም ዝብል እምነት ኣለና ማለት እዩ
ብጣዕሚ ደስ ዝብለኒ ኣዝየ ደመስክነካ ኣብ መጨረሻ ኣብ ሰሜን ኣሜሪካ ብርጌድ ሓመዱ ተመስሪቱ ኣሎ ፅባሕ ንጎ ከዓ ንሲያትል ካብ ኦገስት ፎርስ ጋብ 6 ዝዓበየ ጎስጓስ ግበራሉ ክትመፅእ ዲኻ
ኣጋጣሚ ነዊሕ እዋን ዝሓሰብኳ መገሻ ንኣፍሪቃ ኣላትኒ ምናልባት ሳ ስለ ዝዓንቀፀትኒ ምስቲያ ፕሮግራም የተባሃል ስለ ዝኾነት እምበር ምስ ክሳተፍ ደስ ዝብለኒ ኣብ ቀፃሊ ግን ኣብ ዝግበር ኣብ ከባቢና ድዩ ኣብ ካሊእ ወይ ብፋይናንስ ኣብ ዝግበር ኩሉ ግዜ ኣብ ጎኒ ብርጌድ ሓመዱ ኣለኹ ማለት እዩ
ቴንኪዩ ብጣዕሚ እየ ዘመስክነካ ንዝሃብካኒ ግዜ ደጊመ ከመስክነካ ደሊ ቀፃሊ ብሓሳብ ኣለና
ይቐኒለይ ዝተዋህበኒ ዕድል ከም ልቢ የመስገን
ይቐኒለይ ቴንኪዩ ክቡራት ሰማዕትና ሞ ብምቕፃል ቴዲ እውን ዘቐረቡ ሓደ ጋሻ ኣሎ ኣነ እውን ካልእ ጋሻ ሒዘ ክሳብ ዝመፅእ ቴዲ ከዓ ሓደ ገፊፉ መፅእ ኢሎ እሞ ምስ ቴዲ ክገድፈኩም እየ ቴዲ go ahead. سيمبوزيومنا جنا أيتودن كتصالي زلوا جل حدا خلت تزخون مثل عتاو صحفات يقتصل الله سمعتات تصاتفتين يتوعلا انتي كم زمسل المرأي زجبرنا يمالك
سلام زي خبركم خاتاتلتي تمليسكم الله خالق قاشا حيزبكم متي الله من قبل ولدس من
ولدس وبي ولد رفائل
اوكي ولدس وبي ولد رفائل مالتي خبي
كبي اريا
بي اريا اوكي مرحبا قدي هاتقاسك
وي
يا سو مسغانا غباكاي
ثانك يو
نتاك هم متي خناز
انا من تاني زبل لبام كم زي زلو خنات على ما انا حدا خلو كم تني دولي individually ندوليو كم عينت اكتس لنقبر نسقنا عنا زربحنا بزي مخان إذا فلسي إذا فلسي زجورس أوعيت زقروا نبتاتو professionals أكيد زاروا تعم زرقوا سلزهونكو كإلاتات سواء يعني هم وساتين تات زجوروا حسابات تدقافك مخانو أب كاروت من قصاصات وي political organizations or civic society زلو سبات أبزح حبيرهم حبرت نانا solutions زمس مخانو ببيننا من كلاس وي ببيننا من قيا طبعا مخام زي كونه حبرت كم زبلينا إذا منفس بمرأي تعم زت حقوس كله بزخاخ نقص تسفى قبر
يا بطعمي صبق زخبركم تقاتلتنا بطعمي تسفى زسنا مهاني نقرنا دلو انتي تماهير كان انتي سحيب كزيادة خابتهم زغربوا بزح السباتيهم قريبهم كم زول كانوا تأتنياتين وإرترانا لو تقارونيرهم زيادة أنا أخص زيادة أنا عايز سحيب إني أزيد تماهيرتهم نقدر
يس كابتي زغلت نتباتو كاد بزح نتبات كله كفر كجورو
جزاك
كلوني دبي كلتا بروفيشنال سبات مسيوم حناص زخنا حساب المقراوه امها ناي كال رئيتات من صاق زي كونه ناي كل رئيتات تقابلك زي تجبر فرحت بطعمي كاتزي زحكس تات كوين مرخيبه
تمالي تقيس كالينير كان مستر روبين مايك روبين مالت تاخذ برالو مفتح حزب الحسب زياده من اختناتو كم صحابه كتقص لينير كم بزعبو نقرب
مستر روبين يا مستر روبين
مستر ريجيم تشينج يخيد مخانو قد تقيس كالينير
ناتو بتاعم خبط زمسته why regime change was important the objectives قليسو أدلاينتو قلت سلازنا ولا بتاعم مستعطني يقول لك
اوكي نايلو ما انتخا من الزيادة الصحابة كانوا
اول تي خبط حدا يبلس كتلا شغاري قد تعمي مهارز خناي تاشو برزنتيشن نيرو كابتق عندي شجرنا زخنة أنا كلهم سبوي نيرو جن أنا دكتور أو بروفيسور مكتب زنبري أقرأ إتي نهزبنان تنهزبنا عبيس أقم كوين زولو دخلنا زخنة نتدخلناتنا بخميك لما حاشين تسفخم زلنا ندير سريحنا تسفخم زل كم زلنا سرعات زل قصو جديك بتعمي تسفات زل على النيرو
يا تعال نصبق يغني لنا
يا ثانك
يو سو ماتش ثانك يو اجي از خبركم تخاتتلتي ني دكتور برهانه سيوم حزنا لكم قريبنا لنا اي ثينك ممر تمزجن حزو قريب ولا اوكي هذا
ክቡራት ሰማዕትና ሕጂ ድማ ሓደ ካብቶም መፅናዕታዊ ፅሑፍ ዘቕረበ ሓውና ኣያና ዶክተር ብርሃነ ስዩም ቀሪበ ኣለኹ ብዛዕባኡ ከዓ ንእሽተይ ናይ ሎማዓንቲ ብዓብዩ ሓደ መፅናዕታዊ ፅሑፍ ኣቕሪቡ ኣሎ ከመይ ቀኒኻ
እግዚአብሔር ይመስገን
ቴንክ ዩ ሓውና ዶክተር ብርሃነ መፅእ ኣሎ ምሳይ ሎማዓንቲ ሓደ ካብቶም ነዚ መፅናዕታዊ ፅሑፍ ካብ ዘቕረቡ ሓውና እዩ እስኪ ሕፅር ኣቢለ ዶክተር ብርሃነ መፅናዕታዊ ፅሑፍ ከዓ ኣብ ምንታይ ደተኮረ እዩ ነይሩ ሕፅር ብዝበለ ክግምገም ከሎ ኣብ ምንታይ ኣተኪሩ ዝተገብረ እዩ
ናተይ መፅናዕታዊ ፅሑፍ ዝቐረበ ብዛዕባ ቤተክርስትያንና ዝወረዳን ፀገማት ምግላፅ ዝኣክል እዩ ብፍላይ ናይ ኦርቶዶክስ ተዋህዶ ቤተክርስትያን እንታይ ዓይነት ሽግራት እዩ ነይርዋ ካብቲ ናይ ኣቡነ አንጦኒዮስ ምእሳር ጀሚርካ ሕጂ እውን እንተኾነ ኩሎም ቶም ኣቦታት ድዮም ዲያቆናት ድዮም ካህናት ድዮም መነኮሳት ኩላቶም ኣብ ማሕዩር ኣብ እስር ቤት ዘለው ብዛዕባቶም ዝምልከት ኮታስ እታ ቤተክርስትያንና ከመይ ጌራ ህዝባን ኩሎም ኮታ ኣገልገልታን ዓቂባ ከመይ ጌራ ክትከይድ ትኽእል እዛ ቤተክርስትያን እዚኣ ከመይ ጌራ ናይ ሰላም መዕረፊ ክትከውን ትኽእል ናይ ሰላም ቦታ ክትከውን ትኽእል ህዝብና ሰኣን ምፍላጡ ዝወረዶ ፀገማት እስካብ ክንደይ ከም ምዃኑ ስርዓት ክንደይ ፀገማት ከም ዝፈጠረ ሕጂ እውን እንተኾነ ብዝተፈጢሩ ዘሎ ዕርቂ ኣብ ናይ ወፃኢ ንዕኡ ምብርትታዕ እስቱ እውን ካብኡ ሓሊፍና እውን ምስተን ካልኦት ኣብያተ ቤተክርስትያናት እንተለዉ ናብ ዓድና ዘለው ካብቲ መስመር ወፂኦም ዘለው ሰባት ናብ መስመሮም ንክምለሱ ኮታስ ብሓፈሽኡ ቤተክርስትያንና ንክትዓቢ ሰላም ንክኾነልና ሃገርና ንክትምዕብል እቲ ስዋኣት ዝሞትዎ ዕላማ ኣብ ተግባር ክውዕል ኣብቲ ንህዝቢ ጥራሕ ዘይኮነስ እንተሎ ኣብ እምነቱን ኣብ ቤተክርስትያኑን ክንፀባረቕ ማእታን በዚ ኢና እናተይ ዘቕረብኮ ነገራት ማለት
እዚ ፋሽስታዊ ስርዓት እዚ ሓደ ካብቶም የዕኑድ ትካላት ናይ ሃገር ናይ ህዝቢ ቤተክርስትያን እዩ ኣብ ቤተክርስትያን ኢዱ ብምእታው ቀሊል ዘይኮነ ብሂወቶም ከለዉ ጳጳስ ኣብ ቤት ማሕዩር ተኣሲሮም ሰማዕት ከም ዝኾኑ ዝገበረ እዩ ዶክተር ብርሃነ ባይዘወይ ክቡራት ሰማዕትና ናይ ሕክምና ዶክተር ጥራሕ ዘይኮነ ዲያቆን እውን ኣብ ቤተክርስትያን ዝዓበየ እዩ ስለዚ ዝያዳ ዕሙቕ ዝበለ ኣፍልጦ ስለ ዘሎ እቲ መፅናዕታዊ ፅሑፍካ ይሪኦ ነይረ ዳርጋ ኩሉ እቲ ቤተክርስትያንና ኦርቶዶክሳዊት ቤተክርስትያን ኣትይዋ ዘሎ ሽግር መከራ ኩሉ ተገሊፀ እዩ ብትክክል ሕጂ ኣብዚ ሰዓት እዚ ማህሰይቲ ናይ ኦርቶዶክሳዊት ቤተክርስትያን ከመይ ይግለፅ ዶክተር ብርሃነ
ማህሰይትና ብጣዕሚ ዝሕዝን ነገር እዩ ማለት ቤተክርስትያንና ተስፋ ረኪባ ነቲ ዝመፀ ዕድል ናይ ነፃነት ተጠቂማ ናይ ገዛ ርእስና ፓትርያርክ ሃሊና ንቅድሚት ክንስግም ኣብ ዝሓሰብናሉ እዋን ተስፋታት ኣብ ዝነበረሉ እዋን ኣቡነ አንጦኒዮስ ብዙሓት ፈላጣት ምስኦም ኮሚቴ ብምግባር እንታይ ክግበር ኣለዎ እታ ቤተክርስትያን ክትሰርሖ ዘለዋ ነገራት ኮታስ ብዙሕ ኣብቲ ከምቲ ዝረኣኻዮ ኣብቲ ፅሑፍ ነዊሕ ብዙሕ መደባት ከም ዝነበሮም ኣቡነ አንጦኒዮስ ገሊፀ እየ ስለዚ እዚታት ተግቢርና እታ ቤተክርስትያን ካብቲ ዝነበረቶ ናይ ድኽነት ናይ ፀልማት ነዚ ድሑር ዝኾነ ኣካያይዳ ወፂኣሲ ምስተን ካልኦት ናይ ዓለም ለኸ ቤተክርስትያናት ክትስራዕ ንሕና እምነትን ተግባራትን ናይ ኣቦታትናን ናይ ኣባሓጎታትና ናይ ቀደም ኣቦታትናን ካብ ቀደም ጀሚሩ ዝነበረ ነቲ ኣብ ፍቆዶ ገዳማት ተዓፂ ዘሎ ታሪክና ንዕኡ እንተሎ ኣውፂእና ንህዝብን ንዓለምን ንምግላፅ ኮታስ እቲ ሃብታም ዝኾነ ታሪክና እቶም ዓለም ኩሉ ካባና ክትመሃሮ ዝግባእ ነገር እዚ ኮታስ ብጣዕሚ ብዙሕ ነገራት ከሲራ ዘላ ቤተክርስትያንና ማለት ኣብ ክንዱ ወፂያ እዚኣቶም ናይ ወያነ ልኡኻት እዮም እዚኦም ናይ ሲኣይኤ እዚኦም ተሃድሶ እዮም እዚኦም መናፍቃን እዮም እንዳበልካ ኣብ ስም ምጥፋእ ዝተዋፈሩ ነገራት ኩሉ ጌጋ ምኳኑ እዚ ንዓና ዝርብሕ ንህዝብና ዝጠቅም ነገር ከም ዘይኮነ ህዝብና ዝደሊ ዘሎ ከመይ ጌራ ዝማዕበለት ቤተክርስትያን ክትህልወና ትኽእል ትኾን ዘዚ ዝማዕበለ ዘዚ ዝተምሃረ ገዲፍዋ እዩ ዝኸይድ ቤተክርስትያን እዚ ስለዚ እቲ በዓላ ዓቂባ ማለት እዩ ካብኡ ናብኡ ንኣብነት ኣብ ዕዳጋ ሓሙስ ክስራሕ ተባሂሉ ዝነበረ ናይ ስነ መለኮት ትምህርቲ መደብ ክግበር ተባሂሉ ዝነበረ ገንዘብ ኩሉ ብይፍታሕ ዘመን ዝነበረ ኣጥፊኦም ተስርዓት ማለት ስለዚ ሓደ ኣብነት ንምግላፅ ዝኣክል ኣቡነ አንጦኒዮስ ግን ከምኡ ምሁራት ብምብዛሕ ነቲ ቤተክርስትያን ብፈላጣት ክመልእ ሕጂ ዝፍለጥ ዘሎ እንድሕር ኢና ኮይና ካህን ክበሃል ከሎ ሰታይ ስዋ ኣብ ዝክር ዝኸይድ ኣብ ተስካር ዝበልዕ እምበር ዝተምሃረ ከም ዘይኮነ ማለት እዩ እዚ ካብ ታሪክ እውን ተራእዩ ንኣብነት ናይ ግብፂ ቤተክርስትያን ናይ ሎሚ 100 ዓመት ብ18 ክፍለ ዘመን ኣብዚ ሕጂ ንሕና ዘለና ኩነታት እያ ነይራ እንተኾነ ግን ንሳቶም ምሁራት እናመፁ ምስ በዝሑ ምሁራት እቶም ካህናት ተማሂሮም ስነ መለኮት ተማሂሮም ኮታስ ኣብዚ ሕጂ ዘለዎ ምዕባለ በፂሖም ማለት እዩ ንሕና ከዓ ወፅና ንክንዓቢ እምበር እዚኦም ተሃድሶን እዮም እዚኦም መናፍቃን እዮም እዚኦም ከምዚ እዮም እዚኦም እንዳበልካ ንሓድሕድና ምፍልላይ ዝጠቕመና ነገራት ከም ዘይኮነ ታዲያስ ንሕና በቲ ዝግባእ ነታ ቤተክርስትያን ከምቲ ኣምላኽ ዝፈቐዶ መንገዲ ጌርና ክትዓብን ናይ ሰላም መድረክ ንክትከውን ናይ ዕድቂ መድረክ ንክትከውን ምስ ኩላትና ብፍላይ ንሕድሕድና ተዓራሪቕና ንሓድሕድና ሰላም ጌርና ንሃገርናን ህዝብናን ከነድሕ ነቲ ኣብ ጥሜት ኣብ መከራ ኣብ ሽግር ዘሎ ህዝብና ካብ ስደት ካብ ፅንተት ክድሕን እዚ እቲ ዕላማ ካልእ ነገር የብሉን ንካልኦት ከነገልግል ወይ ከዓ ንካልእ ናይ ባዕዳዊ ዝኾነ ነገር ከነእቱ ኣይኮነን እቲ ኩሉ ዝኸይድ ዘሎ ፕሮፓጋንዳን ሓሶትን ጌጋ ምዃኑ ንምርዳእ እዩ እና ገዲስና ናይ ኣምላኽ ሰባት ኢና ገዲስና ዘሎ ሰላምን ፍቅርን ህዝብናን ቤተክርስትያንናን እዩ ንዕኡ ከዓ ናብቲ ቦትኡ ናብቲ ሓቀኛ ቦታ እታ ቤተክርስትያን እዚኣ ሎሚ ዝተጀመረት ኣይኮነን 2000 ዓመት ዘለዋ ማልያ ዘይብሉ ገዳማት ዘለና ናይዚ ናይ ገዳማት ሓብቲ ኣውፂና ደርቢርና ንዓለም ነፍልጠሉ ኩነታት ምፍላጥ ዳ እምበር ንሓድሕድና ንምብኣስ ከም ዘይኮነ ማለት ስለዚ ነዚታት ኢና ክንገብር ተማባፂዕና ተስፋታትና ከዓ እዚ ከም ዝኾነ ኤነጊረ ማለት እዩ
ዶክተር ብርሃነ ብጣዕሚ ደመስክነካ በቲ ሓደ እውን ዲያቆን ኢኻ እቲ ስርዓት ፖለቲካ ጥራይ ኣባላሽን ኤርቶ ዝኾነ ኣብ ዓድና ድሓን ምኾነ ግን ፖለቲካ ጥራሕ ዘይኮነ ግብረ ገብነት ኣባላሽዩ ስርዓት ክብርታትና ኣባላሽዩ ሕግታትና ኣባላሽዩ ስለዚ ኢና ኣፅናትን ኣዕናውን ስርዓት ኢና ንገልፆ ስለዚ ሽግርና ፖለቲካ ጥራሕ ዘይኮነ ግብረ ገብነትን ስርዓትን እውን ስኢና ኣለና ቤተክርስትያንና ተደፊሩ እዩ ኩሉ ሃይማኖታት በብሃይማኖት ማለት እዩ ናይ ኣምልኾ ነፃነት እውን የለና ኣብቲ ዓዲ ኩልና ከም እንፈልጦ በዚ ኣጋጣሚ ቅድሚ ሓንቲ ሕቶ ምሕታተይ ተራን ኣገዳስነትን ግብረ ገብነት ወይ ኣብ ቤተክርስትያን ምዕባይ ወይ ድማ መፅሓፍ ቅዱስን መለኮታዊ ትምህርትን ኣብ ሓደ ሕብረተሰብ እንታይ እዩ ተራ ዘሎ ግድኡ ክሳብ ክንደይ እዩ ብዙሕ ሰብ ኣየስተውዕሎን እዩ ሞስኪ ዕፅር ኣቢልካ ግደ ጥዒት ቤተክርስትያን ጥዑይ እምነትን ኣብ ሓደ ሃገር ንጥዑይ ወለዶ ዝህቦ ኣበርክቶ እንታይ
እዩ ሕጂ እንታይ ኢና ክንርኢ ዘለና ቤተክርስትያን ማለት እኮ ኣቅሌስያ ካብ ዝብል ቃል ዝመፀ ናይ ግሪክ ቃል እዩ እዚ ቃል እዚ ማለት ማለት እኩባት ሰባት ብሓንሳብ ተኣኪቦም ከምልኹ ከለዉ ብሓንሳብ ተኣኪቦም ንኣምላኽ ከኽብሮን ክሰግድሉን ከምልኽዎን ከለዉ ቤተክርስትያን ዝበሃለ ናይ ክርስትያን ቤት ማለት እዩ እዘን ቤተክርስትያናት እዚአን ከዓኒ ብስድራ ቤት እየን ዝቆማ ማለት እዩ ሓንቲ ስድራ እንድሕር ሃልያ ኮይና እተን ኩለን ስድራ ቤታት ተኣኪበን ዓባይ ቤተክርስትያን ፈጥራ ሓንቲ ስድራ ንባዕላ ከም ሓንቲ ቤተክርስትያና እቲ ሰብኣይ ከም ካህን እታ ሰበይቲ ከም ዲያቆን ማለት እዩ ከምዚ ኣነ ዘለኹ ኣገልጋሊ ናይቲ ቤተክርስትያን ነቲ ካህን ዝሕግዝ ማለት እዩ እተን ቤተክርስትያናት እቲአን ተሓዊሰን ከዓኒ ተዓባይ ቤተክርስትያን ገብራ ማለት እዩ እዘን ስድራታት እዚአን ከዓ ብሓንሳብ ኮይነን ጥዑይ ዝኾነ ወለዶ የፍርያ ማለት እዩ ጥዑይ ዝኾነ ዜጋ ከዓኒ ጥዑይ ሃገር ይምስርት ማለት እዩ ስለዚ እቲ ክብርታት ናይ ሕብረተሰብና ንዕቅብ ካብዚ ክዳን ተኸዲነ ዘለኹ ንባዕሉ እዚ ናይ ክብርታት ናይ ሕብረተሰብና እዩ ከምዚ ዓይነት ተኸዲነ ዘለኹ ሰብ ክትርኢ ከላ እታ ሰብኣይ ገሌልካ ክትዛረቦ ይትኽእል ኢና ኣቦ ወይ ገሌልካ ኣኽቢርካ ኣያ ትብሎ ወይ ከዓ መዘናኻ እንድሕር ኮይነ ከዓ ዓርከይ ገሌልካ ኮታስ ብክብሪ ክትሕዞ ትግደድ ማለት እዩ እሱ ገና ኣየጥፋእና እየን ዘለና ግን ናብ ጥፋእ ገፅና ዘለና ማለት እዩ ብበትሪ ጌርካ ምድራዕ ዘይኮነስ ነቲ ሰብ ኣኽቢርካ ማለት ሕጊ ኣኽቢርካ ነቲ ሰብ ኣኽቢርካ ስለዚ እቲ ክብርታት ናይ ኣቦታት ምህላው ንሕና ከዓ እዚ ክብርታት እዚ ሕጂ ዝመፀ ነገር ኣይኮነን ካብ ካልኦት ዓለማት ብዝበለፀ ንሕና ቋንቋ ናይ ገዛ ርእስና ዘለና ናይ ገዛ ርእስና ሕግታት ዘለና ሕጊ እንዳባ ዘለና ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ነቲ ክብርታትና ክንዕቅቦ ከም ዘድልየና እዩ ነዚ ካብ ቤተክርስትያን ኣገዳሲ ናይ መጀመርያ ጥበብ ካብ ማለትካ እግዚኣብሔር ምፍራሕ እዩ ሓደ ሰብ ንድሕር እግዚኣብሔር ዝፈርህ ኮይንካ ነቲ ብኣርኣያን ኣምሳልን ኣምላኽ ዝተፈጥረ ሰብ ከተኽብሮ ከም ዘለካ ከዓ ኣብኡን ካብኡን ናብኡን ክንርድኦ ንኽእል ማለት እዚ ከሱ ከዓ እቲ መሰረት ማለት እዩ ደኣ ንድሕር ንሓደ ሰብ ከም ብኣምላኽ ኣምሳል ዝተፈጥረ ንእግዚኣብሔር እንድሕር ተኽብር ኮንካ ነቲ ብኣምሳል ኣምላኽ ዝተፈጥረ ተኽብሮ ኢኻ ከም ሕጂ ዘሎ ሰብ ሓሲርዎ ዘሎ ይኮነን ኣብዚ እዋን እዚ ካብ ማንም ሰብ ንላዕሊ ብፍላይ ኣብቲ ዓዲ ዘሎ ሰብ ህዝቢ ይፈልጥ እዩ ክሳብ ክንደይ ሰብ ዝበሃል ሓሲሩ ከም ዘሎ ኣብዚ ምዝርዛር የድልየና ብደንብ ይርዳእና እዩ ሕጂ ነቲ እምነት መሓዝ ነቲ ክብርታት ናይ ኣቦታትና መሓዝ ግን ናብ ዝሓሸ ኩነታት ከሰጋገረና ክእል ሰላምን ፍቅርን ዝመልኦ እቲ ዝነበረ ናይ ኣቦታት ክብርታትን ሕግታትን ንኽብሮ ዝባን ሕጊ ኢልካው ክኢሰብ ቀደም ዝኸይድ ነይሩ ሎሚ ግን ከምኡ ይኮነ ምን ኣለዎ ድዩ ዘመድ ኮነሬል ወይ ኣለዎ ዲ ሓደ ጀነራል ኢሉ ናብ ካልእ ናብ ሰብ ዝፅጋዕ ዘለዎ ወለዶ ኢና ንፈጥር ዘለና ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ከምቲ ዝብሎ ፀናሕካ እቲ ናይ ቤተክርስትያን ክብርታት እቲ ናይ ቤተክርስትያን ሕግታት ምፍላጥ ንኣምላኽ ምኽባር ናይ መጀመርያ ጥበብ ምዃኑ ምፍላጥ ክብርታትና ከዓ ምሕላው ዝሓሸ ሕብረተሰብ ክገብረና ክእል ከምኡ ኢና ከዓ ነርና ናብ ዝነበርናዮ ንምለስ ማለት እዩ ካብዚ ወሪድናዮ ዘለና ፅንተት እውን ክንድሕድ ንኽእል ካብዚ ወሪድናዮ ዘለና ፀገማት ክንወፅእ ንኽእል ከም ሕብረተሰብ ሲ ዳርጋ ዓይኒና ኢና ክብል ንኽእል እየ ስለዚ ክንምለስ ንኽእል ማለት እዩ ክብርታት ናይ ቦታትና ክንመልሶ ንኽእል እዚ ከዓ እቲ ናይ ሎም መዓልቲ ክንገብሮ ዝወዓልና ማለት እዩ
ርኡይ ኣብነት እዩ እናትካ ብዓለማዊ ትምህርቲ ኣብቲ ዝለዓለ ደረጃ በፂሕካ ኣለካ መንፈሳዊ ትምህርቲ እውን ድቁና ኣለካ ነዚ ክልቲኡ ኣዋሂድካ ክትሕዝ ከለካ ሓደ ሕብረተሰብ እንታይ ዓይነት ክብሪ ናይ ሕብረተሰብ ምዃኑን እንታይ ዓይነት ሃገር ክሃንፅ ክሰርሕ ከም ዝኽእል ፍሉጥ እዩ ንተኣማንነቱ ሕድሕዱ ኣብ ምክብባሩ ልዕሊ ኩሉ ከዓ ታሪኹን ቅርስታቱን ኣብ ምስግጋር ዓብይ ሓይልን ተራን ክህልዎ ይኽእል እዩ ኣብ መወዳእታ ሕቶላትኒ ኣብዚ ሕጂ ኣነ ንስኻ ንዛረበሉ ዘለና ኣብ ፈልሲ ዋዕላ ለውጢ ኣብ ኤርትራ ዘድሊ ምዃኑ ንኣምነሉ እዋን መንእሰያት ኤርትራውያን ኣብ መላእ ዓለም ዓድና ከምኡ ይኮነትን ትመስል ዓድና ሓዘን ተሓዝነሉ እምበር ትስዕሳዓሉ ይኮነን ኣብ ዓድና እናሻዕ ኩናት እናተወልዐ ኣሎ ድኽነት ኣሎ ሕሰም ኣሎ መከራ ኣሎ ስደት ኣሎ እዚ እናሃለዎ ከሎ ንሕና ክንስዕስዓ የምሕረልናኒ ብዝብል ብርጌና ሓመዱ ኣብ መላእ ዓለም ተሲኦም ነቲ ስርዓት ግደፍ ዘዳለዎ ዳንኬራ ፕሮፓጋንዳን መኸወሊ መሸቀጢ ዝገብሮ ጓይላታት ጠጠው ከብልዎ ጀሚሮም ኣለዉ እዚ ተበግሶ እዚ ከመይ ኢኻ ትሪኦ በዚ ኣጋጣሚ ነዞም መንእሰያት እዚኣቶም ብወገንካ ክተመሓላልፈሎም ትደሊ መልእኽቲ እንተኒ ሰምዕ
እዞም ደቅና እዚኣቶም ኣሕዋትና ኣቦታትና ክብሎም ክእል ኮታስ ኣብዚ ሕጂ ዝዋሳእ ዘሎ ማለት እዚኦም እቲ ሕድሪ ናይ ስውኣት እዮም ዘተግብሩ ዘለዉ ከምቲ ዝበሃል ዘሎ ፕሮፓጋንዳ ናይ ወያነ ሓለፍ ናይ ወያነ ወይ ናይ ካልእ ዘይኮነሲ ናይ ስውኣትና ናይ ኣቦታትና ናይ ኣሕዋትና ናይ ኣዴታትናን ዝስውኣት ሕድሪ ንኸኽብሩ ማለት እዩ ኣትን ኩሉ ሰብ ኣብዚ እዋን ዝኻድ ፈልጦ ኮይኑ ይስማዓኒ ማለት ሕድሪ ናይ ስውኣትና እዚ ሕጂ ዘለና ኩነታት ኣይኮነን ፅንተት ዘለና ሽግር ዘለዎ ፀገም ዘለዎ ሕብረተሰብ ደይኮነሲ ረሃዋ ዘለዋ ረሃዋ ዝመልኣ ሰላም ዝመልኣ ዓዲ ንክህልወና እዮም ተስቡ እዮም ስለዚ እዚኦም መንእሰያት እዚኣቶም ከዓ ካብቲ ዓዲ ተሰጊጎም ድዮም ሃዲሞም ድዮም ብዝኾነ ዝተፈላለየ ምክንያታት ገይሮም መፂኦም ነቲ ንሶም ዝደልይዎ ነቶም ስውኣት ክገብርዎ ዝሓስቡ ዝነበሩ ንዑ ክተግብሩ ዳኣሎም ዝመፁ ዘለዎ እምበር ዓዲ ንኸፍርሱ ኣይኮነን ስለዚ ኩላትና ተሰማሚዕና ግን ብሰላም መንገዲ ክንከይድ ከለና ሃገርና ክትምዕብለልና ትኽእል ማለት ነዚ ንምግባር ከዓ እቲ ዘሎ ስርዓት ወይ ነዚ ከምፅእ ክእል ኣሎ ወይ ከዓ ክእል ኣለዎ ማለት እዩ ካልእ ብልሓት የብልናን እኮ ስለዚ ሃገር ዝሽየጥ ኣይኮነ ትሽየጥ ሃገር የብልናን ሃገርና ንኽነማዕብል ንሕና ደቃ ከም ሕብረተሰብ ከም ኣሕዋት ኮይንና ብሓንሳብ ንክንነብር እምበር ማንም ንማንም ንምፅላእ ወይ ከዓ ንምባኣስ ኣይኮነን ስለዚ እቲ ዝግበር ዘሎ ፕሮፓጋንዳ ደው ተበለ ዝሓሸ ኮይኑ ይስማዓኒ እቶም ዝመፁ ዘሎ መንእሰያት ከዓ እቲ ናይ ሕድር ናይ ኣቦታቶምን ናይ ኣዴታቶምን ስውኣት ዘኽብርዎ ዘለዉ እዮም ኩሎም ከዓ ምንታ ዓዶም እዮም ካልእ ነገር ኣይኮኑን ስለዚ ብኡ ጌርና ብሓንሳብ ኮይና ተስራሕና ዝበለፀ ኮይኑ ይስማዓኒ ንሳቶም ከዓ ንሕና ነበራታትዖም ኣጀኹም ንብሎም ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ሰላም ንምምፃእ ሃገርና ንምምዕባል ካብተን ማዕረ ኣዝየን ዝማዕበላ ዘለዎ ሃገራት ንምስራዕ ዝዓለመ ዳ እምበር ሃገር ንምጥፋእ ከም ዘይኮነ ከረጋግፅ ይደሊ ማለት እዩ
ዶክተር ብርሃነ ንዝነበረካ ግዜ ምሳይ ደጊመ የመስግን ክብረት ይሃበለይ ኣብ ካልእ ፕሮግራም ብቐፃሊ ክንራኸብ ኢና እሞ ይቐኒለይ
ንዝብካ ተንኪዩ ተመስገን
ቴንኪዩ እሞ ክቡራት ሰማዕቲ ብምቕፃል ቴዲ ከምፃልኩም እየ ቴዲ እውን ናቱ ኣጋሻ ከለዎ እዩ እዚ ንገብሮ ዘለና መደባት ነዚ ሎም መዓልቲ ዝወዓለና ውዕውዕ መዓልቲ ዋዕላ ፈልሲ ኣመልኪትና ኣብ መጋባእያ ኣጋሽና መፅኦም ክህቦ ዝፀንሑ ሓበሬታታትን ንምብራሂም ምሳይ ፅንሑ ቴንኪዩ ቴዲ
ملحن أنا حزعي قلت إني قلت والدي لوني
حرة كنت حيسك مزيح
يا حاصر النامد هاي سلام زخبركم خاتاتتي خمزي تري وندر لهم كلت أوالد حزركم متيل له لحن قلت سلام زخبركم خاتاتتي خمزي تري وندر لهم أبزي لو ما عندي مالتيو ثلاثة معانتي زكاية له سيمبوزيوم واشنطن دي سي ثمالي قدام 14 لما 15 صباح من 16 خلوا ناي مالتي هم سفلتو مالتي ስለዚህ ካብተን ኣብኡ ዝቐነያ ክልተ ደቂ ኣንስትዮ ሒዘልኩም ቀሪለኹ መን ትበሃሊ
Hannah Haptu,
ሃና ሃብቱ ካበይ ክመፅኺ
Dallas Metzia.
ካብ ዳላስ መፅያ ሃና ሃብቱ ከምቲ ዝረኣኹሞ ሓንቲ ካብተን ሞደሬተርስ ወይ ከዓ ነቲ መደብ ትመርሕ ዝነበረት ሰብ እያ ሎማ ሓንቲ ትማሊ እውን ሓፍትና ካበይ ክመፅኺ
أنا خم ميريلاند يا حبسي يردانس قبل مسكن
ኣይ ነው ትፈልጥዋ ከም ዮርዳኖስ መቸም ኣብ ብዙሓት ናይ ሶሻል ሚድያ ብፍላይ ኣብዚ ኣብ ወፍሪ ሰላም ዝተማእኸለ ኣብ ብዙሕ ሚድያታት ኣብ ቴሌፕረስ ብዙሕ ግዜ መፅያ ኣላ ተፈታዊ ሾ ኣሰና ሺዝ ቨሪ ፖፑላር ብሓፂሩ ያ ሶ ከመይ ነይሩ ትብሊ እዚ ሲምፖዚየም
ብጣዕሚ ፅቡቅ ነይሩ ኩሉ ሰብ ካብ ኩሉ ወድባት ዝመፃ ናይዛ ዓዲ ድዩ ዘሳተፈ ዋላ ከምኡውን ናይ ቤተክርስትያን ተሳተፍቲ እውን ዘሳተፈ ብጣዕሚ ደስ ዝብል ኩሉ ዘጠቃለለ ነይሩ ማለት እዩ ከምኡ ምዃኑ ደስ ይብለካ ብሓደ ንምምፃእ ተፃዕር እሞ ከምዚ ኢሎም ኩሎም ካብ ኩሉ ውድባት ክመፁ ብጣዕሚ ደስ ዝብል ነይሩ
you were leading, I mean, تمرحي نيركي توهد نيركي you were a moderator, you still a moderator, so كم يرخيب كيز السيمبوزيوم؟
بتعمل يتصبوا نيرو معاد سبت كاف كله تعلمتيو صباح أنا presentation كجبرية ስለዚህ ሕጂ እንትባሊ ንፅባሕ ማደሬት ትገብር ኣለኹ ፅቡቅ ኮይኑ
እንታይ እቲ ፕሬዘንቴሽን ክፅባሕ ብዛዕባ እንታይ ከተቕርቢ
ሓንቲ መፅሓፍ ናይ ናተይ ብሎግ ይበሃል ትግራይ genocide suffering and a path toward healing ብእንግሊዝ ክገብር እዩ
ኦኬ ካልእ እንታይ ንዓኽ ዝያዳ ዝሰሓበኪ ካብቶም ዘቕረቡ ዝተፈላለዩ ትሕዝቶታት ኣቕሪቦም እዮም እንግሊዝኛ ነይሮም ወፃእተኛታት ነይሮም ኤርትራውያን ነይሮም ተጋሩ ነይሮም ካብኡ ሲ ዝስሒብን እዚ ንዓይኒ ዝያዳ ንልበይ ተንኪኒ ትብልየ ነገር
ኩሉ ማለት ሕጂ እቲ ድሌት ናይቲ ህዝቢ ናይቲ ሰላም ድሌት ናይቲ ምስታፍ ድሌት ኣብዚ ሕጂ ካብ ላስ ቬጋስ ዝመፁ ረኺበ ማለት እዩ ካብ ኣትላንታ ዝመፁ ሰት እቲ ድሌት ናይቲ ህዝቢ ክትርኢ ከለካ ሲ እቲ ሬዲነስ ናይቲ ህዝቢ ክትርኢ ከለካ ከምኡውን ሓደሽቲ ዝረኣኽዎም ነይሮም ቅድሚ ሕጂ ዝመፁ ማለት እዩ ስታት ክትርኢ ከለካ ዝተስፋ በካ ቀሪብና ኩላህና ሬዲ ኢና ማለት እዩ ሕጂ ሳብ ሕጂ ኪልና ኢና ማለት እዩ ዝብል ማለት እዩ እሱ ተስፋ በካ ብጣዕሚ ደስ ዝብል እዩ ምክንያቱ ፋሕ ስለ ዝበልና ኢና ዝኩሉ ኣብ ዝኩሉ ንበፅሕ ዘለና ማለት እዩ ከም ዝተኣኪብና ክትርኢ ከለካ ኩልና ብሓደ እንዳመፅእ ክትርኢ ከለካ ተስፋ በካ ተስፋ
ካብቶም ዘቕረቡ ኸ ካብቶም ትሕዝቶ ዘቕረቡ ሰባት ብዙሓት ትሕዝቶ ቀሪቦም ነይሮሞ ካብኡ ምናልባት ዝያዳ እዚ ጉዳይ ዝያዳ ስሒብኒ እየ ትብልዮ ነገር ተዚ
ስፔሻሊ ማለት ሕጂ ኣማንኤል ኣሰና ክዛረብ ፀኒሑ ከመይ ብሓደ ክንመፅእ ከም ዘለና ማለት እዩ ብሓደ ምምፃእ ናይ ኩሉ ድልየት ዘላ ማለት እዩ እቲ ውድባስ ብሓደ መፅኡ ብሓደ ሰሪሑስ ነታ ሓንቲ ዕላማ ዘለህናስ ናይ ኩላህና ድልየት ኤርትራ ናፃ ወፅያ ሃገርና ክነኣቱ ሃገርና ክነድሕን እያ ሰታ ሓንቲ ናይ ኩላህና ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ካብቲ ፋሒልና ምድኻም ብሓደ መፂና ክንሰርሕ ከም ዘለና ዋላ ናይ ኣንተ ወይ ኢሳያስ እውን ዝበለና ይኣክል ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ብሓደ ምምፃእ ንስ እዩ
ብጣዕሚ ፅቡቕ እንታይ ተማሂርኪ ካብዚ ሲምፖዚየም
ናይ መንግስቲ ናይ ኤሪትሪያ ናይ መዓድ ፅቡቅ ሕታት ነይርዎ
You can say it in English.
I learned a lot about the history and the economy and the politics and governmental structure of Eritrea, which I didn't know a lot of before. So.
Well, you are from the Tigray part of Tagaru, yes. What made you to come to participate in the Eritrean diaspora symposium? Can you get closer to me, please?
Because I believe that Tigrayans and Eritreans are one people. I think that we're what's called the Trans-Marab people. The only thing that divides us is the Marab River and some crooked politicians.
Okay.
We're one, and as you said, God created us as one people, and I think that the division has been one of the most detrimental things to us as Habeshas. So
سلام زخبركم تخلاتكم سمعوا لكم يخوت مربي يخفي النمبر هذا هزبينا أتل زلا نتقدم كذا بالكايو إجابة هذا غيري فتيرنا جن بوليتيكية تاتن زي روحو سبات ويكا بتقوم سبات يوم خفافي لهم من أتل زلا كابدالا سيانا بزنا بنا إلترا سيمبوزيوم كساتف نسيا ممكن كنت فوتو خاب تقرأ ما نتو حتى. So what did you? What was the first impression from the presenters?
I was pleasantly surprised about how pro-Tigrayan everyone was.
Yeah.
I was really happy and thrilled with all the support that we were getting as Tigrayan people from our Eritrean brothers and sisters, and how much they're willing to acknowledge that we're all one. And so I was very happy with that.
Okay, thank you so much. I will give you the last word if you have anything to say.
I think all Tigrinya people should be under one flag, and I think the whole notion that we're two different peoples is ridiculous, and I think that we should all be one country, all the Tigrinya speaking people. Whether that country is called Eritrea or whatever, doesn't matter. I think we're all one people.
واو كم زي السمع على لهم يا تبلو زلا أنت يا زلا بقى إحنا حدا حزبنا وحدا بانديرا هنكون نيرنا ولا إلفران بحال ولا تجارن بحال أجد سيناريو بقى يا تبلو من شيء ممكن تفتو يا سبنا يسب حسب مخبار وطعمي وسني يرضى من البات مودات تبلي نقدر تلي
نسي كم زبالته حفتي مالتي بحدا ممزاندي ولا بحدا ممزاخا حانت عد ولا مخاني ترفسي كم حوات متنقن بحدا نسرح حدا خفتنا يفلسي زحكسا كانسي مالتي مسكرابي تخسرح مدلايو مالت إساس نقول موتي أمتي تسرح زلوا مس إثيوبيا هاي نديو ولا ناب وزعنا خدا كيد قدام زحلف خيد نير مالتي حاجز نقرأك في خيد نير نحن هواينا نسكر بابتنا خينا زين صار حل مهنيات يبنا حدا انت مسألة صبو حدا زي كنا ولا هاجرنا هيزنا بفقر سلام من كنا بر مفتنا سبت عمل دست بلي مخن كتسله نسوهم كتسله مسكر بابتنا مسرح كتسل تجارح واتنا ينبر ما بأستنا مسألة تنا يكون مسكر بيت كتسألي حاسي تنبرو سلام يلن نعم ما يتبقى أنا يتبقى بسلام ندك أنا نحسبنا قنبل كلنا بسلام نذكرها بتنصرح تسفى قبر مالتي
رأي يردانس يغني الله سلتي ذهب كيو حبريتا سلتي تقلقلي هذا الخازي طعمنا مسكين هالرأي زخبركم تخاطتلتنا خمزي خصم عوض صنعكم يردانس حفنا يخزار بسنحة كابزي كاب أبزي الله حاونا كجاب زلكم يا حدا جس نعز حوي متى ما همتي تفلت ولا ما أنت بزحات أغرب تنيرهم سبات تنايلهم ما أنتي كابتم بزحات سبات زغربو زتري ولا لهم حاونا حدا يمالتيو يسيف أس قدامي بحال كاب كم حدا من مهور كم حدا كيلا يو غريب لهم ما أنتي جن كم تفلت وخانا يفاس السلام ديمقراطية يفرح حلاف خفلول دبا يزخون زلو مالتيو زخونه اوكي حسنا بالكات تحسوا نايتا تقرب كيان انتهي يفرق
وين ايتا ناتي تحسوا زنبرت topic indefinite national service and its impact on social economy so مسرتاو انا بسوا ابتي indefinite national military service اب تنات شعبينات دحركا تي بروبوز سوليوشن فتح بزبديتي ناتي تحستو نيرو بسفعو تي كندي زعبا زنبره كن ابتي سوا زتوكره ابو انتايكم زلو سوا نحنا سوا از إلنا زغربنا تي experimentation social experimentation and social engineering takes shape زبنا يا مالتي تياو ناي indoctrination and brainwashing زبط هذا خاوتي زعباتات ميرو مالتي نتي من سيكا خسبكو خلو تي brainwashing and indoctrination زبنا يا مالتي is guys become very toxic نتي سوا تمحراي مالتي أبزس عيو خاتي من إسي because of all this brainwashing and indoctrination of Sha'abia, they go to the extent of losing their moral compass. They lose humanity and sell their soul. Kandi መሰረት ዝገበረ ማለት እዩ ኤግዛምፕል ሪና ናቲ ጀኖሳይድ ናይ ትግራይ ስለዚ ካብዚ እቲ መሰረታዊ ናተይ ዝነበረ ትሕዝቶ ማለት እዩ
ራይ ብጣዕሚ ጽቡቕ ከምቲ በዓል ከም ዝገለጽካዮ እቲ ናትካ ቀንዲ ትሕዝቶ መቸም ነቶም ምዕራባውያን ወጻእተኛታት ዘተኮረ እዩ ነይሩ ከም በዓል ከም ዝገለጽ ኩሉ ኤርትራዊ ዝፈልጦ ጉዳይ እዩ ግን ቀንዲ ዕላማ ነቲ ህዝቢ ናይ ምዕራባውያን ሃገራት ዘለዎ ዝተፈላለዩ ክሳይ ምግባር ሎማ ሓንቲ ካብ ዝተኸታተልካዮ ዝያዳ ዘስበለካ ናይ መን ነይሩ ኣብዚ ትሕዝቶ እዚኣቲ ጽቡቕቲ ቀሪባ ነይራ ትብሎ ነገር
ብጣዕሚ ዝመሰጠኒ ናይ ዳንኮኔል ነይሩ እቲ እሱ ከዓ እቲ ካልት ካልቸር ዝበሎ ማለት እዩ ንሱ ከዓ this cult culture ብሎ እቲ ናይ ኢሳያስ ስርዓት even go to the extent of breaking the family ties ይብላ ንዓ ማለት እዩ family ties ማለት ከዓ እቲ cult culture ከዓ ምስ ሃይማኖት ከይተረፈ ዝወረሩ ናብ ሓደ ሰብ ኣሚንካ ዝኾነ ኢንሂማን ዝኾነ ስራሕ ምፍጻሚ እዩ ኣቕሪብዋ ዳንኮኔል ብጣዕሚ ካብተ ዝመሰጠትኒ ንሳያ ኣማኒኤል ኣሰንዳ ከዓ እቲ ቀንዲ ዝበሎ እዚ ስርዓት እዚ ኩሉ ግዜ እቲ ዲፕሎማቲክ ፕሮስቲሽን ይዝብሎ መዘራ ኣብ ወርሓዊ ዝኾነ ይተዓራረኽ ይጻላእ ኣብ ህውከት ከም ዝነብር ኣብ ውግእን ወረ ውግእን ኣብ ሽግርን ከም ዝነብር ናይ ማኔላ ሰና ከዓ መጽስታትን ማለት እዩ ካልእ ብዙሓት ፕሬዘንተርስ እዮም ነይሮም I don't know ብጣዕሚ ኢምፕረስ ኮይነ ነዚ ኩሉ ንኸቕርቦ ዝፃዕሩ ማለት እዩ ብዙሓት እቲ ረጂም ቼንጅ ፎከስ ዝገበረ ብዙሓት ሰብ ከም ዝተመሰጠ ሎም ከዓ ብዙሕ ሰብ ተሳታፊ ነይሩ ኣብቲ ዋዕላ ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ብጣዕሚ ደስ ዝብል ፈልሲ ከዓ ብጣዕሚ ጃብ ዌልዳን ብጣዕሚ ነቲ ዝተገበረ ዘመስግን ማለት እዩ ስራሕ ተሰራ
ብጣዕሚ ጽቡቕ የቐኒለይ ይስልሓወ ራይ ዝኸበርኩም ተኸታተልቲ ከምዚ ትከታተልዎ ፀናሕኩም ማለት እዩ የሴፍ ኣስጎዶም ኣባል ፈልሲ ሰላም ዲሞክራሲኛ ሓደ ካብቶም ፈፀም እዩ ሓላፊ ክፍሊ ውደባ እዩ ብሓፂር ኣብዚ ሓደ ሰብ ፀሓፍካ ኣለኻ ኣንጻር ተቓለስቲ ኤርትራውያን ሓንቲ ሃገር ዝብላ ከዓ ሕጂ ሒዝካ ወፂኻ መደብ ሳሊና ክምልሰልካ ኢለ ይኾንኩን ጀስ ነቲ ዝሃብካይ ሕቶ ማለት እዩ ሰብ ርእይቶ ናይ ሰብ ክነኽብር ዋላ ኤርትራዊ ኮይኑ ካል ትበለ ትግራዋይ ኮይኑ ካል ትበለ ሓሳብ እዩ ስጋዕ ፀገማት ዘሎ ይመስለንን ካልኣይ ካል ነቲ ናይ ኤርትራ ሲምፖዚየም ኢለ እያ መፅያ ማለት ተጋሩ ኤርትራውያን ካሉ በቃ ብዛዕባ ኤርትራ ብዛዕባ ትግራይ ዝግደሱ ብዛዕባ ናይ ኤርትራ ናይ ተጋሩ ሰብኣዊ መሰላት ዝግደሱ ኢለ እያ ኣስታይ መፅያ ስሒብዋ እያ መፅያ ስለዚ ተተሓጋገዝካ ኣላ በቲ ዝከኣላ ማለት እዩ ስለዚ ካብኡ ተበጊስና ኢና ርእይቶ ክትብልና ሓቲትናያ ማለት ስለዚ እሱ ሓደ ኣካል ናይ ተቓልሲ እዩ ሕራይ ሞ ዝኸበርኩም ተኸታተልቲ ኣይ ቲንክ ሕጂ ፀንሓና ናይ ሎማዓንቲ ፕሮግራም ዝነበረ ቀትሪ ተወዲሉ ናይ ገለገለ ሰባት ርእይቶታት ካሒዝናልኩም ቀሪብና ኣለና ሕጂ ኣብዚ ሰዓት 7 ፈረቓን ምዃኑ እዩ ምናልባት ድሕሪ 2 ሰዓት 3 ሰዓት ገለቢልና ምስ መምህር ተመስገን ከመይ ከም ዝነበረ ዝድህስስ መደብ ሒዛልኩም ክንቀርብ ኢና ንሕጂ ምሳኻትኩም ፀናሕናን መምህራንን መምህር ተመስገን ኢና ካብ ዋሽንግተን ዲሲ እዩ ኣብ ዘለኹሞ ሰላም
ለውጥ ኸይና ምስስ ክንውፍ ኣለና ክንፈርህ የብልና ክንተባዕ ኣለና ሰብሲ ኣይትፍራሕ የብሉ ንሕጊ ፍራሕ ንዝገየ ፍራሕ